Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Having ascertained this, Sonkai began to slowly navigate the warship downward. The deeper he descended, the more furrowed his brows became. Under the baptism of endless years, even the spiritual medicines planted in the dustless sex spiritual medicine garden, all of which were of a high grade, couldn't withstand the merciless passage of time. It was evident at a glance that the number of living plants in this vast garden was extremely limited. Most of the spirit soil was bare, devoid of any spirit grass or plants, save for a few isolated patches where a lone plant still clung to life. Only the plot emitting a red glow housed several surviving spiritual medicines and plants. Turning his head, he saw plants that were mostly unfamiliar to him. Even the Dome Sky Wisdom Brain, which had copied his entire family's data trove, could only display 3 light screens at this moment. Those 3 light screens detailed 3 different types of spiritual medicines and plants, with the most valuable undoubtedly being the one plant among them. Name: green blood flat beech tree, belonging, high-rank spiritual plant of the immortal realm. Description: blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and matures once every 3,000 years. After 9,000 years, 12 green blood flat peaches can be harvested, which, when consumed, greatly assist the cultivation of the guidance technique. Remark: a descendant of the 9 heavens flat beech root found on the immortal realm continent, one of the high-rank plants of the immortal realm continent. Note: a maximum of 3 peaches can be consumed per person, with no effect subsequent to that. Note 2: has a significant effect on the cultivation of the 4th rank guidance technique, aiding in breaking through the 4th rank. In addition to the green blood flat beech tree, the other 2 were called Ganoderma grass and crescent moon flower, reportedly the main materials for high-rank elixirs in the cultivation world. Of these 3, what Sonkai valued most was the green blood flat beech tree, as it was the most beneficial to him. Coincidentally, he was about to reach the threshold of breaking through to 4th rank torch captain, and its timing was perfect. Besides that, he was particularly interested in that batch of red epic quality immortal domain spirit soil. When used in combination with the Secret Realm Accelerator feature of the Cultivation Secret Realm, it would produce incredible effects. As for the various spiritual medicines and plants he didn't recognize, Sonkai had plans for them too. Later on, once brought to the ruins market, he was confident that Xuping's backing, the Luofu sword sect, would be able to recognize their value. However, he needed to be cautious. When he, as a member of the Blue Blood clan, produced these spiritual medicines later, he had to speak less and insist on trading only for high-rank starry sea oddities or spiritual objects that refined the physique to avoid letting Xuping realize he was not knowledgeable about these items. Exhaling a breath, Sonkai pulled his thoughts back to the present. These items before him were not going to be easy to take. Atop each plot of spirit soil was a layer of 8 prohibitions, and he would need to break all of these to retrieve the items. Fortunately, these array prohibitions weren't as formidable as the ones on the outermost layer of the spiritual medicine garden, and with the firepower of Kenkaion, he should be able to break through one in about half a month. Thus, Kenkaion once again began its routine of breaking enchantments. The soldier figurines and enslaved species were all summoned, all set to work on wearing down the array prohibitions surrounding the numerous patches of spirit soil. The flame giant, wielding the divine weaving sword and nearly at major achievement with the law of fire enhancement, was especially effective. Each of its strikes significantly weakened the might of the array prohibitions. However, Sonkai dared not let it attack the prohibitions guarding the patches where the spiritual medicines and plants were still alive, fearing it might destroy what had so painstakingly survived. The flame giant was thus directed to assault the prohibitions around those barren patches of spirit soil, which, although not converted to starry sea oddities and devoid of surviving plants or medicines, were still meticulously cultivated by the dustless sex plant masters to be the most suitable for plant growth and nurturing. Sonkai intended to take all this spirit soil into the cultivation secret realm. Even though their effect was far less than that of the oddity spirit earth, they would still significantly enhance the growth of the plants within the secret realm. Half a month later, Sonkai successfully cracked the array prohibition above the patch of spirit soil that had transformed into a red epic oddity, and was able to transplant the green blood flat beech tree and several spiritual medicines into the cultivation secret realm. and the spirit soil, as he had previously guessed, had indeed transformed into an item of red quality oddity spirit earth. Strange object, immortal realm spirit earth, top rank, quality, red grade, convertible, 5 mu of top rank spirit fields. Remark, a top rank cultivation field within the ancient immortal realm civilization's dustless sect spiritual medicine garden, unexpectedly cultivated by special energy for tens of thousands of years. Through long transformation, it eventually became a unique starry sea oddity. With this red quality top rank immortal domain spirit soil, Sonkai believed that the growth rate of the various plants in his future cultivation secret realm would be astonishing. Moreover, there was no need to wait for the rank 5 silver apple to mature. He could directly transplant the flame parasol tree next. Chapter 700, Harvest in the Spiritual Medicine Garden. Several months later, with the assistance of soldier figurines and enslaved species, Sonkai successfully transplanted all the surviving spiritual medicines from the garden into the cultivation secret realm. The blank spirit soil was also transferred similarly. Although he had a portion of purple spirit earth and a portion of red spirit earth, as the number of transplanted plants in the cultivation secret realm increased, just these 2 portions of spirit earth were not enough to plant all the species at once, which is where the role of the blank spirit soil came into use. After finishing this, Sonkai wanted to continue exploring the immortal realm continent fragment but had to return to Dragon Spine continent. Calculating the time, the refinement by the prime ancestor should almost be complete. Inside the Dragon Spine sacred mountain, Sonkai successfully obtained 2 long-desired items from the hands of the prime ancestor. The rank 5 Heavenly Demon Phoenix Primordial Blood and the rank 5 Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow. Once again thanking his ancestor, Sonkai quickly left the Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain. In the Kaikayan main control room, looking at 2 white jade porcelain vials in his hands, a flash of excitement passed through Sonkai's eyes. Both items were extremely important to him at the moment. The Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow needs no further mention, as it was key to enhancing his own talent gift and narrowing the gap between himself and those monstrous warship captains, as well as laying the foundation for his future ascent to the peak. He planned to use the rank 5 Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow directly when promoting the Kenkai to his Yalu warship. The rank 5 level life form biological origin blood, which also had a strong bloodline, could potentially increase the success rate of the warship's upgrade by about 20%. Coupled with a drop of half-step rank 6 level blood of the evil god, the initial success rate of Kenkai's upgrade would reach an astonishing extent, greatly reducing the chance of failure in the warship's promotion. As for waiting to use it later when upgrading to a battleship? Don't joke, would he lack rank 5 level biological origin blood once Kenkai was promoted to his Yalu warship? Sonkai believed it was highly unlikely. While he currently found it extremely difficult to hunt rank 5 life entities, once Kenkai was upgraded to 4th rank, that would no longer be a problem. With this in mind, he had already decided to use this drop of rank 5 Heavenly Demon Phoenix Primordial Blood for the subsequent promotion of the warship to his Yalu warship. At the Zhutian Ruins Market, Sonkai was sitting cross-legged in the All Attributes cultivation room, the drop of Heavenly Demon Phoenix Primordial Blood already securely stored. Placed before him now was the portion of Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow. Indeed, he planned to absorb the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow directly. Stuff that could enhance his own bloodline talent gift was naturally better used sooner rather than later to avoid unforeseen complications. But just as he was anticipating what extent the 5th rank Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow would elevate his genetic lineage value, a sudden transmission echoed in his mind. It was a call from the Void Demon that had been monitoring the Zuk Divine Bird. Has the opportunity finally arrived? With a silent grunt, Sonkai swiftly put away the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow and then disappeared from the All Attributes cultivation room. On the Immortal Realm continent fragment, at the Dustless Sect ruins. Suddenly appearing, Sonkai summoned the Kenkai at the fastest speed, and the warship surged directly towards the entrance of the Spirit Beast secret realm. To save time, he even risked using the jump device. On this Immortal Realm continent fragment filled with void cracks, performing a spatial jump was clearly very rash. A slight mishap could trap him within a spatial crack, but Sonkai had no time to delay and needed to reach the nesting site of the Zuk Divine Bird in the Spirit Beast secret realm as fast as possible. According to the message from the Void Demon, that rank 5 level Zuk Divine Bird had finally left its nest alone, and currently, only 2 rank 3 Zuk Divine Birds remained in the nest. Clearly, this was the best opportunity, the opportunity to enslave the Zuk Divine Bird, Sonkai thought. If I were to miss this chance, who knows when the next one would come. That's why I took such a bold approach. Of course, the reason he acted so impulsively was mainly because he was confident enough, confident that even if he were to be trapped in a void rift, he would emerge unscathed. It wasn't just the triple-layered void resistance of the Kenkaian, but also his confidence in the current defensive capabilities of the Kenkaian's warship armor, with its rank 5 level silver energy shield and red warship armor. Even if he encountered a massive spatial storm, he could hold out for a while, at least long enough to allow him an escape into the ruins market. Overall, the likelihood of this scenario was very small, and it was more likely that the Kaikayan would pay a certain price before breaking free from the spatial rift. Sonkai was lucky this time. The spatial jump did not trigger any catastrophic disruptions or explosions in the surrounding space, and he piloted the Kaikayan directly into the entrance to the Spirit Beast Secret Realm. Once inside the Spirit Beast Secret Realm, there were no further concerns. Following the activation of the Purple River Translocation device, the Aurora Transition device was also engaged. The Kaikayan then vanished from the entrance of the Secret Realm, reappearing in space close to the proximity of the Void Demon. Not far ahead was the nesting place of the Zuk Divine Bird, where 2 rank 3 Zuk Divine Birds were alone in their nest. The key factor was that the intense spatial fluctuations produced by such a jump were completely masked by the Mirage Shadow feature, ensuring that the appearance of the Kaikayan went completely unnoticed by any life form. Summoning the Void Demon back to the warship, Sonkai made no superfluous movements, directly steering the stealthily hidden Kaikayan straight towards the Zuk Divine Bird's nest. Previously, the reason he had made extensive preparations when facing the Heavenly Demon Phoenix was because it was a rank 5 life, and a tough battle was inevitable. But now, it was different. The 2 Zuk Divine Birds in the nest were of the rank 3 level, the Kaikayan could easily suppress and pull them close to the warship. At this moment, any extra measures, such as sending Void Assassin Clan soldier figurines to scout ahead, would have been superfluous. Because once discovered, the cries of the fledgling birds could lead to unforeseeable changes that would no longer be under Sonkai's control. Would the Void Assassin Clan be detected by a rank 3 level Zuk Divine Bird while moving through the Void Gap? Sonkai did not know the answer, but he was unwilling to gamble. The Zuk Divine Birds possessed double pupils, an utmost unpredictable factor. A 4th rank level Void Demon could evade detection by a rank 5 Zuk Divine Bird from a great distance, but this did not necessarily mean they would remain unnoticed by a rank 3 Zuk Divine Bird at close range. Therefore, Sonkai opted for the safest method, direct suppression with the Kaikayan. This way, even if the 2 rank 3 Zuk Divine Birds could see through the Mirage Shadow feature's stealth effect and call out to the rank 5 Zuk Divine Bird immediately, Sonkai could quickly suppress them and escape through the ruins market. The rank 5 Zuk Divine Bird, no matter how fast, couldn't teleport instantly. After all, Sonkai had already confirmed that the rank 5 Zuk Divine Bird had mastered the law of light, not the space law. With the help of the Mirage Shadow feature, the Kaikayan silently advanced toward the nest. When the bow of the warship entered the nest of the Zuk Divine Birds, Sonkai's gaze successfully captured the figures of the 2 rank 3 Zuk Divine Birds within. Instinctively, a smile flashed across his face, and the warship continued to push deeper into the nest. If all went well, this operation should be secure. This was the thought that arose in his mind at the moment. Simultaneously, his thoughts swiftly spun, ready to employ the Perusa Zen Seal Time Stop feature from the warship's arsenal at this critical moment, sparing no expense to ensure the fastest possible extraction of one of the juvenile Zuk birds. However, just then, a shrill cry abruptly emanated from the side of the warship, accompanied by the terrifying pressure of a rank 5 apex life form. Oddly enough, even though the external cries reached Sonkai's ears, they transformed into a familiar phrase in the common language of the Starry Sea. "Human, you have finally arrived." Chapter 701, Zuk Divine Bird and Zuk Blood Pact. A shiver ran through his heart, and his gaze quickly swept towards the direction from which the crying sound came. When he saw an impressively sized Zuk Divine Bird appear before him, Sonkai's pupils suddenly constricted. Almost instinctively, he was about to directly activate the Heaven Tilt Dome Sky Automatic Control System feature of the Dome Sky Brain System and then enter the ruins market himself. As for why this void demon which had supposedly ventured out of its nest appeared, there was simply no time left for him to ponder this point. However, before he could mobilize the spectral energy within his body to activate the Starry Sea Ruin Market rank in his ancestral torch, another cry reached his ears. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions." With these words, Sonkai's heart relaxed slightly. That made sense. If the other party had truly bore malice, attacking silently before making noise would have been the best strategy, and there would have been no need to call out to him. Of course, he only relaxed a little. Sonkai's heart remained taut with vigilance. After a moment of thought, and before responding, he first activated the Perusa Time Realm feature of the Perusa Zen Seal. Instantly, the entire nest space surrounding the Kaikayan was enveloped within a time barrier where the speed of time was slowed by tenfold. Only then did Sonkai slowly speak up. "Senior Zuk, what guidance do you have for a youngster like me by waiting here? Also, if I'm not wrong, you should have left the nest, should you not?" He spoke with respect, as he was face to face with a divine beast of rank 5 level, whose combat power was definitely even more fearsome than that of the rank 5 heavenly demon phoenix, so of course, due respect was in order. Hearing his question, the slowed-down voice of the Zuk divine bird, less than threefold slower, came once more. You are talking about the void demon that lay in wait for over a year, right? It's true that I ventured out, but before the great major achievement space law, returning was merely a blink of an eye away. As for the reason I sought you out. Upon hearing this slowed-down voice, Sonkai's eyes trembled, fully comprehending what was implied. As it turned out, the Void Demon's surreptitious activities had always been under the observation of the Zuk Divine Bird, and indeed the Void Demon had not been mistaken. The rank 5 Zuk Divine Bird had left but controlled the major achievement space law, allowing it to easily return to the nest with just a single instant movement, despite the vast distance. Coming to this conclusion, Sonkai had a newfound understanding of the talent gift double pupils. What he had thought to be a flawless plan was but a joke before those double pupils. Even a void demon concealing itself tens of kilometers away could not hide from its sight. Moreover, what shocked him the most was the major achievement space law possessed by the other. It wasn't the shock of a rank 5 life mastering major achievement laws belonging to a divine beast. It was no surprise it had this talent. It was the doubt that the other had previously clearly demonstrated the law of light, which he had also verified several times, and, yet now, suddenly, a space law appeared. Could it be that this Zuk divine bird was simultaneously comprehending two origin laws? But wasn't that extremely difficult for any creature beneath dominators? During his perplexity, his gaze swept through the nearby holographic exterior view towards the Zuk divine bird outside. The two beings locked eyes and, under those particularly distinctive double pupils, the next second Sonkai felt the world spinning around him. Damn. Before losing consciousness completely, these two words were the only ones that bubbled up in his mind. As for the component of the abnormal status purifier on the Kaikaiang and the phantom soul-suppressing steel within the ancestral torch, although both reacted at that moment, they failed to rouse Sonkai. The fleeting consciousness Sonkai retained was thanks to the innate resistance to illusion techniques and the illusion realm of the Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon component, but even that was all. When his consciousness cleared once more, Sonkai found himself in a completely unfamiliar and dark space. Above him in the vault of heaven, two immense pupils hung in the sky, resembling two round silver moons illuminating the entire land beneath them. As he stood in astonishment, a vast voice came down from the heavens, no longer affected by the slowing of time. Human, have you come here with the intent to take away my child? Sonkai shook his head repeatedly. He swore that after realizing the terror of the Zuk divine bird, he no longer harbored such a thought. Moreover, even if that were the case, it would definitely not be wise to show such intentions in front of a mother, or it would invariably invoke an unimaginable retaliation. But the rank 5 Zuk divine bird was not concerned with these thoughts as it changed the subject. This matter isn't necessarily off the table. Sonkai? Sonkai narrowed his eyes, thinking perhaps he had misheard. This dustless secret realm is ultimately a prison, leaving it is the best choice, but before that, you must establish a contract with my child. The sliver of hope that had just bloomed in his heart was instantly extinguished. Although Sonkai didn't reply verbally, his eyes were filled with reluctance. A contract, one drafted by the rank 5 Zuk divine bird, would likely impose restrictions he couldn't foresee. Should he sign it, he feared that he would never again be free. Under the sheltering double pupils in the heavens, all of Sonkai's internal thoughts laid bare, impossible to conceal. Chapter 702, Zuk Divine Bird and Zuk Blood Pact 2. Only the powerful voice of the rank 5 Zuk Divine Bird rang out once again. There's no need to worry, this contract is known as the Zuk Blood Pact, created by the mighty ones from my Zuk Divine Bird lineage. Not only will it not impose any restrictions on you, it will indeed bring you limitless benefits. Have you not always wondered why I control the law of light and also possess the major achievement space law? The reason lies in the double pupils of my Zuk Divine Bird lineage. The possessor of double pupils, one eye with dual pupils, naturally miraculous, can most intuitively and essentially analyze various origin laws of the Starry Sea, accelerate the speed at which the host comprehends the Starry Sea laws, and has the power to balance the laws. Each eye can perfectly accommodate one Starry Sea origin law, allowing the two laws to achieve perfect balance without interfering with each other. Hearing this extensive explanation from the rank 5 Zuk Divine Bird, the astonishment in Sonkai's heart had already dissipated, transforming into deep awe. From these words, the extraordinary aspect of this double pupil's talent gift was not hard to discern. Once one controlled the power of these double pupils, a pair of eyes could each accommodate one Starry Sea origin law, achieving the simultaneous comprehension of two origin laws, which means, with just these double pupils, the Zyuke Divine Bird lineage could achieve what dominators of the Starry Sea only managed at the 3rd or at most 4th rank level. Of course, at the level of Starry Sea dominators, comprehending 2 laws simultaneously is just their most basic ability. If they wished, they could handle 3, 4, or even more. Furthermore, apart from great existences like Starry Sea dominators, those with extraordinary comprehension among the creatures in the Starry Sea could also achieve the simultaneous comprehension of 2 or more origin laws. Just like within Torch human civilization, among this population numbering in the billions, there were also such existences. However, these creatures were truly exceptional anomalies, extremely rare. Imagining this, Song Kai couldn't help but feel greatly moved. However, he quickly came back to himself, and the surge of emotion in his heart instantly turned cold. What did any of this have to do with him? Sighing, doubts arose anew within him, and he lifted his gaze again to look at the pair of eyes above, resembling double silver moons. The double pupils were indeed incredible, something he had recognized the first time he saw the Zyuke Divine Bird. But what did this have to do with the contract mentioned? The Zyuke Blood Pact sounds indeed high class, but whether a contract could truly bring infinite benefits, Song Kai was decisively skeptical, not to mention relating it to double pupils. Unless the facts were laid out in front of him. Seeing through Song Kai's thoughts, the voice of the rank 5 Zyuke Divine Bird rose again. In your opinion, how would you rate the bloodline talent gift of my Zyuke Divine Bird lineage? Without a second thought, Song Kai said only 2 words. Extremely high. And what rank do you think the mighty ones from my lineage I mentioned are? Hearing this, Song Kai paused, unable to reply immediately. Indeed, given the talent gift of the Zyuke Divine Bird, with generations passing on, no one knew how many Zyuke Divine Birds had appeared, but their numbers were surely not few. With such an astonishing innate talent, plus the accumulated numbers over countless years, what rank would a Zyuke Divine Bird, referred to as a mighty one by the 5th rank, be? 7th rank? 8th rank? Or 9th rank? Or even higher? Song Kai couldn't provide an answer, so he chose to remain silent. However, his intuition told him that 7th rank was not very likely. Considering they are mythical birds from legends, the number of Zyuke Divine Birds able to advance to 7th rank should not be few. To be honored as a mighty one among the Zyuke Divine Bird clan, it should at least be 8th rank to qualify, right? Quickly, the voice of the rank 5 Zyuke Divine Bird sounded again. This Zyuke Blood Pact created by a mighty one of my Zyuke Divine Bird lineage has only one ability, which is to allow the 2 parties who signed the contract to freely choose one of the other's talent gifts to become their own ability. Song Kai's eyes were wide open, his heart trembling greatly as he quickly spoke up. You mean to say, double pupils are included as well? High above in the depths of the vault of heaven, those double pupils that shone like the silver moon blinked, and then a vast voice followed. Correct, by signing the Zyuke Blood Pact, you can choose my child's double pupil talent gift as your ability, and from then on, as long as my child remains alive in this world, your double pupils will not disappear. Although the ground beneath was an illusory space constructed by the double pupils of a rank 5 Zyuke Divine Bird, Song Kai could still feel his heart beat, as loud as the sound of a drum. Undoubtedly, if what the rank 5 Zyuke Divine Bird said was true, he had to sign the Zyuke Blood Pact at all costs. It was extremely important to him. Compared to the rank 5 Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow in his hand that he had yet to use, the importance of these double pupils was undoubtedly much greater. The Heavenly Demon Phoenix Marrow might bridge his early difference with those true anomalies of the Starry Sea, but that would be just an illusion of the short term. Over time, the gap in comprehension would only enlarge exponentially. Conversely, these double pupils could truly allow him to step through that exceedingly difficult threshold and stand equal with those unparalleled anomalies of the Starry Sea. As for the truthfulness of the rank 5 Zyuke Divine Bird's words, after hearing the specific effect of the Zyuke Blood Pact, Song Kai had already believed it substantially. The reason was simple. A talent gift like double pupils was too terrifying and easily attracted others' covetous eyes. By having the Zyuke Blood Pact, it would bind the Zyuke Divine Bird itself completely with the real anomalies, sharing both their fortunes and misfortunes. That is, the initial intention of creating the Zyuke Blood Pact was to protect itself, making all such arrangements make sense. Otherwise, why would the powerful beings of the Zyuke Divine Bird spontaneously create such a pact? Of course, although he believed it substantially in his mind, Song Kai did not easily agree. Young man cannot be certain if what you say is true. If possible, I want to verify its authenticity first. In the Kaikaian main control room, with closed eyes, Song Kai suddenly awoke, and under the observance of the rank 5 Zyuke Divine Bird, he controlled the Kaikaian to slowly approach the 2 rank 3 Zyuke Divine Birds inside the nest. With the rank 5 Zyuke Divine Bird's prior appeasement, the 2 rank 3 fledglings did not panic. Soon, upon reaching effective range, Song Kai activated a component on the Kaikaian. It was the enslavement metal. Under the effect of this enslavement component, which was enhanced to a rank 5 level with red quality, and with no resistance from the young birds, Sonkai quickly completed their enslavement. He then began to inquire about information regarding the Zyuke blood pact. As his enslaved species, the young Zyuke birds naturally couldn't hide anything from Sonkai. He soon confirmed that what the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird had said was indeed true. However, he was still not reassured. He subsequently used both the mother-child control spirit ring and the master-servant contract components, finally confirming that the Zyuke blood pact was indeed genuine, and its effect was exactly as described by the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird. He then released control over the two fledglings. From the side, the voice of the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird spoke up again. "Alright, human, since you have confirmed, let's start. You can choose one of my two children." To this, Sonkai was not surprised. He knew from the start that it was nearly impossible for him to take both Zyuke fledglings, not just because he could only sign one Zyuke blood pact, but also because the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird wouldn't possibly entrust the fate of both fledglings to him alone. Although this spirit beast secret realm was a cage, at the very least, it ensured that the fledglings could grow in safety. Chapter 703, Double Pupils and the Perusa's Zen Seal. His gaze swept over the two Chongming juvenile birds, and though Sonkai did not make a choice immediately, he was not much troubled by indecision. For both juvenile birds were well protected by a rank 5 Zyuke divine bird and had not yet comprehended the secret realm laws, so there was no need to worry about their potential being affected. Thus, regardless of which one he chose, the difference wouldn't be significant. Ahead, the two Chongming juvenile birds seemed to be aware that this choice concerned their future fate, so they were very quiet at the moment, with no noise at all. However, one of them clearly had a shifty gaze, seemingly reluctant to leave the protection of its mother to follow a completely unknown human, and thus was somewhat deliberately avoiding Sonkai's gaze. In contrast, the one on the left was the complete opposite, showing no hint of evasion. Instead, its eyes were spirited, and its double pupils continually sized up the Kaikaian above, filled with immense interest in the vast world outside. "That's the one." With a silent affirmation in his heart, Sonkai called back the Kaikaian, and with the wrapping of spectral energy, he landed smoothly on the ground. Seeing him land in front of the left Chongming juvenile bird, the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird had its answer. The powerful rank 5 life energy surged throughout the nest, accompanied by a cry. "Human, the contract is beginning, do not resist, this blood covenant can only be signed if both parties are willing." Sonkai nodded slightly, and then he felt an inexplicable pressure envelop his body. Under the pull of this mysterious energy, he and the Chongming juvenile bird were both suspended in the air, and when they were at the same height, Sonkai felt a sudden sharp pain in his brow, followed by a drop of fresh blood emerging from it. Looking at the Chongming juvenile bird, it was the same, a drop of fresh blood floated from its brow, and under the influence of the pulling force, the two drops of blood kept approaching, until they eventually merged together. It was unclear how much time passed, but when the completely fused blood separated once more, the two drops of blood mixed with Sonkai's and the Chongming juvenile birds returned to each other's brows and infused back into the depths of their brows. Before Sonkai could ponder more, the voice of the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird rang out again in his ear. "Quick, now is the moment for you to choose each other's talent gifts. This time is very brief, so make your choice quickly." Sonkai actually didn't need the reminder from the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird, as the multiple talent runes from the Chongming juvenile bird emerged vaguely in his mind. Double pupils, Zyuke feathers, Zyuke soul chant. He instantly chose the double pupils rune. At the moment he confirmed his choice, a shadow of double pupils emerged within his previously ordinary eyes, and at the same time, Sonkai immediately felt the amazing effect of these initially manifested double pupils. His vision swept the surroundings, and where he had not felt much before in the space of the nest, there were now significant traces of energy fluctuations, with the space subtly twisting and the ground continuously emitting rich, pure energy. In addition, there existed a few inconspicuous origin laws around this space. All of this, before acquiring the double pupils, was entirely imperceptible to Sonkai, since mere human eyes simply cannot capture such subtle changes. While Sonkai was getting used to his newly manifested double pupils, the Chongming juvenile bird across from him fell into chaos. The reason was simple, the number of talent runes now appearing in its mind was astonishingly vast. Neutron star fission, 5 elements celestial energy shield, Zen seal, inner speed, Zen seal, external time stop, Fushuo time realm, divine binding chains, imitation, mirage shadow, mirage dragon spirit pressure, final blessing. Since the Kaikaian was inherently bound to Sonkai's seat of torch and all its components were tied to the warship, all these component features were counted among Sonkai's own talents. As a result, naturally, this caused the Chongming juvenile bird to be dazzled, unable to make a choice in such a short time. To this end, Sonkai hurriedly said, Fujiwo Time Realm, Zen Seal, Inner Speed, Zen Seal, External Time Stop, Final Blessing. Any one of these 4 abilities is excellent, you may choose from among them. Sonkai's suggestion was, of course, not made lightly, as these 4 abilities he mentioned were all top-tier features within the Kekkaion. Fujiwo Time Realm was a powerful time-related domain, naturally very strong. Zen Seal, Inner Speed, enables its user to quickly reuse another kind of explosive innate divine ability. Zen Seal, External Time Stop, is a strong control ability. Final Blessing is a healing power, allowing one to gain a second wind in combat, also with impressive effects. Of course, what's crucial is that each of these abilities has a great deal of potential for enhancement, with the lowest reaching 7th rank level, and the 3 features of the Zen Meditation Seal even possessing 8th rank potential. However, the double pupils that Sonkai had just obtained were of the rank 3 level, which also had considerable potential for growth, able to enhance with the rise of the Chongming juvenile bird's own life hierarchy. Moreover, if Sonkai trained it well, he might later reach the 7th or even 8th rank level. With Sonkai's guidance, significantly narrowing down the options, the Chongming juvenile bird quickly made a choice, and not surprisingly, it chose the Fujiwo Time Realm ability. Chapter 704, Double Pupils and the Perusa Zen Seal, 2 as a talent ability of the time-related domain. It undoubtedly had the most potential and strongest effect among all talent abilities, so Sonkai wasn't surprised at all that the Zyuke juvenile chose this ability. With the confirmation from the Zyuke juvenile's side, the blood pact was finally completely formed. At the exact moment the Zyuke blood pact solidified, Sonkai felt a mysterious connection established between himself and the Zyuke juvenile. It was the bond formed by the Zyuke blood pact. From then on, man and bird were truly in a shared fate, both flourishing and suffering together. At the same time, Sonkai's eyes, with their faintly discernible double pupils, solidified at that moment, transforming into a genuine pair of double pupils. With this change, he discovered his ability to capture and analyze his surrounding environment had become significantly stronger. Even scanning the hidden races of the origin core at the edge of the nest space from afar made insights about that law surge into his mind, much faster than when he had concentrated his entire being on comprehending laws in the past. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Sonkai turned his gaze towards the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird. After hesitating for a moment, he took the initiative to say, Senior, if you're willing, my family clan has a primordial secret realm. I can bring you out of this spirit beast secret realm, away from this immortal realm continent fragment. Sonkai's idea was straightforward. If the other party was willing, he could definitely bring them back to his family clan. The Zyuke divine bird, with a bloodline talent even stronger than the pure blood giant dragons of the West, would surely be welcomed warmly by his family. Although he couldn't give the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird its complete freedom, it was better than dying old in this spirit beast secret realm. However, before he could finish his words, the rank 5 Zyuke divine bird interrupted him. Forget it, just take good care of it. Off you go. The rank 5 Zyuke divine bird glanced at the juvenile who had signed a blood pact with Sonkai and who now felt a natural closeness to Sonkai. The next second, it gently flapped its wings, and then Sonkai, along with the juvenile, were swept out of the nest by a whirlwind. Once the Kekkaion was summoned, man and bird quickly faced their first challenge. As a rank 3 level Zyuke juvenile, its wingspan was even longer than the Kekkai's hull. If they couldn't shrink its size, it would be impossible to bring it aboard the Kekkaion. And for this problem, there was only one solution. Little guy, as you can see, only by completing enslavement can you freely enter the Kekkaion. Sonkai carefully phrased it, fearing that the little guy would be upset by this. To his surprise, once he was finished, the juvenile showed no sign of displeasure. Its large head nodded rapidly, signaling Sonkai to hurry up. As for this response, although Sonkai could guess that it was probably the influence of the Zyuke blood pact, which rendered high favor and trust from the Zyuke juvenile towards him, for he himself felt the same just moments before. He had been extremely cautious beforehand, a level of caution he had never exercised before. However, regarding the act of using the enslavement metal to enslave the Zyuke juvenile, Sonkai himself didn't feel any aversion. Aside from the convenience of entering and exiting the warship, the subsequent Bridge of the Mind feature would also make communication between man and bird much smoother. Moreover, there was one most important point: only after the Zyuke juvenile was enslaved by the enslavement metal could it be considered a formal member of the Kekkaion, and only then would the various components of the Kekkaion take effect on it. Not to mention anything else, just the Fujiwo Time Realm mobility it had selected earlier had the same cooldown as the Perusa Zen Seal. Without the help of Zen Seal, Inner Speed, it would face a long cooldown of 5 years after each use. Once it became recognized as a member of the Kekkaion, the Zen Seal, Inner speed feature would reduce this lengthy cooldown time to 1 year. Based on these points, Sonkai actually preferred formal enslavement. After the enslavement metal completed the enslavement process, the Zyuke juvenile obtained the ability to freely shrink its size. It quickly transformed into a mini form, swiftly flying into the cabin and landing directly on Sonkai's shoulder. A little head kept nudging against Sonkai's neck, expressing its affection for him in this manner. Sonkai smiled, gently touching the luminous silver-white feathers of the little one. Walking back to the main control room, Sonkai's eyes twinkled, and soon he spoke up, "Little one, you don't have a name yet, do you? How about I give you one?" Chirp chirp chirp. The fledgling chirped joyfully a few times, urging Sonkai to hurry up. After contemplating for a moment, Sonkai quickly said, "Since you're a Zyuke divine bird, let's take Zong as your feature and call you Zongyu, how about that?" Cheep, cheep, cheep. The little one chirped a few more times, and through mind sound transmission, Sonkai knew that it was quite pleased with the name. "Then from now on, you will be called Zongyu." Saying this, the engines of the Kangyang roared, speeding toward the distance. Not toward the entrance of the secret realm, but straight for the location of the rank 5 flame parasol tree. Now, having red epic quality top rank spirit earth in his possession, Sonkai knew that the chances of successfully transplanting the flame parasol tree were vastly improved. Moreover, since the Fujiwo time realm had already started its cooldown, and even though Sonkai had immediately activated the Zen Seal, inner speed feature, he still had to wait a year. Before the next buffer was complete, Sonkai did not intend to continue the exploration of the Immortal Realm continent fragment. In a short while, the speeding Kangyang successfully arrived at the location of the flame parasol tree. With the aid of the top-rank Immortal Domain Spirit Soil, combined with the efforts of the Flame Giant, the flame parasol tree was effortlessly absorbed into the cultivation secret realm. Of course, this was successfully achieved using a proportional scaling apparatus. This component did not work on flesh and blood creatures, but it was effective for plant life. Inside, Chekhang's number 004 breeding secret realm, with the flame parasol tree now restored to its normal height, the flame giant carried it under Sonkai's guidance to a corner of the realm, far from other plants such as the silver apple mother tree, dragon blood tree, god tempering fruit tree, law tree, and verdant peach tree. The flame parasol tree itself was a paragon of fire attribute plants. Planting it beside the various resource plants would likely affect their growth. The reason Sonkai transplanted it into the cultivation secret realm was solely to create a suitable nurturing environment for the 3 heavenly demon phoenix eggs. He was not concerned about its growth rate or the like. Thus, it did not matter that the 2 pieces of immortal domain spirit soil could not affect it. Quickly, with the aid of dozens of puppet soldiers, a large pit was dug in the corner of the secret realm, and the flame giant directly planted the rank 5 flame parasol tree into the earth. With the transplant success rate bonus inherent to the realm, the roots of the flame parasol tree quickly took hold in the soil without showing any sign of distress. Following the successful transplantation of the flame parasol tree, the temperature in that corner of the secret realm immediately began to rise. Even as a rank 3 life entity, Sonkai felt it was quite a bit to endure. After refilling the soil, he retrieved the 3 heavenly demon phoenix eggs and placed them on a suitable section of the flame parasol tree's trunk. Standing beneath the tree, Sonkai looked up at the 3 eggs that seemed to be pulsating faintly in the fiery environment, as if they were cheering and leaping for joy. This kind of fiery environment was their most perfect cradle. As the rank 5 flame parasol tree continued to release an abundance of flame energy, and with the time acceleration of the secret realm itself, Sonkai believed it wouldn't be long before the 3 heavenly demon phoenix eggs would be nurtured and hatch. After dealing with these matters, Sonkai recalled the soldier figurines and, along with the flame giant, exited the cultivation secret realm. Once he retrieved the Kangyang, Sonkai headed straight back to the Zhutian Ruins Market. Since he could not explore the Immortal Realm continent fragment for a whole year, Sonkai naturally planned to absorb the heavenly demon phoenix marrow first. Additionally, he wished to thoroughly comprehend the effects of his double pupils. He was somewhat eager to see how far he could progress in his comprehension of the law of space origin with the enhancement of the double pupils. Chapter 705, Genetic Lineage Value. All attributes. Cultivation room was filled with dense spectral energy regularly circulating and eventually gathering slowly into a point which continuously flowed into the seated Sonkai. After an indeterminate amount of time, feeling that his condition had been adjusted to perfection, Sonkai quickly picked up the porcelain vial in front of him and poured the contents, heavenly demon phoenix marrow, into his mouth. The entire marrow of a rank 5 heavenly demon phoenix was like a portion of scorching magma. Even though Sonkai was already a rank 3 life entity, he struggled to bear it, feeling as if his entire esophagus would melt at that moment. However, with mental preparation, he forcibly endured this extreme pain and fully utilized the spectral energy within his body. He began to use the spectral energy to circulate the heavenly demon phoenix marrow throughout his body in a complete cycle, allowing it to flow through all his limbs and skeleton, comprehensively transforming and enhancing his genetic bloodline talent. As time progressed, under the absorption by Sonkai's entire body, the tremendous energy contained within the heavenly demon phoenix marrow gradually weakened. He could distinctly feel the continuous changes in his bones, their density incrementally increasing. This transformation was a prolonged process. After several months, the enhancement of his genetic bloodline talent finally completed. By now, his guidance technique was at 3rd rank, capable of converting the absorbed spectral energy into what his body needed. Going without food for several months was not a problem. 4 months later, when the door of the All Attributes cultivation room opened again, Sonkai, who had completed the enhancement of his genetic bloodline talent, emerged. A smile, too substantial to conceal, was visible on his face. The results of using the rank 5 heavenly demon phoenix marrow were much better than he anticipated. Looking at the genetic bloodline value, it had surged from 45 a few months ago up to 67 points now, increasing by 22 points, even crossing a great rank. From then on, he officially advanced to the 3rd tier, 5170, of Starry Sea life, classifying as one with exceptional talent among the endless life forms in the Starry Sea, and was not far off from entering the 4th tier, 7180, category of high-level Starry Sea life forms. In the future, if he could undergo another intermediate bloodline baptism, there might be a chance to directly bypass this step. Moreover, with the elevation of his genetic bloodline talent, his mind felt somewhat clearer, indicating an improvement in his comprehension. Of course, this amount was very small, almost negligible. However, Sonkai was not too concerned about this matter. His gaze swept across the streets towards various corners of the ruins market secret realm. Before his extraordinary double pupils, the traces of the primitive space origin law, which previously required the enhancement of the ruins market rules to discern, were now clearly visible. And with this casual glance, a plethora of insights into the origin law emerged spontaneously in his mind. By his will, he could delve into a fundamental comprehension and analysis of these laws whenever he desired. With these double pupils, comprehension was no longer a limitation. Thinking of this, Sonkai pondered his genetic bloodline talent. With a genetic lineage value of 67, he estimated that the law amplitude upon his advancement to 4th rank could breach 20 times, more specifically, it should stabilize around 21-22 times. With this thought, he could hardly contain his excitement. Instinctively, Sonkai wanted to find a location of the primitive space origin law traces and meticulously test the comprehension speed of the space origin law under the enhancement of his divine double pupils. After all, with a law amplitude of over 20 times, a mere 0.1% increase in law comprehension degree would, after amplification upon breaking through to 4th rank, result in more than 2% in the spatial law comprehension degree. Thus, Sonkai naturally found it hard to remain calm. Based on such calculations, if his spatial law comprehension speed could reach an astonishing speed under the enhancement of the double pupils, and later aided by low-level and intermediate space law crystals, it was not impossible for him to amplify his spatial law comprehension degree to over 30% when advancing to 4th rank in the future. It is known that law comprehension, like the cultivation of guidance technique and the enhancement of spiritual force, becomes increasingly difficult at higher levels, progressing ever slower. This is true for any ordinary Starry Sea law, let alone the supremely powerful space law. If he could amplify it to over 30% while advancing to 4th rank, this would significantly save the time Sonkai needed, which was crucial for a torch ship captain. Moreover, the level of law comprehension also affects the direct combat power of a medium high-rank torch ship captain and a medium high-rank torch warship. Being able to raise the law comprehension degree to over 30% upon just entering 4th rank would ensure a torch ship captain's superiority and strength among his peers. As he thought more about it, the more excited he became. Chirp chirp chirp. A familiar chirping came from above the ruins market. It was Zongyu, which Sonkai had taken from Kinkian before his reclusion. The little creature was still in its mini form, otherwise, the rank 3 level ruins market would hardly accommodate its real wingspan nearing 2,000 meters. It was visible that, in just over 4 months, those silver-white wings had started showing fine points of mysterious force, shining brilliantly. This was the law of light he had mastered over these months. Indeed, in just a few months, Zongyu had made substantial progress in the domain of the law of light. Chapter 706, Genetic Lineage Value. Previously in the Spirit Beast Secret Realm, the rank 5's Yuke Divine Bird didn't allow it, so Zongyu had not been comprehending the power of laws. Now that Sonkai had lifted its restrictions, under the enhancement of those double pupils, Zongyu displayed an extremely terrifying comprehension. In just over 4 months, its law comprehension degree of the law of light had already reached 0.05%. Seeing Sonkai merging from seclusion, Zhongyu joyfully chirped a few times before descending and soon came to rest on Sonkai's left shoulder. After gently stroking the little one for a while, feeling the now significant comprehension degree of the law of light emanating from it, Sonkai felt a slight sense of emotion within. In just over 4 months, the comprehension degree of the law had improved by 0.05%, which meant that in only 9 months, Zhongyu could increase the comprehension degree of the law of light to 0.1%. Even within a primordial secret realm, ordinary creatures would need about 5 years to improve their comprehension degree by 1%. Comparing the two, one could see how terrifying Zhongyu was. The ruins market secret realm beneath his feet had a high position, even greater than the primordial secret realm, but after all, it had only recovered to 3rd rank. The comprehension of laws inside was slightly better than in the outside world, but it was not on par with the normal primordial secret realm at all. That said, if Zhongyu were to comprehend laws in a primordial secret realm, the speed would be even faster. Of course, the ruins market secret realm had its advantages too. Although the comprehension speed couldn't match that of the primordial secret realm, there was no need to worry about incomplete laws, and there was no need to deliberately assimilate with the Starry Sea laws afterwards. This was why Sonkai felt at ease having Zhongyu comprehend laws within the ruins market secret realm. After soothing Zhongyu for a while, Sonkai suppressed his eagerness to experience the effects of double pupils and stepped over to the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform situated opposite him. Accompanying his activation of the device, a 3-digit number of space gate light shadows soared into the sky, being deployed into the unknown Starry Sea. Refining the heavenly demon Phoenix Marrow had taken up 4 months of time, meaning that he had missed 3 opportunities for ruins market transactions. For a market on the verge of meeting the final conditions for advancing to 4th rank, this was clearly a significant loss. Therefore, Sonkai forcibly suppressed his curiosity for the newly acquired double pupil's talent and initiated the ruins market transactions first. Time passed, and more than an hour had gone by since Sonkai opened the ruins market transactions. With this not short accumulation of time, the number of Starry Sea alien race gathering in the market had become quite considerable. Seeing that the Divine Domain Continent Rank 3 half-rodent who had been waiting for a long time had yet to appear, Sonkai had to suppress his desire for a bargain hunt and once again appeared at the Star Origin Empire's shop in the guise of the Blue Blood clan. He didn't speak but merely stood at the entrance of the shop minding his own business. The message was clear. Another 4 months had passed, surely the high-level fully automatic intelligent chips should be in hand by now, right? This time, Alon didn't disappoint him, directly throwing out 20 high-level fully automatic intelligent chips that he had managed to obtain through hidden channels. Sonkai felt a subtle joy inside but didn't show it outwardly. He frowned and said, "Only 20? That's not enough." He had already estimated that to upgrade the Dome Sky Wisdom Brain from level 40 to level 50, he would need at least 60 high-level fully automatic intelligent chips. Alon merely shrugged. "That's all there is for now. Wait for the next batch. Just be patient." Sonkai had no choice, but getting them was still good news, so he collected the 20 high-level fully automatic intelligent chips right away. He also took out blood body worth 20 high-level fully automatic intelligent chips from a storage capsule. These were his reserves. Initially, he had gathered several million from a 4th-rank divine country on the blood body continent. Although most of them were now in the secret vault in the veins, he surely kept some for himself. Taking the blood body, Alon's eyes also revealed a strong excitement. Sonkai had once given him a rank 0 blood body to try, and he was aware that this thing indeed had beyond imagined benefits for human bloodlines. As for the fact that the current quantity exceeded his personal needs, as far as he was concerned, one could never have too much blood body. Whether it would later be used as a reward for his key subordinates to increase their loyalty or used to bribe officials of the Star Origin Empire to improve his own trade channels, it was extremely useful. After instructing Alon to get the next batch of high-level fully automatic intelligent chips as soon as possible, Sonkai quickly left the shop. Relying on his superior perspective, Sonkai had already spotted the bloodline baptism area, which had been open since the previous ruins market transactions, now welcoming a number of big customers. Deep Sea Naga genetic bloodline talent, 70 bloodline baptism compatibility, 82 indeed. The figure standing atop the bloodline baptism altar at this moment was none other than Bigan, hailing from the North Sea Royal Court. Looking at the information displayed on the baptism altar, satisfaction gleamed in Bigan's eyes. In reality, this was not the first time it had came to test its compatibility at the baptism altar. When Zhutian Ruins Market first revealed the bloodline baptism altar, and provided a detailed introduction, this direct heir to the North Sea Royal Court's queen stepped onto the altar immediately. That time, its bloodline baptism compatibility scored 74 points, just enough to undergo the most basic primary bloodline baptism. After spending a purple relic, It underwent the primary bloodline baptism, but regrettably, due to the effects of the primary baptism, its genetic bloodline talent underwent no change. Not satisfied with this outcome, it began using its status to massively procure resources for strengthening its physique upon returning. It was in this short time that it managed to boost its baptism compatibility to 82 points. Soon, under the watchful eyes of many starry sea alien races gathered around the baptism altar, Biga took out an oddity radiating an orange glow. Simultaneously, a surge of unknown energy suddenly appeared, sweeping away the orange oddity in Bigan's hand while a dense blood mist indicative of the intermediate bloodline baptism emerged atop the altar, and the intermediate bloodline baptism officially began. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Amid the dense blood mist, continuous muffled groans could be heard. The pressure of withstanding the intermediate bloodline baptism was extremely intense. Even with Bigan's current physical strength, it still felt a piercing pain. Around the baptism altar, the various starry sea oddities wore expressions of intrigue. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the opening of the ruins market, and many creatures had come to undergo baptism at the altar, yet the intermediate bloodline baptism was truly the first of its kind. So many alien races watched with intense curiosity and anticipation. As time passed, 10 minutes quickly elapsed. When the blood mist cleared, an excited Bigan reappeared before the crowd. With all eyes on the somewhat disheveled Bigan, the onlookers from various alien races were visibly impressed. Although there were no significant changes on the surface, the alien races could feel a subtle shift in the aura, a transcendental elevation in the essence of life. Now, looking at the information displayed on the altar, Deep Sea Naga genetic bloodline talent, 71 bloodline baptism compatibility, 82 compared with the last time, only one number in these lines of information had changed. The genetic bloodline talent had increased from 70 to 71, yet all alien races present showed deep envy. Although it was just a single point increase in talent value, it signified an essential transformation. One still belonged to the category of starry sea creatures with innate talents. The other had already stepped into the ranks of high-level starry sea beings. The difference between the two could be gleaned from the uncontainable excitement on Bigan's face at this moment. With the bloodline talent advancing to 71 points, its chances of successfully ascending to 4th rank had increased substantially. And once one steps into the 4th rank, one can truly enter the threshold of the North Sea Royal Court's upper echelons. In contrast to Bigan's joy, Sonkai was equally filled with delight. As for the reason, it was naturally because of the orange oddity that Bigan had brought out earlier. Strange object, sky-breaking beast fang, quality, orange grade, convertible, sky-breaking spike, note, transformed from a canine of a 4th rank sky-breaking beast from the endless sea territory, possesses a fragment of space ability. Chapter 707, Luofu's sword sect trembles with the Bigan presented an orange strange object, which turned out to be a spatial type of starry sea oddity. However, it was neither a spatial expansion component nor a blink device like the Void Escape Orb, but rather a part with a very special function. Sky-breaking spike level 0, quality, orange grade, feature 1, sky-breaking, feature 2, enhances warship space resistance by 400, consumption, 10 spectral energy points per second, effect, extra 50% damage to spatial blockade devices for the loaded warship, no charge or buffer required, upgrade requirement, 10 points of rank 0 floating lands origin energy, 1000 spectral energy points, 1 space-daring stone, sky-breaking, consumes 3000 spectral energy points to unleash a ray of sky-breaking light against a space barrier, energy shield, floating land shield, or other special barriers within 100 meters of the loaded warship, creates a fissure in the target barrier. The duration of the fissure depends on the strength of the target barrier. Cooldown time, 72 hours. This component couldn't be used as a shield breaker in regular warship combat. Its 100 meters effective range is almost face-to-face in the Starry Sea, and its primary use is to break through blockade-like effects. For instance, it could try to tear open the Void Prison attribute of the previously mentioned Starry Sky Monitor, which formed a closed space. Although it was just a short-term fissure, it was enough to let a trapped torch ship captain escape. Additionally, it could be used against some low to mid-level floating lands shields. Through this component, one could quietly enter some low to mid-level Starry Sea floating lands. Why emphasize low to mid-level? This, sky-breaking spike, component, after all, is only an orange component. Normally, even if enhanced to 5th rank, it could at most temporarily break through a rank 5 Starry Sea floating lands shield. But that's only when loaded on a rank 5 battleship, able to fully utilize the component's effect. If mounted on a rank 3 battleship, even if the component itself is enhanced to 5th rank, it could barely break through a level 4 Starry Sea floating lands shield. Sonkai wasn't concerned about this. He had both, Cultivation Secret Realm, and Silver Apple Mother Tree. As both subsequently reached 6th rank, the rank 6, Silver Apples, produced would allow this component to be enhanced to red quality. Drawing back his wandering thoughts, Song Kai's gaze returned to the distant, bloodline baptism altar. After Deegan completed the baptism, 20 minutes later, several second and rank 3-star AC alien race members successively stepped onto the baptism altar. Once it reached full capacity of 10 people, Song Kai's mind turned again, and he easily extracted 10 pieces of purple artifacts, initiating another round of bloodline baptism. These star AC alien races naturally did not have the same compatibility as Deegan for baptism. Their inherent genetic bloodline talents hovered between the first and second tiers. A primary bloodline baptism was already greatly beneficial to them. As for the 10 purple relics received, those that couldn't be converted into warship components, Song Kai directly placed into the oddity exchange shop, while the 3 that could be converted were of no use to him and would subsequently be exchanged with his sect or family. Suddenly, Song Kai's gaze shifted, sweeping toward the direction of the Ruins Market Inn. It was half an hour into the market, and Zhu Ping finally entered. With this, the long-waiting Song Kai naturally took action immediately. Disguised as a member of the four-armed blue blood race, he left only a divided spirit at the bloodline baptism altar, and proceeded to the free booth area. After reaching the location, he quickly set up a stall and immediately displayed several unknown spiritual medicines from the dustless spiritual herb garden, including Ganoderma grass and crescent moonflower, along with a few key products that had been his mainstay for decades. After arranging everything, he crossed his arms and quietly waited. Despite looking calm and collected, he was continuously watching Zhu Ping's movements with a god's eye view, his mind calling for this special designated customer to come over quickly. Zhu Ping, on the other hand, didn't look too good. As a former outer sect disciple, Zhu Ping had very poor talents. The reason he had managed to reach the peak of foundation establishment in over 20 years was solely due to that Ruins Market guest token, which allowed him substantial support from the sect. Yet even so, advancing further to the Golden Core was still extremely difficult. With the resources of the Luo Fu Sword Sect's Divinity Transformation Sect, there naturally were resources to aid disciples in their Golden Core attempt, among which the solidifying Golden Pill was the most crucial. With this elixir, the success rate for advancing to Golden Core could increase by 30%. Knowing his own talents, Zhu Ping had determined from the beginning that he would need a solidifying Golden Pill when advancing to Golden Core. Being a disciple who held the Ruins Market guest token, capable of continuously supplying the sect with rare spiritual grass and materials, he indeed had access to such resources. However, the problem was that there had been a minor accident recently at the sect's alchemy hall. Due to obtaining a large amount of rare spirit grass from various heavenly ruins markets, most elders and stewards in the alchemy hall dedicated themselves to researching high-level alchemy recipes, and the once-in-a-decade production of solidifying golden pills was left to some ordinary stewards. Under their crafting, of this year's 10 batches, only 3 succeeded, producing less than 10 finished solidifying golden pills. This caused a significant issue in the distribution of this batch of solidifying golden pills. The sect leaders' younger disciples needed them, certain elders' juniors needed them, and so did the assistant of a peak master. Chapter 708, Luo Fu Sword Sect trembles with the immeasurable swordstone. One encounter led to another, and the solidifying golden pill that Zhu Ping should have received was gone. Of course, it wasn't that the sect would no longer give him the solidifying golden pill, but that he would have to wait for the next batch, and the next batch of solidifying golden pills wouldn't be refined until 10 years later. Zhu Ping was naturally unhappy with this arrangement. Aware of his lesser talent, he believed he should advance as soon as possible because he would need to spend much more time accumulating mana during the Golden Core stage than others. Only by advancing earlier could he have the possibility of striking for the nascent soul and even the spirit transformation in the future. This was also Zhu Ping's most vexing issue recently. Although he held a Ruins Market guest rank, competing for qualifications with those other disciples who could easily have a nascent soul true monarch backing them clearly left him with little chance. Moreover, he was very aware that the Ruins Market guest rank in his hand was not for his exclusive use. Any member of the Floating Land Sword Sect at the Golden Core level or below could activate it. Troubled, he first headed towards the War Treant shop. The floral resources put on the shelves of this Treant shop were often scarce on the primordial continent. After purchasing all the spirit grass from the War Treant shop, he then turned towards the free stall area. There, the many starry sea alien races could always bring out some weird and wonderful things, and sometimes he could purchase 3rd or 4th rank spiritual wealth or spirit grass at minimal cost. However, just as he followed Central Avenue to the free stall area, before Zhu Ping could immerse himself in the densely packed crowd of the starry sea alien race ahead, his whole figure froze in place. As someone who had been mixing in the Zhutian Ruins Market for over 20 years, his face did not show too much surprise. He merely glanced subtly at the stall of the four-armed blue blood race, placed closest to Central Avenue. Quickly, he pretended to turn nonchalantly. Upon entering a store, and once certain that Sonkai of the Blue Blood clan could not observe him, he quickly took out a yellow-skinned book from his storage bag. In the free stall area, with eyes slightly closed, Sonkai's lips slightly curled upwards. Through his ability as the Lord of the Ruins Market, he saw the name of the ancient tome Zhuping took out. Primordial Herb Record. It was clear that this was something Luo Fu's sword sect had specifically prepared for Zhuping, fearing he would not recognize its value. Soon, the ancient book documenting types of herbs flipped open to a certain page. Awakening Spirit Flower, Rank 5 Spiritual Medicine, 8 leaves, red stem, can serve as the main material for divine transformation pills after 30,000 years. After carefully going over the accompanying illustration, a wild joy appeared in the depths of Zhuping's eyes, but that was not all. After that, he flipped through several more pages, and without exception, the effects of each herb listed were quite exceptional. Able to assist cultivators in advancing to divinity transformation, and also elixirs that help spirit transformation cultivators enhance their mana. While muttering to himself in his heart, Sonkai also quickly assessed the value of the herbs in his possession. Divinity transformation cultivators, according to the classification of the primordial continent, were rank 5 level beings. In that case, as these thoughts passed through his mind, a series of footsteps approached. Sonkai opened his eyes. Who could it be if not Zhuping? However, both of them looked normal at the moment, with no apparent change in expression. After a cursory glance at Zhuping, Sonkai did not speak and allowed the other person to pick through the stall. After selecting this and that, Zhuping first bought a few ordinary items on the stall before finally casually pointing to a dozen or so spirit grass in the corner and inquiring, "Brother Blue Blood, how much are these spirit grass?" Having already formed a good understanding in his heart, Sonkai replied, "This thing was obtained from a newly discovered ancient civilization's ruin by my backing force. That civilization is not simple. The secret realm bound within the ruins is a primordial secret realm where countless exotic beasts are bred, and among them, the number of rank 6 exotic beasts is not few. These spiritual medicines were found on a high-rank spirit soil, and one of them is said to assist in some divinity transformation breakthrough. I don't understand it too well, but their value is certainly not low. You make an offer." Hearing this, Zhuping's heart completely sank. Since the other party was not ignorant, there was naturally no possibility of picking up a bargain. Thinking of this, his face showed difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively took out an orange oddity from his storage bag, which was the most valuable item prepared by the sect for this occasion. Sonkai didn't even look at it, shaking his head directly. This is something that can assist in advancing to spirit transformation cultivation, and there are also some that can help with spirit transformation cultivation. Don't think I'm unaware of everything. Spirit transformation cultivators in your immortal cultivation civilization are 5th rank. It's not just orange oddities that aren't enough, red oddities aren't enough either. Zhuping's expression turned somewhat unsightly, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Blue Blood, we've had quite a few transactions, and this thing is indeed important to me. How about this, you lend me the travel command, and I will need to consult with my sect. If we can reach an agreement, I will certainly give you a proper price upon my return. How does that sound?" After speaking, Zhuping looked at Sonkai with a pleading expression. He was completely sincere. He didn't care about how much his sect would have to give up for these high-rank spiritual medicines because these items wouldn't rotate to him anyway. Helping Sonkai get a high price also meant nothing to him. His only concern was one thing, which was to take this opportunity to secure a solidifying golden pill for himself and try to exchange for a red oddity as well. It's not proper to keep holding this guest rank. The travel command is what's truly precious. Sonkai was naturally 100% willing deep down, but to make it look more convincing, he pretended to struggle greatly before finally nodding in agreement. Primordial Continent, Luo Fu Realm. Through the ruins market walking rank, Zhuping returned to his sect as soon as possible and promptly informed the heavy sword peak master and the sect leader about the information regarding the awakening spirit herb and several other rare spirit grasses. At the same time, he twisted the account of how he borrowed the ruins market walking rank, claiming that he had paid a great price to borrow it, and if he couldn't return, the Treant race, who were also interested, would buy the rare spiritual medicines. Under his mix of truthful and fabricated explanation, the high-level executives of Luo Fu's sword sect exchanged glances, and it was the nascent Soul True Monarch sect leader who finally spoke. "All right, you've done a great job this time. Indeed, the matter of the high-rank spiritual medicines is of great importance. Seeing as your cultivation has also reached the peak of foundation establishment, as a reward, the resources for assaulting the Golden Core stage can be given to you first. As for exchanging for those high-rank spiritual medicines." Speaking, the nascent soul cultivator's gaze turned towards the other peak masters in the hall. Minutes later, after several discussions through transmission of sound, they finally made a decision. Soon, the sect's secret vault was opened, and a broken sword that had always been kept in the deepest part of the vault was personally taken out by the sect leader. Seeing the silver glow that faintly emerged in the Great Hall, Zhu Ping's eyes widened completely. A silver oddity in the primordial continent was considered an immortal artifact or immortal treasure, unimaginably valuable. He never expected that the sect would take out an item of this level. However, after this silver oddity, the sect leader's hand shone again, and 3 more items emitting red light appeared. Until the very end, we must not reveal this silver immortal treasure. If we can exchange for it with these 3 red oddities, it would be best. Additionally, if it really doesn't work, use one of the 3 red treasures to exchange for 1 ruins market walking rank. In the future, if we encounter extremely rare items again, it will indeed be inconvenient without a travel command. Yes, sect leader. Respectfully receiving the 4 oddities, Zhu Ping, his heart already brimming with excitement, immediately reactivated the travel command, and his figure quickly disappeared from the sect main hall. After Zhu Ping left, although the several peak masters in the Great Hall were likewise excited, they soon frowned and said, "Sect leader, is it really worth exchanging the immeasurable sword stone?" At the head of the Grand Hall, the nascent soul true monarch sect leader sighed, "You all know the origins of the immeasurable sword stone. Once it comes out, Tei Immortal Gate will surely come knocking on our door. At that time, our Luo Fu sword sect will face the threat of annihilation. Rather than it gathering dust in the secret vault, it's better to trade it, a prudent choice." Chapter 709, Silver Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Platform. Regarding everything that happened after in the sect main hall, Zhu Ping had no idea. Of course, even if he had known, it would not have deterred his determination to make this trade. He had indeed heard of the Tei Immortal Gate, which was indisputably the leading immortal sect of the entire primordial continent and eastern divine land. Even the Luo Fu sword sect was not in the same class, but what did that have to do with him? No matter how strong the Tei Immortal sect was, could it help him solidify a golden core? Would it not covet the ruins market guest token in his possession? After securing the complete resources for solidifying the golden core, Zhu Ping suppressed the excitement in his heart, walked out of the walking room, and quickly returned to the free trading area. Behind the stall, Sonkai appeared calm, but his heart was already full of anticipation. His thought was simple, not needing much, just 2 or 3 red oddities from the Luo Fu sword sect behind Zhu Ping would almost suffice to start negotiations. Although the spirit grass in his possession was quite remarkable, and also included the main material for refining the divine transformation pill, it was only one of the main materials. Even if it was refined, the divine transformation pill could at most improve the success rate of divinity transformation by 20%, certainly not a miraculous medicine that could ensure advancement. Thus, these items combined were indeed almost enough to trade for a few red oddities. However, before he could think further, Zhu Ping, who had quickly approached the stall, had already opened the storage bag at his side, immediately enveloping the entire stall area in silver light. Songkai's eyes slightly narrowed, greatly surprised, and his gaze also shifted to Zhu Ping's fluctuating eyes. The moment their eyes met, both seemed to understand the other's inner thoughts. "What do you want?" Songkai spoke first. The other's intent was already clear. Revealing the silver oddity was indicative that he was willing to offer it, but the specifics remained to be discussed. Zhu Ping's goal was also very clear. Blood body, high-rank blood body. Blood body was the specialty item primarily sold by Sonkai from the Blue Blood clan, and all regular customers of the ruins market were aware of that. However, Sonkai had always only offered low-rank blood body, and the usage of blood body had limits. Zhu Ping had not used it yet. This time, his goal was simple, to complete the trade while also securing some good items for himself, and high-rank blood body was something he had already set his sights on. If he could consume 1 high-rank blood body, there was a chance his cultivation talent could improve significantly, ensuring his future ascent in the immortal Tao. Sonkai was silent for a moment, and soon he took out the 4th-rank blood body that he had been holding in his hand for a long time. Seeing this 4th-rank blood body, Zhu Ping's face showed visible excitement, but as he reached out his hand, Sonkai preemptively stopped him. "You can have this 4th-rank blood body, but first, I need to take a look at that silver legendary oddity in your storage bag. If it's suitable, then we can proceed with the trade." Without overthinking, Zhu Ping immediately took out the half-piece of sword stone from his storage bag. Backed by the mighty Kaikaian, the Zhutian Ruins market lord, he had no worry that the Blue Blood clan member before him would run off with his item. Sonkai paid no attention to the other, his gaze completely focused on the silver legendary oddity that had been revealed. Oddity, Tei Infinite Sword Stone, quality, silver grade, convertible, Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Platform. Note: a quenching sword stone once used by the Tei Immortal sect of the primordial continent, nurtured by the sword light of endless sword weapons over tens of thousands of years. It has transformed into a silver oddity, though it seems to have some defects. Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Level 0, Quality, Silver Grade, Feature 1, might increase by 110%, Feature 2, every ordinary sword light shot by the main cannon has a 15% chance to trigger 250% critical hit damage, Feature 3, True Immortal Quantum Sword Light, Feature 4, Tei Quantum Sword Array, Consumption, 50 Spectral Energy Points per shot, Attack, 97, Charge, 10 seconds, Buffer, 20 seconds, Upgrade Requirement, 30 points of Rank 0 Floating Lands Origin Energy, 3000 Spectral Energy Points, 30 Rank 0 Life Cores, True Immortal Quantum Sword Light, consumes 50,000 Spectral Energy Points, charges for 60 seconds, fires a Quantum Sword Light in a designated direction with 700% might of the main cannon, cooldown time, 48 hours, Tei Quantum Sword Array, consumes 100,000 Spectral Energy Points, gathers 6 giant Quantum Sword Lights, charges for 60 seconds. The 6 Quantum Sword Lights combine to form the Tei Sword Array to conduct a covering cluster strike in a designated area. Cooldown time, 240 hours. After reading the attributes, although Sonkai appeared calm, his heart was already blossoming with joy, as if what was missing had appeared. The half-piece of infinite sword stone that could be converted into a ship-mounted component was precisely the main cannon component that was urgently needed on the Kaikaian. Once it was obtained, it could immediately replace the pure Yang sword beam cannon. Furthermore, the attributes of this silver main cannon were also top rank, and although they lacked genuine characteristic types, all 4 of its attributes were impressive, all of which were the type that improved significantly as the enhancement level of the component increased. Although the initial trigger probability of the Feature 2 was only 15%, once the enhancement level increased, this probability should be able to break 50%. By then, nearly every 2 shots would trigger a critical hit, an excessively delightful prospect. As for Feature 3 and Feature 4, one was an ultimate single-target attack, and the other was a wide-range group damage attack, both of which were very impressive attributes. Additionally, according to the oddity description, this seemed to be a defective component which, if completed later, might still have room for improvement. Chapter 710, Silver Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Platform. Having confirmed this, Sonkai no longer hesitated. Swoosh! He tossed a 4th-rank blood body directly to Zhu Ping, along with a dozen rare spirit grass from the stall, while he himself took the immeasurable sword stone into his hands. Across from him, Zhu Ping also showed a smile, quickly storing everything into his storage bag. Clearly, this was a mutually beneficial trade. However, it was not over yet. Zhu Ping soon gave Sonkai another pleasant surprise by quickly heading to the oddity exchange shop after completing their trade. Under Sonkai's gaze, he took out a red epic oddity and successfully exchanged it for a Ruins Market walking rank. Of course, having obtained this Ruins Market walking rank, the Ruins Market guest token in his possession was promptly reclaimed by Sonkai. A single being could not possess multiple Ruins Market tokens, a rule that Sonkai had long established. After all, there were only 10 Ruins Market guest token and Ruins Market walking rank, making them extremely limited. Regrettably, the red oddity he had used to exchange for the Ruins Market walking rank could not be transformed into a shipborne component, so Sonkai could only keep it as the 4th item in the oddity exchange shop's collection of red epic oddities. In the free stall area, after posing for dozens of minutes, Sonkai finally began tidying up his stall. He had originally planned to browse other stalls thoroughly. Now endowed with double pupils, even objects that he couldn't see through under the enhancement of Ruins Market law in the past had to show some clues in front of him now. It was an ideal opportunity for a good find. However, before he could mingle in the alien race crowd, a subtle fluctuation came from the 2nd floor of the adjacent inn, where another Ruins Market guest token resided. At long last, the half-rodent from the divine domain continent of rank 3 logged on. Sonkai had always paid great attention to this mysterious rank 3 half-rodent simply because of the suspected 7th-rank starry sea floating land from the divine domain behind him. As expected, after the half-rodent left the inn, he headed straight to the free stall area. Once he had set up his own stall, blocks of familiar origin stones were continuously taken out from what seemed to be an ordinary leather bag behind him. Seeing this, Sonkai, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately narrowed his eyes. These double pupils, controlled by double bright blood pact, did not reveal their mystical nature unless he stimulated them actively. Once he did, the mystery of having 2 pupils in each eye would manifest completely. If he didn't conceal it somewhat, it would be easily caught by those paying attention. Of course, within this Ruins Market, as long as he wished, no one could detect the abnormality in his eyes. It was merely an instinctive reaction from Sonkai. With the stimulation of his double pupils, Sonkai suddenly felt the scene in front of him change drastically. The origin stones, which looked somewhat obscure and uncertain before, now seemed as if they were fully exposed before his eyes. Realizing this, Sonkai naturally felt joy. Before this, he had fallen into quite a few pits. When he first purchased the origin stones, he indeed found a significant loophole, but his luck in the following attempts was not so fortunate. Among those opaque origin stones, there were indeed treasures, but more often were merely ones with a special outer shell, empty inside or containing ordinary items. After several occurrences, Sonkai had suffered considerable losses. This time, he vowed to restore his ground. Strictly speaking, could he endure being deceived by outsiders in his own battlefield? Copper or Obsidian Rank 1 Floating Lands Origin Energy Rank 3 Life Core Rank 3 Floating Lands Origin Energy. Under Sonkai's double pupils, the origin stones taken out by the Rank 3 half-rodent could not hide at all, almost each piece clearly revealed its contents. However, Sonkai did not make a move on these. He was only looking for the truly rare items. Owing to the fact that the market had not opened for trading for more than 4 months, the half-rodent had taken out quite a few items. As he continued to inspect them, Sonkai's gaze did not linger. When his gaze once again shifted to a fresh piece of origin stone, Sonkai instantly paused. This piece of origin stone gave him a sense of obscurity, as if the image quality had jumped from Blu-ray to standard definition in a blink. The feeling was that distinct. However, when he focused his gaze, the situation inside the origin stone still slowly appeared before his eyes. 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy, 20 strands. Casually picking up this origin stone, Sonkai continued to examine the others. A few minutes later, he had 4 origin stones in his hand, mostly 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energies and purple relics. About this, Sonkai was somewhat puzzled. Until now, he hadn't seen a single high-rank origin stone that was difficult to identify. But the next action of the half-rodent people soon explained everything. One could see him suddenly pulling several distinctly different origin stones from the leather bag behind him. These origin stones had mysterious points of light on them, and the surface strata revealed points of ancient aura, clearly very different from the other origin stones. Holding these special origin stones in the palm of his hand, the half-rodent people spoke in the fluent common language of the Starry Sea. These 5 origin stones were dug up by me from a set of emperor ruins, and I even lost dozens of subordinates in the process, so the price will be very high. How about this, 20 points of 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy for 1 piece? This quotation immediately scared away many from the alien race. 20 points of 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy was not a small amount for the Starry Sea alien races, whose highest ranks were only 3rd rank. However, many alien races did not leave, and their faces revealed eagerness to try. Suddenly, an alien species asked, "Stall owner, what are these emperor ruins you mentioned?" Knowing that an alien race would ask this, the half-rodent people quickly explained, "In our divine domain continent, beings of above 7th rank are referred to as great emperors. Emperor ruins are the ruins that form after the fall of a dominator." Hiss. Immediately, hissing sounds of sharp intakes of breath arose from around the stall. A sight of a dominator's demise, for these 2nd and rank 3 small alien races, although it was beyond their understanding, did not stop the utter shock that arose from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to these alien races with limited knowledge, Sonkai, who maintained an impassive facade, was similarly startled inside. However, he soon turned it into a knowing nod. He thought to himself that the divine domain continent was indeed as he had speculated before, having the presence of dominator beings, at least a 7th rank life form Starry Sea floating land. In the end, the emotions at the bottom of his heart turned to joy, which was clearly good news for him, the ruins market lord. Especially after acquiring double pupils, the possibilities for him to snag bargains would drastically escalate in the future, and the quality would increase as well. Thinking thus, his double pupils converged fully on the special origin stone held by the half-rodent people in front of him. He furrowed his brow. The first origin stone that caught his eye brought him a significant challenge. If the few origin stones he held, marked with 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy and purple relic, were merely of standard definition under his double pupils, the high-rank origin stone from the Emperor ruins now seemed like it was covered in mosaic. He could vaguely see something sealed within, but he did not know what it was specifically. Unwilling to let it go, he squinted intensely, and the spectral energy within him operated at high speed, pushing his double pupils to their limit. Finally, with such vigorous stimulation, he managed to capture the contents inside this special origin stone. Rank 5 Floating Lands Origin Energy. Though still quite blurry, he could ascertain that it was indeed a rank 5 Floating Lands Origin Energy, and the quantity was not small, more than 200 strands. After examining this stone, Sonkai looked up and turned his gaze to the next origin stone. His brow was deeply furrowed, the second stone was even harder to see through, despite his full use of the double pupils. It seems I need to invoke the laws of the ruins market. His thoughts shifted, and the entire secret realm laws of the ruins market enveloped him. Immediately, a large amount of origin law converged in his double pupils. With the enhancement from this origin law, he soon saw clearly the contents of the second Emperor Ruin Source Stone. However, after seeing its contents, his pupils abruptly constricted. It's actually Chapter 711, Dominating Blood. Seeing clearly what lay within the second Emperor Ruin's Source Stone for a moment, Sonkai's expression turned incredibly ugly. Inside was not some high-rank floating land's origin energy, let alone a starry sea oddity, even though it could be considered a high-rank resource. But the crux of the matter was that this resource was not easy to obtain. What was sealed within this second Emperor Ruin's Source Stone was a piece of high-rank void creature's skin. However, the key point was not the beast skin itself, but the extremely unstable trace of law that was attached to the surface of the skin. Once the stone was opened, this trace of law would undoubtedly be triggered. Through analysis with his double pupils, by comparing with traces of law he had encountered in the past, Sonkai was certain that this was a law trace with the might of a half-step 6th rank, which, once unleashed, would certainly cause great destruction. By comparison, the high-rank skin of the Void Beast clan within it was completely negligible. However, it was also a relief that he had discovered it beforehand. As long as he paid close attention subsequently, not only could he avoid the possible destruction, but he could even use this opportunity to further establish his position as Lord of the Ruins Market. With this thought in mind, Sonkai's expression softened again, and he continued to look towards the other 3 Emperor Ruins Source Stones. The third Source Stone contained nothing, utterly worthless. The fourth was also a cluster of floating lands origin energy, high-rank floating lands origin energy. Rank 6 floating lands origin energy. That's not bad, but it's a shame there is only 10 strands. As for the first and this fourth Emperor Ruin Source Stones, Sonkai was definitely going to acquire them, but before that, he still had to see what the last, the fifth Source Stone, was really like. He hadn't intended to look, but just one glance sent a chill down Sonkai's spine. Within this fifth Emperor Ruin Source Stone, Sonkai only saw red, an endless expanse of blood red. Just one glance was enough to make him feel as if he were trapped in a world of fresh blood. Furthermore, under the analysis of his double pupils, within his boundless blood red, Sonkai saw a large amount of origin law patterns, traces of the Starry Sea Law. It took quite a while before Sonkai calmed down, at the same time starting to speculate what exactly was sealed within this fifth Emperor Ruin Source Stone. After about a few dozen seconds and some careful consideration, he roughly confirmed the basis of the boundless blood color inside the stone. Blood. That's right, the conclusion he arrived at was blood. The fifth Emperor Ruin Source Stone was sealing a drop of blood. Upon reaching this conclusion, Sonkai startled himself. So far, he had been a torch ship captain for nearly 30 years and a cruiser captain for close to 20 years, and considering his experience with the Zhutian Ruins Market and the Ding Haisong family, he believed his vision was quite reliable. Not to mention other things, just that drop of rank 5 Heavenly Demon Phoenix Primordial Blood, along with that drop of half-step rank 6 Blood of the Evil God, none of these could be considered low-rank creatures' blood, could they? But even these 2 drops of blood were nothing compared to the fresh blood sealed within the fifth Emperor Ruins Source Stone. Thinking thus, an idea suddenly sprouted in Sonkai's mind. Could it be dominant blood? This sudden thought, somehow uncontrollably, quickly filled his entire heart. However, not only was Sonkai not panicked at this moment, but his heart was actually brimming with excitement. If the Source Stone truly contained Dominator blood, its value would clearly be beyond imagination. Not to mention anything else, regardless of whether it was dominant origin blood or not, as long as it truly was Dominator blood, it would have a great effect on the Zulu warship's promotion to battleship, and even from battleship to fearless ship. And if it were dominant origin blood, it could even improve the success rate of promoting a fearless ship to a star-annihilating starship. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Sonkai said in as calm a tone as possible, "Vendor, how about this? I only have 70 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy in my hand right now. What if I take a discount? For all 4 pieces? That won't do. I've already emphasized the price paid to get these 5 Source Stones, not a single strand less." Showing a look of difficulty on his face in a timely manner, Sonkai in the end bit the bullet and got the 1st, 4th, and 5th Emperor Ruin Source Stones for 60 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy. Knowing the value of these 3 Source Stones, Sonkai naturally chose not to resolve the stones on the spot. With him leading by example, 2 rank 3 alien race individuals stepped forward from beside the stall, each taking out 20 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy, and purchased the remaining 2 Emperor Ruin Source Stones. Unlike Sonkai, Both of these rank 3 alien race individuals chose to resolve their stones on the spot. The third was the first to be done. Amidst the anticipation and curiosity of the surrounding Starry Sea alien races, the source stone was quickly cut open. Amidst the sighs that quickly arose around, the rank 3 alien race who had purchased the source stone looked incredibly grim, as if they had swallowed a lump of mud slime. At this, the half-rodent vendor's expression also turned a bit strange, frowning while a smile seemed to swirl in the depths of the eyes. The frown was natural because nothing of value had emerged, which was sure to affect the interest of other alien races in purchasing source stones subsequently. The happiness stemmed from the fact that a stone he'd casually dug up at the edge of the Emperor ruins had so easily earned 20 points of 4th rank floating land's origin energy. Meanwhile, still staying in front of the stall, attentively watching the second Emperor ruins source stone, Sonkai now frowned and spoke up, "Vendor, can I return these 3 pieces?" The reply from the half-rodent vendor across was naturally as expected. Money paid, goods delivered, no refunds or exchanges. After a brief spout of cursing, the resolution of the second Emperor ruin source stone also began. Aware of the immense danger within, Sonkai closely watched the entire process. Chapter 712, Dominating Blood, Swoosh. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shone above the vault of heaven. This abrupt change alarmed the alien race within the ruins market. However, upon seeing the illusory law golden dragon formed by the ruins market origin principle in the sky above, the dots in the hearts of the alien race members dissipated completely. Because all alien races were aware that only the great being behind the market could create such a disturbance, and since it was the mysterious ruins market master who made a move, it definitely wasn't aimed at these minor characters. The seasoned elders of the market, having experienced a previous outing against the Qingshan tribe, were now guessing whether some daring alien race was trying to probe Zhutian ruins market again from beyond some spatial gate. However, the reality was entirely different from what they had imagined. The law golden dragon above turned its gaze and its eyes of law fixated on the half-step rank 6 half-rodent below. At the same time, standing in front of a stall, Sonkai was illuminated by a flash of ghost light between his brows. From the mini-form of the Kangyan, a stream of golden brilliance surged out, which was an activated beam stemming from the Perusa Zen seal, external time-stop feature of the Perusa Zen seal component. Of course, this golden beam was controlled by Sonkai such that none of the other alien races in the market could catch it. As the half-rodent was completely frozen in time, the law golden dragon above softly hummed, and the market's power of laws swiftly dragged the Emperor Ruin source stone, which was being deciphered, up into the vault of heaven. All of this happened in an instant. By the time the Starry Sea alien race reacted, traces of law that were close to a rank 6 level suddenly erupted, creating a tremendous energy impact in the market sky. This explosive might was quickly smoothed over by the law golden dragon, and calm was restored in the market as if nothing had ever happened. But after quick thinking, the members of the Starry Sea alien race, including those recovered from the time-stop state, realized the cause. They all knew that the special origin stone contained a tremendous destructive energy, and that the great ruins market master had sensed this destructive presence in advance and had acted to eliminate all threats. Realizing this, those alien races near the origin stone stall felt a lingering fear, but were filled with gratitude towards the mysterious ruins market master. Those who witnessed the incident were in awe of the master's might, appearing omniscient and omnipotent within Zhutian ruins market. As for the half-rodent stall owner, also fully aware of the entire process, turned deathly pale. It understood very clearly that as a stone solver, had it not been for the master's intervention, it would have been obliterated by the tremendous energy burst. In comparison, its gratitude towards the mysterious master behind the market was the deepest. Sonkai had some guesses about these occurrences, but he didn't care much. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on another item. A special piece of beast skin. It was precisely the high-grade void beast skin sealed within that Emperor Ruins source stone, which had remained undamaged despite the outburst of the half-step rank 6 level traces of law. This alone showcased the extraordinary nature of the beast skin, which was also what attracted Sonkai. Seeing that the beast skin had not been destroyed during the outburst, he had promptly taken it into an isolated storage area. Currently observing the beast skin through space, no matter how he inspected it, he could not discern its peculiarities. Resigned, Sonkai withdrew his gaze, planning to check it again after the market dealings were over. Following the disappearance of the law golden dragon in the vault of heaven, the bustling trading in the free trading area quickly resumed, but there were significant changes at the half-rodent's stall. After such an incident, many alien races who had gathered at the stall swiftly dispersed, fearing a recurrence that might affect them. The half-rodent was not surprised. Given what had happened, this outcome was only natural. Thus, it had no intention of lingering. After quickly packing up its stall, it left directly through the ruins market guest token. It was just another market grade after all, and the next time the ruin market opened for trading, the alien races would be refreshed with no lasting impact. This was the reason behind its resolute departure. Following the exit of the half-rodent, no other incidents occurred in the market, and the trading session soon concluded. As all alien races disappeared from the market, Sonkai did not rush to inspect that special beast skin or take out the newly acquired sky-breaking spike and Tei Quantum sword light cannon platform components. Instead, he immediately opened the properties panel of the market. As expected, this round of transactions should fulfill the last conditions for the market's upgrade. Name: Zhutian Ruins Market Master, Sonkai. Level 39. Specifications: 11,800 meter in length, 11,800 meter in width. Basic configuration: 245 shops, 1 stall area measuring 2,900 meter in length, 2,900 meter in width, 1 3-story inn, 1 level 39 all attributes cultivation room. Efficiency doubles during spectral energy cultivation, 1 level 39 spectral energy protection formation, 1 level 39 ultra long distance space gate random deployment platform, 1 rank 3 spirit mechanism synthesis platform. Extra configuration: stealth light platform, purple, level 30, rank 3 bloodline baptism altar, red, 2 out of 14. Feature 1, averting misfortune, can move freely within the void, subtly avoiding natural disasters. Feature 2, spatial anchor point, can set 2 coordinate anchors in any star domain within the shattered starry sea. Upgrade requirement: 500 points of rank 3 floating lands origin energy, 10 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy. Ruins market transaction volume reaches 500,000, 504,258 out of 500,000 points of rank 3 floating lands origin energy, 1 temporal spirit crystal. Indeed, the transaction volume required for the upgrade requirement section was completely satisfied. Seeing this, Sonkai's figure flashed, and with a spatial fluctuation, he reappeared in the ruins market storage room. Ignoring that particular piece of high-rank beast skin, Sonkai directly rushed to the 2 pieces of mixed elemental copper that he had obtained from the Tri-Eyed Royal Dominator flagship. The total weight of the 2 pieces of mixed elemental copper was just over 30 kilograms, not a large quantity. Sonkai picked up the smaller piece. At the same time, his mind whirled rapidly, and a prompt sounded in his ears. Would you like to substitute 10 kilograms of mixed elemental copper for the temporal spirit crystal? Confirm. Ruins market promotion conditions have been met. Do you confirm initiating the ruins market promotion? Sonkai did not respond, but instead, turned and walked to the special configuration area of the ruins market. Soon, after spending certain resources, the stealth light platform was enhanced to level 40. This ruins market promotion was from rank 3 to 4th rank, and he worried about the repeat of the situation when the ruins market was promoted by 1 rank initially, without preemptively enhancing the stealth light platform to 4th rank. After completing these arrangements, he reopened the ruins market properties panel and then confirmed initiating this ruins market transaction. Following his formal confirmation, the mixed elemental copper in his hand suddenly vanished, along with some points of 3rd and 4th rank floating lands origin energy. The prompt sounded once again. The time required for this promotion is 1 year, remaining time 364 days 23, 59, 56. Hearing this required time, the corners of Sonkai's mouth involuntarily twitched. He remembered that past promotions took either 1 day or a few days. A whole year this time came somewhat suddenly. However, turning the thought around, this promotion was from rank 3 to 4th rank, a pivotal point for the transformation from a low-level civilization to an intermediate civilization in the shattered starry sea, so it wasn't unreasonable for it to take a bit longer. Soon, a familiar tremor came from the ruins market beneath his feet. If his guess was right, this type of tremor would continue throughout the following year. Thinking this, he instantly lost any desire to continue staying in the ruins market. With such disturbance, it was not suitable for practicing the guidance technique, visualization, comprehension of laws, or anything of that sort. Furthermore, with the ruins market entering the promotion buffer period, its innate spatial anchor point feature would also be temporarily unusable, meaning that Sonkai would be unable to go to the Immortal Realm continent fragment for the next year. Chapter 713, Warship Enhancement. Green Moon Manor's underground warship summoning room. The medium-sized summoning room that Sonkai rented, with its length exceeding 1,500 meters, was completely sufficient for him to summon the Kankian. In the battleship's main control room, looking at the few items in his hand, Sonkai pondered and eventually put away the origin stone that was very likely sealed with Dominator blood. Dominator blood, even the most common kind, contains a might that is beyond imagination. Before advancing to the 4th rank, Sonkai planned to seal it away first. He would deal with the origin stone after both the warship and he himself had been promoted. Besides the Origin Stone with Dominator Blood, he had in his hands 2 Emperor Ruin Source Stones and 6 ordinary Origin Stones, plus a high-level Void Beast Skin. Minutes later, all 8 Origin Stones had been unsealed. The 6 ordinary Origin Stones provided him with a total of 120 points of 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy and 2 purple relics, while the 2 Emperor Ruin Source Stones yielded 215 points of rank 5 Floating Lands Origin Energy and 10 points of rank 6 Floating Lands Origin Energy. After a trip to the Ruins Market, where he placed 2 purple relics that couldn't be transformed into ship components into the Oddity Exchange Shop, Sonkai then focused all his attention on the high-level Void Beast Skin in his hands. This piece of beast skin was remarkably unique, unscathed even under the eruption of half-step rank 6 level traces of law. How strange, aside from the points of space law power flowing on the surface, it is difficult to discern any other special features. Sonkai frowned. Even with his double pupils fully stimulated, he still couldn't see much that was extraordinary about the Void Beast Skin in his hands. His eyes shifted, and with a thought, he channeled the spectral energy within his body, eventually gathering it all into his right palm. This tentative act unexpectedly triggered a peculiar reaction from the beast skin in his hand. The spectral energy continuously gathering in his palm was quickly absorbed by the beast skin. Out of curiosity, he did not stop his actions. Instead, he accelerated the supply of spectral energy. Finally, after depleting most of the spectral energy in his body, this unknown piece of high-level beast skin underwent a tremendous change. A jet-black vortex suddenly emerged on the beast skin, with strong space fluctuations on top of it. Seeing this, Sonkai sent out a divine thought thread. Once the divine thought thread entered the space vortex on the beast skin, his eyes lit up as he finally understood the special feature of this piece of beast skin. Although he did not know what kind of creature this special beast skin came from, nor its rank, it must have controlled unimaginable space divine abilities in life. Because beneath its leather, there was undoubtedly a connection to a vast space. Although this space was completely dark and smaller in size compared to a secret realm, the key was that it was attached to the beast skin in his hand, and could be considered a large personal storage bag. Why call it a storage bag rather than a space capsule? Quite simply, this space can be manipulated at will and can absorb objects far larger than its entrance. As long as the space itself has sufficient volume, it could even actively capture small asteroids that are hundreds of meters in volume. By comparison, it clearly resembles the storage bags of Immortal Cultivation Civilization more closely. The key point is that its internal volume is even greater than the high-level storage bags Zhao Lei has. After a brief exploration, Sonkai found the length, width, and height of this void beast skin space all exceed a kilometer. In the future, even asteroids with a diameter of a kilometer could be taken in whole. This is far more convenient than the Cultivation Secret Realm on board Kankian. Although the Cultivation Secret Realm is bigger, it could contain a 10-kilometer diameter asteroid. The key limitation is that because it is a component of the Kankian, objects must first be taken into the Kankian's hold to be placed into the Secret Realm. So, although the Cultivation Secret Realm itself has no size restrictions, the warship's hold does, which is, in effect, a limit on its storage capacity. But this limitation does not exist with the Void Beast Skin, which can first collect objects outside the warship before bringing them in. Having confirmed the uses of this high-level Void Beast Skin, Sonkai was satisfied and securely stored it away. He then took out the 2 newly acquired ship components: Sky-Breaking Spike and Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Platform. The Sky-Breaking Spike needs no further mention, as it was directly installed on the warship. However, Sonkai wasn't in a rush to enhance it. He had only a small quantity of titanium crystal in his hand, which he needed to use on the Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Platform, the silver main cannon. After retrieving the warship, Sonkai left the underground warship summoning room and headed straight for Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain. Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain, Family Soul Solidifying Chamber. Ever since the family had voluntarily publicized the existence of the Tri-Eye Solidifying Ring component, the Soul Solidifying Chamber had become a frequently visited place by clan members. As a flash of white light passed over the token in his hand, the long-awaited Songlun quickly stood up and made his way toward the warship summoning platform ahead. After summoning his flagship, which had a length of a kilometer, the 4th-rank heritage warship opposite timely launched 12 soul-solidifying beams. As these 12 soul-solidifying beams surged into his own flagship, Songlun quickly identified 12 components in need of soul solidification. Because he had already conducted a soul solidification round 10 days earlier, the 12 highest quality components on the warship were already removed without damage. Thus, choosing the next 12 components for this second round did not cause him much dilemma. Soon, another 12 components were removed without damage. At this point, although there were still dozens of components left on his flagship, most were blue and white elements, with the most valuable being just a few purple components with average attributes. Chapter 714, Warship Enhancement. With these circumstances, Song Lun's gaze suddenly became unyieldingly determined. At this point, he was no longer afraid to formally activate the warship promotion, even though after 11 consecutive months of hunting the alien race, the flagship's promotion success rate had barely reached 48%. Warship Promotion Mission, Yuan Lun, current promotion success rate, 48.05%, initial success rate 0.05% plus 4th rank Vampire Marquis Primordial Blood 10% plus bathed in alien blood 38%, special promotion resource formula, 2 out of 3, a 4th rank Life Crystal, a Fire Attributed Law Crystal, a 10,000-year Pure Yang Jade, additional promotion resource, 1 drop of 4th rank Vampire Marquis Primordial Blood, bathed in alien blood, rank 3 Heavenly Star Tribe. 38%, as his eyes swept over the warship promotion mission panel of the Yuan Lun, Song Lun's only regret was not having collected all the special promotion resources, otherwise, the success rate would have increased by another 10%. There was no way around it, the Fire Attributed Law Crystal was rare to begin with. Coupled with a number of family members attempting to break through to the level of Zulu warships over the past decade or so, and choosing to follow the path of the Law of Fire, it was nearly impossible to obtain a Fire Attributed Law Crystal from within the clan. And although Song Lun had also commissioned the family's merchant fleet to inquire about the Fire Attributed Law Crystal within the duchy, there were never any gains. However, Song Lun was actually quite satisfied with the 48.05% promotion success rate, especially after having undamagedly uninstalled 24 essential components. It's worth noting that the average success rate for an ordinary cruiser to promote to a Zulu warship is less than 10%. Relying on the family, having designated alien hunting spots in his lineage, not to mention the continuous supply of preferential 4th rank primordial blood from his clan, now coupled with a tri-solidifying ring component, even if the promotion failed, there was actually a chance for a second attempt. There was a blood soul tree in the family's dragon spine secret realm, and the blood soul fruits it produced could reduce the torch seed's buffer time by 50%. With this in mind, even if the promotion failed, one would only need to wait a little over 20 years to be able to bind themselves to a new Scout-class spectral shuttle. Don't look at everything starting from scratch. With Song Lun's current standing within the lineage, he could directly skip the stages of spectral shuttle and spectral airship, which meant that even though the promotion from an escort ship to a cruiser might stall for about a decade. That is to say, even if the promotion failed, Song Lun could still cultivate a second cruiser within the next 40 years, and then once the 24 undamaged components were installed back on, he could almost regain 89% of his combat power from before promotion. Being only 400 years old now, Song Lun could well attempt a second shot at the Zulu warship before the age of 500 with his newly cultivated cruiser, and if the second attempt were successful, the following 100 years would be more than enough for him to break through to the 4th rank in the guidance technique. This was the very reason for his confidence. It can be said that the tri-solidifying ring component submitted by Song Kai has completed the final link in the family's secondary warship cultivation plan. Because of this perfect cycle, there has been a significant increase in the number of rank 3 family members attempting to promote to Zulu warships over the past decade or so. Although the vast majority of them failed in the promotion, there were indeed successful examples, including Song Fu and a rank 3 torch captain of the ancestral vein. Those who failed in the promotion are now cultivating their second flagship, with some having already upgraded their second torch warship to a cruiser and successfully reinstalled the undamaged components left in the lineage's heritage warship back onto their new flagship. They are now striving to explore the alien star domain, accumulating resources for their second attempt at the Zulu warship. 10 days after Song Lun's departure, Song Kai, having priority borrowing rights, took over his place. However, since he only needed to uninstall one component, another rank 3 family member chose to solidify their spirit alongside him. Although this meant foregoing the uninstallation of one undamaged component, the impact wasn't too significant. Above the vault of heaven of the Dragon Spine continent, the Kaikaian hovered in the depths of the clouds, with Song Kai in the main control room carefully installing the Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon platform component into the main cannon slot left vacant by the Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon. Following that, he began enhancing the newly installed Silver Cannon. Soon, after consuming considerable resources, the component was successfully enhanced to level 40. It wasn't that Song Kai was unwilling to continue enhancing, rather, he had run out of titanium crystal. The level 50, Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon, was given directly to his father, and there was no way of recovering the resources spent on its enhancement. This awkward situation remained until several months later, when Song Kai received his New Year's sequence subsidy, which resolved it. Without any hesitation, upon receiving the subsidy, Sonkai directly enhanced the Silver Legend main cannon to level 59. Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Platform level 59, quality, silver grade, feature 1, might increase by 238%, feature 2, each normal sword light emitted by the main cannon has a 40% chance of triggering 250% critical hit damage, feature 3, True Immortal Quantum Sword Light, feature 4, Tei Quantum Sword Array, consumption, 5,000 spectral energy points per shot, attack, 581 million, charge, 3 seconds, buffer, 5 seconds, upgrade requirement, 50 points of rank 5 floating lands origin energy, 1 point of rank 6 floating lands origin energy, 500,000 spectral energy points, 250 titanium crystals, 120 law stones. Note, the warship has reached the enhancement level limit and cannot be further enhanced. True Immortal Quantum Sword Light, consumes 300,000 spectral energy points, charges for 25 seconds. Fires a True Immortal Quantum Sword Light in the designated direction with 1,700% of the main cannon's might. Cooldown time, 18 hours. Tei Quantum Sword Array, consumes 600,000 spectral energy points. Gathers 36 giant quantum sword lights, charges for 25 seconds. The 6 quantum sword lights form the Tei Sword Array to conduct a clustered bombardment across the specified sector. Cooldown time, 90 hours. It can be seen that after being enhanced to level 59, the attributes of this silver main cannon have reached a terrifying level. Compared to the Soul Extinguishing Pupil Light Cannon, also enhanced to level 59, it is not only stronger by several grades, but it's no longer comparable to the previous Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon. After meticulously reviewing all the attributes several times, Sonkai closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. If the firepower of the Kenkaion had previously seemed somewhat lacking, with the enhancement of this Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Platform component to level 59, this drawback had been completely compensated for and even elevated beyond making the Kenkaion's firepower merely adequate. It was now potent. One can imagine that for quite some time to come, the firepower of the Kenkaion will be an advantage. If those two active attack features are employed against enemy units, causing devastating damage would be normal. A brief surge of excitement passed, and Sonkai sighed again. It's exhilarating to enhance a component to level 59 in one go, but the resources consumed are unimaginable. Just considering the titanium crystals, the 3,000 pieces he'd acquired not long ago, plus what Zhuping provided over the last few months, were already depleted. Not to mention anything else, just enhancing from level 50 to level 59 cost a whopping 1,980 titanium crystals. He couldn't help but marvel at this. While the attributes of Silver Legend components are astonishing, each one is a gold-devouring beast, especially when enhanced to a high level. And this is just rank 5 level enhancement. 6th and 7th ranks would only be more frightening. He possesses the Zhutian Ruins Market. One can imagine the situation for an ordinary torch ship captain. He exhaled slowly. Sonkai's gaze shifted to the sky-breaking spike. This orange component had not yet been enhanced, and it seemed it would not reach a very high level anytime soon. After some thought, he only enhanced it to level 20. He did not have a single titanium crystal left now. To enhance the Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon Platform to level 59, he had even borrowed hundreds from his family's seniors. After enhancing the two components, Sonkai was about to continue his comprehension of the space law with the last low-level space law crystal in hand. But at this moment, the shaking light token number 32, he always carried, vibrated. He swiftly took out the token and scanned it, and Sonkai's eyebrows suddenly raised. 19 Scorching Sun, 32 Waking of Insects, Calling Waking of Insects, Calling Waking of Insects. Chapter 715, Mecha Test number 32 Waking of Insects, I'm here. He replied the first moment he could. Since he was specifically tagged, there was probably something important. It wasn't long before another message came through in the Shaking Light Star Rank group chat. Number 19 Scorching Sun, didn't you mention in the group last time that you wanted to buy some neutron star remains? Are you still interested? Seeing the term neutron star remains, Sonkai's eyes lit up immediately. After having absorbed the second portion of neutron star remains last time, the neutron star core armor component was just one neutron star remain away from upgrading to silver quality. Now, seeing the news about the neutron star remains, he was naturally excited. Number 32 Waking of Insects, yes, do you have any news? Number 19 Scorching Sun, yes, I just heard some news. If you're interested, I'll look into it more carefully. Number 32 Waking of Insects, thank you so much, Uncle Scorching Sun. Number 19 Scorching Sun, Uncle? Forget it. Number 32 Waking of Insects, no, no, no. Brother, dear brother, please. Number 3 Corpse Dog, number 19 Scorching Sun, You're almost 300 years old and still pretending to be young? Number 22 Red Fox, exactly. Seeing the flurry of new messages in the chat group, a smile appeared on Song Kai's face. He was glad both for the news about the neutron star remains and for being fortunate enough to join the Shaking Light Star Tower family. He had long since directed his family to pay a high price for collecting all information on neutron star remains through the duchy. They had happened upon just one portion within the family-governed colonial star domain, then got no further response. Compared to that, the backing behind the members of the Shaking Light Star Tower was obviously much greater. Little time had passed since he shared his news, yet significant progress was already being made. Beyond this exalted circle of influence, what was even more extraordinary was the harmonious relations among the Star Tower members. Securing his token safely away, Song Kai set down the low-level spatial law crystal he had been holding and began to think seriously about another matter. Ever since obtaining the double pupils through the Zuk blood pact, he had been wrestling with a question, a decision he had yet to make. Although his personal exploration into the myriad mystical abilities of the double pupils was still shallow, thanks to the explanation by the rank 5 Zuk divine bird from before, he knew these double pupils allowed flawless control over 2 powers of laws up to the 7th rank each. I could perfectly contain a starry sea law. But therein lay the problem. The space law was something he had long comprehended and chosen as his path. But what about the second law? How should he choose? The choice of this second law had been his quandary for some time. Considering the strengths of the shattered starry sea laws, as the strongest among them, the time law was slightly more powerful than the space law, naturally making time-space cultivation the best option. However, that was merely the ideal choice. Not to mention how difficult it was to comprehend each time law, let alone cultivate 2 simultaneously. What Song Kai knew was crucial: the Song family town legacy, the Dragon Spine Tyrant Whale inheritance. It all revolved around light and space. In the Dragon Whale Mountain halfway up in the family's Dragon Spine secret realm, all secret techniques inscribed in the Dragon Spine inheritance stele involve the laws of space and light, and there's also a complete light of law secret technique heritage stele. Moreover, within the Big Dipper Hall, Shaking Light Star Tower inheritance, the law of light is a fundamental law. Although every Star Master of the Shaking Light Star Tower cultivates various laws, they all share one commonality: the first fully comprehended Starry Sea origin law is always the law of light. Without going into too much detail, the foundational secret technique of the Shaking Light Star Tower, Shaking Light Descent, although a universal technique used and practiced by torch ship captains controlling any law, would have additional might bestowed upon it if followed by a torch ship captain who takes the path of the law of light. Additionally, there's a light of law 3 within the cultivation secret realm that could save quite a lot of time in the early stages. Moreover, for the double pupils themselves, the law of light is undoubtedly most in tune with this type of talent gift. Based on these considerations, Song Kai clearly ought to choose the law of light. It was precisely because both time and light offered distinct advantages that Song Kai had been unable to make a decision. Forget it, I'll consult the elder ancestor later. After all, I'm only at rank 3 and my understanding of origin laws is too shallow. Shaking his head, Song Kai stopped dwelling on the matter and picked up the low-level spatial law crystal again, resuming his contemplation on the space law. Time passed, and several months went by. At the foot of Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain, where the Family Research Institute was located. As an institution governed by the Internal Affairs Hall, the Research Institute occupied a sizable area. Sealed by multiple high walls and a special spatial veil, the Institute's core research was stringently confidential to the outside world. However, as an acknowledged high-ranking member of the family lineage, Song Kai naturally had access to the core areas. Underground, in Core Research Area 08. Exclusive Testing Ground. Looking at the somewhat incongruous figure standing in the testing ground, Song Kai furrowed his brows. Is this the Hellfire mech developed with the full support of the family? Don't joke. No matter how he looked, he couldn't associate the mere 100-meter-tall flesh-mound mech in front of him with the imposing Hellfire mech he had initially seen. Of course, these were just his true inner thoughts. He didn't vocalize them so straightforwardly in front of the several high-level family researchers. Otherwise, even as a member of the family hierarchy, Song Kai assured himself that he would be expelled immediately. After slightly organizing his thoughts, Song Kai spoke up. Is this based on the Hellfire mech from the Dome Sky Mechanical Civilization? Why does it seem quite different from what I saw in those ruins? Although he had tried to phrase his comments as tactfully as possible, it still left the faces of the few high-level researchers in front of him tinged with embarrassment. An elderly clan member responded, time was indeed tight. This is the final product after several simplifications. While the appearance may be unattractive, the performance is still satisfactory. Saying so, he waved his hand lightly. Following that, the hatch behind the 100-meter-tall flesh mound mech slowly closed, and the 3 regular posture clansmen inside the mech began to move. A red glow flashed through the mech's eyes, indicating it was activated. Sonkai then watched as the flesh-mound mech, somewhat experienced, walked to the center of the testing ground. Its arms raised, holding specialized nuclear energy firearms that began firing at several dozen rank 3 alien species just released into the distance. In addition to shooting, the mech's shoulder covers opened, and 2 dark cannons emerged, quickly releasing 2 cruiser-class tracking missiles. Boom boom. 2 loud explosions burst forth, blasting a significant portion of the incoming dozens of rank 3 alien species into minced meat. However, these rank 3 alien species were extremely fast, and the remaining nearly 20 swiftly reached the proximity of the 100-meter-tall flesh-mound mech. Under their terrifying kilometer-sized bodies, the smaller mech looked like a toy about to be swatted away at any moment. But just then, the flesh-mound mech's chest-mounted miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion engine operated at full speed. Then, under its legs, strong thrusts emitted from the mech's feet, propelling the mech to soar into the sky, quickly ascending thousands of meters above the testing room. Below, the more than 20 rank 3 alien species could only clumsily chase after it in the sky, but how could they catch up to the fleet-footed flesh-mound mech? Under the continuous barrage of the flesh-mound mech, it took less than 20 minutes to subdue all the rank 3 alien species. Seeing this, the elderly researcher stroked his beard, his eyes twinkling with a satisfied smile. He then turned to the family head projection next to him. Family head, are you satisfied with this test? Song King's projection nodded slightly, but he remained silent, eventually turning his gaze to Sonkai. K, how do you feel about it? Hearing the family head shift the discussion to him, and considering the dome sky brain system components, Sonkai didn't hold back his thoughts and responded directly. Although this replica mech appears cumbersome, its agility and strength are quite decent. Though small at 100 meters, these mechs are intended primarily for long-range firepower strikes and don't need to engage in close combat, which also saves a substantial amount of material and reduces production costs. However, I personally think that the firepower is still somewhat lacking. He continued, from previous tests, it is apparent that the nuclear energy firearms in its hands only have ordinary rank 3 strength, and while the cruiser-class missile is slightly stronger, it is only about half-step 4th rank at most. As we are going to face the robber star civilization next, this firepower seems hardly sufficient. Despite these concerns voiced partly because of the dome sky brain system components, which have a considerable cool-down time once activated guaranteeing a significant impact in today's Kaikaian, rank 3 energy level firepower was clearly inadequate, even with hundreds or thousands of rank 3 missiles firing simultaneously. Thus, he hoped the research institute could produce mechs with substantially stronger firepower. Despite voicing his concerns, he was also speaking frankly. Facing the robber star civilization in the forthcoming Great Frontier War, renowned for their resilience, weak firepower was indeed problematic. Upon hearing his words, the elder with white hair didn't respond, but instead, his gaze shifted to the projected form of the family head. Regardless of the discussion, the final decision was for Song King to make. These researchers were well aware of the firepower issue. However, enhancing the mech's firepower inevitably meant increased financial input, raising the production costs, with subsequent mass production consuming a lot of floating land's origin energy. Song King did not remain silent for long. He quickly said, "This Great Frontier War is crucial for the rise of the Song family. There's no need for hesitation. Our family's nearly 3,000 years of foundation and floating land's origin energy are plentiful. Moreover, once this frontier war is successful, all these investments will be doubled in return." Upon hearing this, the several high-level researchers beside him no longer harbored any doubts. A glimmer of joy appeared in their eyes. The family's willingness to increase research funding was undeniably good news for them. If they could develop higher-rank replica mechs in the end, these researchers were also eligible for substantial rewards. As individuals who had not yet awakened the seed of torch, they might not need much wealth, but the family did offer life-extending spiritual objects in exchange, akin to high-rank components in the eyes of a torch ship captain. Moreover, they also had children and desired to provide them with better starting points. Behind them, Sonkai, although not showing it, was also extremely pleased. As long as the family was willing to increase financial investment, developing more powerful mechs would not be challenging. Thus, once the new type of mesh centered mass production, he only needed to offer a significant amount of floating land's origin energy to give the Kaikaian another important trump card. "Please expedite the research as much as possible," he addressed the researchers. "Even once we start production, speeding up mass production will still require time, and we don't have much time left. Please rest assured, family head. All members of the 8th Research Institute will dedicate themselves fully." Chapter 716, Silver Yin-Yang Concentric Medallions. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, another 2 months had gone by. There were only 2 months left until the completion of the 4th rank promotion at the Ruins Market. Originally, Sonkai had thought that this final period would pass as peacefully as the past 10 months, but suddenly, news came from his father and mother that the King Kong and Dragonfly were preparing to begin their warship promotion missions. At the same time that this seemed inevitable, Sonkai also felt somewhat surprised. After his own and his grandfather's status had been elevated, the development of their line had soared in the past decade. Moreover, with Sonkai actively throwing out several stable trading channels in the Ruins Market, the annual income of their line had grown stronger year by year. On this basis, the core members of their line were never short of resources. With an accumulation of a vast amount of resources, his great-aunt had successfully advanced to rank 3 a few years ago, and his father and mother had been rank 2 for several decades. The King Kong and Dragonfly had already solidified their foundations, and with the great expansion war right in front of them, it wasn't strange to choose this node to strive for the cruiser rank. What surprised Sonkai was that his father and mother had decided to start their warship promotion missions at the same time, which would obviously be more difficult. In the courtyard where his father and mother resided, seeing their son rushing over in such a hurry, Song Zhao and Chen Lixia exchanged a smile. Before Sonkai could speak, they both said first, "Zhao Kai, don't be hasty. Let's discuss the detailed attributes of these 2 special components first." As they spoke, each took out an object resembling a jade pendant. Both items were emitting a radiant red light, clearly 2 items of red quality. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Sonkai turned his gaze toward these 2 epic treasures. His thoughts were simple: his father and mother were never rash people. Since they had chosen to promote together, which clearly wasn't the optimal choice, they must have had their reasons. Yang Concentric Medallion Level 0, Quality, Red Grade, Feature 1, Yin-Yang Sublimation, Feature 2, Yin-Yang Combined Strength, Feature 3, Yin-Yang Unity, Consumption, 20 Spectral Energy Points per second, Effect, when the Yin-Yang Concentric Medallions are bound together, they mutually enhance each other, permanently increasing the equipped warship's firepower, defense, and speed by 30%, Effect lost after component is unloaded, no charge or buffer required, Upgrade requirement, 20 points of rank 0 Floating Lands Origin Energy, 2000 Spectral Energy Points. Note, this component occupies 3 slots. The rank of the binding warships must be consistent, and attempts to bind can only take place within 1 month after both warships have completed their promotions. Yin-Yang Sublimation, when the Yin-Yang Concentric Medallions successfully bind, the component quality will increase by 1 rank, and corresponding attributes will also be enhanced. Not yet bound, Yin-Yang Combined Strength, consumes 10,000 Spectral Energy Points, can specify the use of a certain ability from the other bound warship. This component's ability cannot exceed that of the Yin-Yang Concentric Medallions. Silver, cool down time, 720 hours. Yin-Yang Unity, 2 mutually bound warships, no matter how far apart, can use a certain amount of spectral energy points, depending on the distance, to communicate without barriers. No cool down time. Yin Concentric Medallion Level 0, Quality, Red Grade. These 2 red components brought Sonkai quite a surprise. Obviously, these were 2 combined type components, and not a pseudo combination like the Neutron Star Core Armor and Immortal Realm 5 Elements Celestial Energy Shield, but truly combined strange objects. Looking at their detailed attributes, once the 2 concentric medallions were successfully bound, the effect of these 2 would dramatically change. However, to conduct the binding, only recently promoted torch warships would suffice, which was also why his father and mother chose to promote at the same time. Thinking about this, even with Sonkai's current perspective, he was still quite envious. He thought of Shenyuran. If Kankyung could bind with that girl's flagship, it would obviously be of great benefit to both of them. Of course, this thought quickly disappeared again. These 2 concentric medallions were clearly peculiar treasures obtained by his father and mother. As long as the binding was successful, the combat power of their flagships could greatly increase in the future, and they might even be able to challenge for Shiloh warship captain or battleship captain positions. Seeing that Sonkai had no objecting intentions, smiles appeared on the faces of Song Zhao and Shen Lixia. At that moment, Sonkai said, "Promoting at the same time is fine, but I must follow the entire process for the next 11 months. 2 escort ships aiming for the cruiser rank, whether in terms of the special promotion resources needed or the Starry Sea alien race needed to be hunted, clearly required higher demands. Only by having Kankyung accompany them the entire way could Sonkai feel at ease. Mom and Dad, have you collected the 4 special resources that might be needed for the escort ship's promotion to cruiser rank?" The promotion of an escort ship to cruiser rank usually involved 4 types of special resources: Heavenly Ridge Crystal, Ice Origin Stone, 10,000 Years Volcanic Magma Iron Essence, and Rank 3 Blood Core. If 2 were to promote together, they would each need to prepare 2 sets, which could increase the success rate of promotion by 10%, not to be taken lightly. Song Zhao shook his head. The other 3 are alright, but the rank 3 blood core is too difficult to obtain. I hope we won't need it when we start the promotion mission. Sonkai frowned. Relying on luck for matters related to promotion was obviously not acceptable. I'll go ask about it at the ancestral vein shortly. I won't say much, but at least one should be available. Besides that, the alien race down the line that can be hunted. Seeing Sonkai in such a state, intent on clarifying everything, knowing that their son was worried about them, the smiles on Song Jiao and Chen Lixia's faces grew even thicker until Chen Lixia finally interrupted. Chapter 717, Silver Yin-Yang Concentric Medallions. Alright, thank you, my son. Your father and I have got everything arranged, and your uncle and his wife will be coming to help later on. Now listen to us. Song Kai paused and did not continue, waiting for his parents to continue. Across from him, Song Jiao organized his words. It's like this, these 2 yin-yang concentric medallions, your mother and I discovered them during our early exploration of the Starry Sea. They are the products of a highly fragmented secret realm, not yet fully developed to perfection. It wasn't until recently that they were fully nurtured, and your mother and I went to retrieve these jade pendants. Song Jiao paused momentarily. Song Kai did not interrupt, he knew his father had more to say. Indeed, after a moment, Song Jiao continued, this time when we retrieved these concentric medallions, your mother and I discovered in that completely shattered secret realm that there was another pair of concentric medallions still being nurtured. However, due to the time of nurturing, they're currently only of purple quality. Song Kai was delighted and then said, Dad, do you mean? Song Jiao did not pause and quickly continued, based on your mother's and my judgment, that broken secret realm is on the verge of collapse, which could happen any day. If we let the concentric medallions continue to be nurtured within the secret realm, they might elevate to orange quality, or they might disappear along with the collapse of the secret realm. Your mother and I think that you should make this decision yourself, whether to take the purple quality yin-yang concentric medallions now, or to let them continue to be nurtured. Song Jiao and Chen Lixia had looks of astonishment in their eyes. They initially thought Song Kai would struggle with the decision for a long time, not expecting his response to be so decisive. After only a moment's hesitation, Song Kai gave his answer, Mom and Dad, since it's impossible to predict when the secret realm will collapse, let's take them now. Purple quality isn't low, and besides, I also have a rank 5 level silver apple that can directly upgrade both concentric medallions to orange quality. Song Jiao and Chen Lixia suddenly realized, surprised that their son actually had such rare resources like silver apples, but they also understood that orange quality concentric medallions, though not flawless, were still incredibly valuable. A day later, when the couple returned from the alien star domain, they already had a pair of purple quality yin-yang concentric medallions in their hands. Compared to the red quality yin-yang concentric medallion components, these purple ones were much inferior. With only one feature, yin-yang sublimation, the successful binding improved the firepower, defense, and speed of the 2 warships by only 10%. Fortunately, the 4 rank 5 silver apples that had matured recently in the cultivation secret realm had not been used by Sonkai. So, after obtaining the 2 purple concentric medallions, he directly used 2 silver apples in front of his parents to upgrade both medallions to orange quality. With the upgrade in quality, the attributes of the 2 yin-yang concentric medallions components had significant changes. Yang concentric medallion level 0, quality, orange grade, feature 1, yin-yang sublimation, feature 2, yin-yang combined strength, consumption, 10 spectral energy points per second, effect, when the yin-yang concentric medallions are bound to each other, they amplify each other's effects, permanently increasing the equipped warship's firepower, defense, and speed by 20%, effect lost when the component is removed, no charge or buffer required. Indeed, there was no need for Song Kai to actively choose a new feature for the 2 concentric medallions. The moment the silver apple promoted them, a new feature yin-yang combined strength appeared on both orange quality concentric medallion components. For this, Song Kai could only attribute it to the peculiar nature of the secret realm or the divinity of the yin-yang concentric medallions themselves. Right after the promotion was completed, his mother's voice immediately rang out. Son, this yin concentric medallion is only for your An girl, I wouldn't accept anyone else for it. To this statement, although Song Kai only replied with a simple hum, the firmness in his tone was particularly evident. Since he had received the shaking light star rank, he had already made up his mind. Before the major expansion wars of the Yao Han Kingdom, he would try his best to complete the promotion of the Kangqian to the Zhilu warship, and afterwards, he would use the Bi-Blood Pan Peach to break through his guidance technique. Then he would take the initiative to head to the northern dome star domain of the Yao Han Kingdom to try to bring Shen Yuan back. Even if he encountered insurmountable factors along the way, he at least needed to see that girl in person and hand her a ruins market walking command personally. After safely storing the pair of orange concentric medallions, Sonkai and his parents agreed to officially start the warship promotion mission in 3 days, and then head to the alien star domain together to hunt high-rank aliens. Back in his own courtyard, he summoned the Kankaiang again. Still have 2 5-rank silver apples left. Which 2 components should I use them on? Standing in the battleship's main control room, Sonkai hesitated. The reason why he didn't use the 4 5-rank silver apples immediately before was actually due to a factor. His gaze shifted, falling on several components. There were many components on the Kankaiang that had used 5-rank silver apples. Phantom Thruster, Water Molecule Isolation Outer Membrane, Void Escape Orb, Plasma Guardian, Abnormal Status Purifier, Holy Cross Beacon, Proportional Scaling Instrument, Void Membrane, Ultrasonic Geomagnetic Detector, Master Servant Contract, Spiritual Beam Fusion Device, Divine Binding Chains, Imitation, Winged Launch Platform, Multifunction Converter, Virus Spore Rejection Membrane, Cold Light Heavenly Frost Cannon, Electromagnetic Ray Cannon. A total of 17 components. Of course, many of them could be dismissed. Sonkai's most troubling choice was among the 6, Phantom Thruster, Void Escape Orb, Plasma Guardian, Abnormal Status Purifier, Void Membrane, and Master Servant Contract. If it had been before, the Multifunction Converter would naturally have been included, but with the Gold Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine component installed, energy supply on the Kankaiang was now quite abundant, and it didn't lack the bit offered by the Multifunction Converter. The Divine Binding Chains, imitation was even simpler. Sonkai's intention from the start was to acquire the genuine red Divine Binding Chains. As his gaze swept across the 6 components, the first thing Sonkai confirmed was the Void Escape Orb component, which he absolutely needed to enhance. Not just because it was the only blink device component on the Kankaiang, having played a crucial role many times, but also because years ago, Sonkai had acquired an extremely high-quality similar component from the Chengxing continent. Shadow Escape Instrument Level 0, Quality, Blue Grade, Feature, Extra plus 1-time blink can be used, Consumption, 500 spectral energy points per usage, no charge required, Buffer, 72 hours, Blink uses, 2 out of 2, Effect, blink in the specified direction, current maximum blink distance, 10 meters. This blue component was also a class of blink device. Although its blink distance was pitifully small and even when strengthened to 3rd rank could only blink out 10,000 meters, compared to the speed of a starship, this distance could only be described as superfluous. However, its feature was quite extraordinary. It was because of this feature that Sonkai did not hesitate to purchase it at that time. Soon, the Void Escape Orb component was upgraded to orange quality, and also because of this newly added feature, it would allow the Kankaiang to perform consecutive blinks twice in emergency situations, further enhancing its safety. After the Void Escape Orb, Sonkai hesitated over the remaining 5 components for a while, and in the end, he opted for the Plasma Guardian component. It wasn't that this component was the most valuable, but rather its role was to provide protection for Sonkai himself, and personal safety was naturally the most important. And it could also be used on the Void Assassin Clan soldier figurines and Fallen Angel soldier statue, which was quite decent as well. As for the newly added feature, it was specifically chosen by Sonkai to double the shield value. Chapter 718, Current Situation of Holy Dragon, over 90% promotion success rate. Time passed quickly, and soon it had been 3 days. On this day, multiple warships hovered above the Green Moon Manor. In addition to 2 escort ships, the other 4 were all kilometer-long cruisers, including Sonkai's Kangkyang, his uncle and aunt's flagship, and his grandmother's Sky Zither. Grandfather was in the Dragon Spine secret realm, comprehending the law and secret techniques. It was the critical moment for the law amplitude phase after his promotion to 4th rank, so naturally, no one would disturb him. Apart from Sonkai and the 4 others, even though his 2nd uncle and 4th uncle wanted to come and help, their veins could not be without a manager, and they were still in the stage of accumulating essence to strive for promotion to cruiser. Hence, Beizayuken did not allow it. Soon, 3 exclusive escort-class intermediary warships from the Green Moon Manor flew from below to the side. Accompanied by the activation of the component-type parts on the 3 escort ships, the Kangkyang and the other 6 warships were quickly bound by integrated light bands. Following this, the 8 warships activated their launch into the alien star domain. The drop points of the 8 warships were above a level 3 floating land. For this resource-type level 3 floating land, Sonkai only knew its name as CU Floating Land, located in the CU star domain. Other than that, he was not too clear on the details. During the quickly connected magnetic wave communication group chat, Uncle Songshan explained, this CU star domain was discovered by a rank 2 clan member 10 years ago. Later, Mom, I, and 2 rank 3 torch captains from the veins converted it into a brand new colonial star domain. The alien civilization in this star domain is known as the CU civilization, with a civilization level around 3. We had not completely cleared the CU civilization previously, and currently, there are still quite a number of second and rank 3 CU species left. Soon, the 6 warships consecutively sparked their engines, warping towards the remaining star domain of the CU species. A massacre was soon to arrive. Half a month later, the 6 warships returned to the intermediary warship point. With the assistance of 4 cruisers, the hunting speed of King Kong and Dragonfly was not to be underestimated. Even the rank 3 level warships of the CU species were being directly incapacitated, leaving them for the 2 escort ships to finish off. Within just half a month, the remnants of the CU civilization had been entirely visited. However, the increase in the promotion success rate was not ideal, since Uncle's flagship had already been to this area once during its promotion. Warship Promotion Task, King Kong, current promotion success rate, 18.5%, Promotion Special Resource Formula, 4 out of 4, an Ice Origin Stone, a Heavenly Ridge Crystal, a 10,000 years Volcanic Magma Iron Essence, a Rank 3 Blood Core, additional promotion resources, none, bathed in alien blood, Rank 3 CU species. Dad had some bad luck. The special resources needed after initiating the promotion task included all 4 types. Dragonfly, on the other hand, was better off not requiring the Rank 3 Blood Core, allowing both warships to meet the special resource requirement immediately. However, even with a 10% boost in the promotion success rate after clearing the CU star domain, their respective promotion success rates were still only 18.5% and 17.9%. There wasn't much remaining alien species in the CU star domain, and with the 2 warships sharing, the increase in success rates was naturally limited. In the subsequent period, the group of 6 quickly toured several other alien star domains, continuously boosting the promotion success rates for King Kong and Dragonfly. Nearly 2 months later, the group reached the Holy Dragon continent. As a high-level alien floating land rated at level 5 peak, which Sonkai had reported to the family not long ago, the high-rank alien species on it had been slaughtered, leaving an extraordinary number of second and rank 3 aliens still lingering on the continent. Imagine, a level 5 floating land spanning over 20 light-years in diameter. How many rank 3 creatures could it possibly harbor? Thus, after clearing a few colonial points governed by the veins, Sonkai and his group immediately rushed to the Holy Dragon continent. Before entering the Holy Dragon continent, Sonkai saw 2 fearsome moving war stars hanging outside the floating land shield, resembling 2 guardian deities. However, Beizayukin and the others meticulously scanned the area multiple times and found nothing else. Consequently, they assumed that these 2 moving war stars were there to guard the Holy Dragon continent, which was devoid of high-rank combat power. However, Sonkai thought differently. He hadn't noticed anything unusual initially, until he subconsciously activated his double pupils. Under the piercing gaze of the double pupils that saw down to the essence, he saw a terrifying spatial vortex concealed behind the spatial veil. Is this a spatial wormhole? The family even specifically arranged 2 moving war stars to guard it. Could it be that the wormhole was created by the family? Or, when I initially discovered the Holy Dragon continent? No, that's impossible. If that were the case, the family would have already cleared those indigenous evil gods off the Holy Dragon continent. Remember the previous Star Sea ancient battlefield, there was also a spatial wormhole. Could there be a connection between these 2? Just then, as he charged into the Holy Dragon continent, a shudder ran through Sonkai as he felt a tremor from the Star Sea Ruins market rank token in his ancestral aperture. Evidently, the promotion at the Zhutian Ruins market had ended. After a year-long promotion, it was finally complete at this moment. Instantly, Sonkai's attention turned away from the astonishing wormhole outside the continent, leaving only joy in his heart. Chapter 719, Current Status of the Holy Dragon, over 90% promotion success rate. No matter how you looked at it, the spatial wormholes were highly likely created by the ancestors of the family, and clearly, no danger existed. Compared to this, the successful ascension of the Ruins market was evidently more compelling to him. However, although filled with anticipation, Sonkai didn't rush to check out the Ruins market after advancing to 4th rank. He only hastily entered the market once to make sure he hadn't attracted any void demons, then immediately returned to the Kaikaian. For this reason, the descending Kaikaian paused for a moment. There was no helping it, after countless tests, the entry point into the Ruins market wouldn't move with the Kaikaian, and if the Kaikaian didn't pause like this, Sonkai might exit the market directly into the sky behind him. "K, what's wrong?" In the warship's group communication, Grandma's voice rang out. Sonkai smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, Grandma. Let's head straight to the Black Soil Duchy. I've set up the headquarters of the Faith Sect with enslaved pets there, and with the detailed information provided by the Spirit Serpent Sect, our hunting operations will be much easier." With that, the 6 warships accelerated their descent once more. Inside the Kaikaian, Sonkai's eyes flickered, and he finally forcefully suppressed the intense curiosity within his heart. The current moment was crucial for his parents' ascension, and every minute, every second was of great importance. There would be plenty of time to explore the Ascended Ruins market later, but for now, it was more important to assist the King Kong and Dragonfly in hunting more high-rank aliens. Black Soil Duchy, or what used to be the Black Soil Duchy. As the Song family ancestors and several clan elders descended, they effortlessly dealt with all indigenous evil gods and high-ranked knights on the continent, and proactively supported the expansion and development of the Spirit Serpent sect. As the first to declare the Spirit Serpent sect their exclusive sect, the national power of the Black Soil Duchy naturally soared unprecedentedly. Now, the territory of the Black Soil Duchy is comparable to the former #1 empire on the continent, the Holy Dragon Knight Empire. As for the Spirit Serpent sect itself, it has already become one of the few righteous god sects on the Holy Dragon continent, covering a faith region of 1 out of 100 of the entire landmass, with as many as 10 billion creatures professing faith in the Spirit Serpent sect. It's not that the Spirit Serpent sect can only occupy 1 out of 100 of the Holy Dragon continent. In the meantime, Sonkai has delivered more than a 3-figure number of totem pillars to the Cold Moon Snow Python, enough for a significant expansion of the Spirit Serpent sect. The reason for the current stagnation of the Spirit Serpent sect's expansion is simple. Other regions of the Holy Dragon continent have been divided up as missionary territories of other divine sects. Don't get it wrong, these so-called righteous god sects haven't escaped Song family's hunting, but are rather those that the Song family has allowed to remain. The purpose is to consider the entire Holy Dragon continent a future pasture for the Song family, where a continuous source of blood of the evil gods will be harvested. As soon as the indigenous gods behind these divine sects grow, they will be reaped immediately. Sonkai has long been aware of this, and it doesn't anger him. You see, even though the Spirit Serpent sect with only 1 out of 100 of the Holy Dragon continent's territory has surpassed 10 billion followers, under the constant supply of high-quality power of belief, the Cold Moon Snow Python, the principal deity of faith, has seen its power soar to the peak of the 4th rank in a short time. Before long, it will challenge the half-step 5th rank, and perhaps even the true 5th rank. In the capital of the Black Soil Empire, at the main temple of the Spirit Serpent sect, not only did the Cold Moon Snow Python eagerly come forward to greet Sonkai and the others upon their arrival, but the king of the Black Soil Empire and various ministers also all presented themselves. Sonkai didn't delay. He simply requested a detailed map of rank 3 alien race gathering points on the continent. In less than half an hour, the king of the Black Soil Empire delivered a detailed map into Sonkai's hands. With the map in their possession, the 6 warships soared into the sky, heading straight for the regions with the densest populations of rank 3 alien races. Of course, indiscriminate large-scale slaughter on the Holy Dragon continent is not permissible, as it might easily lead to unrest, and one can't eradicate all rank 3 alien races from a single region, as it would affect the farming of indigenous evil gods. Under this premise, whenever the 6 warships arrived at a location, they would deploy puppet soldiers from their ranks to stealthily hunt down those 2nd and rank 3 exotic beasts, ceasing only once they reached a certain threshold. And so, time slowly passed by. A month later, the success rates of ascension for the King Kong and Dragonfly successively broke through 40%. 2 months later, the promotion success rate of the 2 escort ships broke through 50%. 4 months later, this promotion success rate had surged to over 60%, but this still wasn't enough. 7 months later, the promotion success rate broke through 70%. In the eyes of Beizayukin and Songshan, this rate was already quite good, but Sonkai felt it was still not safe. In the following 2 months, 6 warships did not stop for a moment, continuously roaming every corner of the Holy Dragon continent. However, due to time constraints, this success rate ultimately only barely reached 75%, because the further along, the harder it was to increase the success rate. Alright, this success rate is already very high, your dad and I are very satisfied. I know my precious son is worried, but there's only 1 month left, and it's time to go back to the family for soul solidification. Inside the Dragonfly, Chen Lixia's voice rang out, but before anyone else could answer, Sonkai suddenly spoke up to interrupt. 75% really isn't enough, this is about an escort ship being promoted to a cruiser. If it fails, it could take at least dozens of years to catch up, and it's no small matter. But Song Jiao still wanted to say something, unknown to him that Sonkai had proactively opened the hatch of Kinkayan, followed by a large number of figures rushing out from the battleship. A fire-scale python at the half-step rank 5 level and a humanoid alien species at the half-step 4th rank, more than 20 rank 3 humanoid alien species. Let Mom's Dragonfly handle the fire-scale python, and Dad, you take down these humanoid alien species. Inside the main control room of the 5 warships on the side, Beizayukin, Songshan, and Zhao Hongsu all showed astonished expressions, including Song Zhao and Chen Lixia. "K, these are your enslaved." From inside Sky Zither, Beizayukin started to dissuade him. The Great War of Expansion was fast approaching, and these enslaved species were key to ensuring one's own survival rate. Using these enslaved creatures for the warship's promotion success rate would evidently have a significant impact on Sonkai. However, before Beizayukin could finish, Sonkai had already summoned the Flame Giant. "Don't worry, I have a plan." This Flame Giant was previously awarded by the family and possesses the combat power of a seasoned rank 5 entity. With this Flame Giant, I'll be able to enslave a batch of high-quality enslaved species very soon. Sonkai's words were not perfunctory but a matter of fact. Although high-rank species were rare and hard to find, for him, this was the simplest part. There were countless exotic beasts in the Spirit Beast secret realm within the Immortal Realm continent fragment. If he wished, it would not be difficult to subdue a few 4th-rank exotic beasts by relying on the Flame Giant later on. Seeing Sonkai's determination, both Song Zhao and Chen Lixia did not refuse further. They knew Sonkai's strength best. And precisely because they were aware of their son's capabilities, they had no doubts about what Sonkai said. Soon, after Sonkai actively heavily injured all summon enslaved species and dissolved their enslavement, Dragonfly and King Kong took swift action. After successfully killing the fire-scale python and dozens of rank 3 humanoid alien species, Dragonfly's promotion success rate shot up to 88%. The contribution of a half-step rank 5 level species to the promotion success rate was nothing trivial. King Kong fared slightly worse, reaching only 84%, but even this rate was truly not low. Quickly, the 6 warships returned to Dragonspine continent one after another. Dragonfly and King Kong went straight to the family's soul solidifying chamber. Because the soul solidification had been prearranged, there were no surprises, and the second round of soul solidification 10 days later went just as smoothly. Taking advantage of the remaining 20 days, Sonkai made another trip to the Immortal Realm continent fragment. There, within the Spirit Beast secret realm, he acquired 2 4th-rank exotic beasts. Ruin's market had successfully advanced, and the spatial anchor points returned to normal. His travel between Dragonspine continent and the Spirit Beast secret realm was no longer restricted. When Song Zhao and Chen Lixia each killed one of these 2 4th-rank exotic beasts, the promotion success rate of the 2 escort ships both broke through 90%. This terrifying promotion success rate, whether it was Beizayukin or the couple Song Shan, including the other core members of the family veins, was met with nothing but astonishment. They had never seen such an alarming success rate. The escort ships were merely advancing to become cruisers, yet 4th-rank species and even half-step rank 5 species were sacrificed. Who would believe it? Chapter 720, Dominion Position. With such a high promotion success rate, the King Kong and Dragonfly naturally succeeded in their promotions without any surprises, with 2 new cruisers added under the 10th direct vein. In the large warship summoning room beneath the Green Moon Manor, as the 2 escort ships were promoted to cruisers, Song Zhao and Chen Lixia in the battleship's main control room activated the concentric medallions that had been loaded in advance and designated each other's warship as the bound warship. The moment the 2 concentric medallions officially completed their binding, the light emitted from the yin-yang concentric medallions component instantly shifted from a bright red to a silvery white. The 2 gazed at the concentric medallions and, as expected, the medallions had been promoted to the components of the Silver Legend. Not only was the quality upgraded, but all the attributes of the part had also increased to the strength that silver components should possess, and a 4th feature had appeared as well. Yang Concentric Medallion Level 40, Quality, Silver Grade, Feature, Yin-Yang Projection, Consumption, 1200 Spectral Energy Points per second, Effect. When the yin-yang concentric medallions are mutually bound, they permanently enhance each other's mounted warship's firepower, defense, and speed by 140%. Effect is invalid once the component is dismounted. Yin-yang projection. No matter how far apart the 2 warships are, they can consume a certain amount of spectral energy, depending on the distance between them, to summon each other's projection for cooperative combat. The projection has 90% of the original's combat power, lasts for 30 minutes, and has a cooldown time of 1 year. This 4th feature, yin-yang projection, is a constant feature, but its power is undeniable, as it can project regardless of the distance between the ships, making it an extremely high-level feature. After this, the 10th direct vein held a celebration banquet, cordially inviting members from various veins to attend, creating a lively atmosphere. Additionally, following the successful promotions of the Song Zhao couple, the Song Hai and Song Yang couples also set aside all their affairs and began to prepare fully for their subsequent promotions. As for all household matters, they were entirely taken care of by the Song Shan couple and Beizayukin, while Song Zhao and Chen Lixia needed to quietly break through to the rank 3 of the guidance technique. Of course, With the assistance of the various vintage deep-sea clam pearls continuously purchased from the North Sea Royal Court provided by Sankei, the couple should be able to break through the rank 3 within a few years. As for Sankei, once he confirmed his parents' successful promotions, he had no further concerns and immediately entered the ruins market to start checking the detailed attributes of the ruins market after the upgrade to the 4th rank. Standing firm within the ruins market secret realm, Sankei's figure was poised. His previous hurried visit had not allowed him to truly feel the subtle changes in the ruins market. Now, emptying his mind and fully activating his double pupils, he immediately sensed the massive difference from when it was at the 3rd rank. Each of the pupils within his eyes rapidly rotated, continuously scrutinizing and analyzing all aspects of the entire ruins market space. In just a short amount of time, Sankei noticed significant differences from before. If previously at rank 3 ruins market, those hidden races of the origin law within the market that subtly enhanced law comprehension were 2 to 4 times, then now this increase should be around 6 to 8 times, although it still did not match the primordial secret realms 10 times, it was much better than during the 3rd rank. Leveraging this increase, together with his double pupils, Sankei was confident that his comprehension speed of the natural space law could reach a level unimaginable to others in the upcoming time. Besides, after the ruins market was again promoted to the 4th rank, he felt an unprecedented increase in his control over the Zhutian ruins market, and even had a strong feeling that upon entering the ruins market, a mighty power seemed to spontaneously surge within his body, a feeling far more powerful than the flame giant granted by adherence to the market's rules before. Puzzled, he instinctively opened the detailed attribute panel of the Zhutian ruins market. Name, Zhutian ruins market master, Sankei, level 40. Size 100 km in length, 100 km in width. Basic configuration, 1,200 shops, 1 vendor area measuring 10 km in length, 10 km in width, 1 4-story inn, 1 level 39 all attributes cultivation room, doubles the efficiency of spectral energy cultivation, 1 level 39 spectral energy protection formation, 1 level 39 ultra long distance space gate random deployment platform, 1 rank 3 spirit mechanism synthesis platform, extra configuration. Level 30 Stealth Light Platform, Purple, Rank 3 Bloodline Baptism Altar, Red, 2 out of 18, Feature 1, Averting Misfortune, Free Movement Within the Void, Avoiding Natural Disasters Instinctively, Feature 2, Spatial Anchor Point, Allows setting of 2 coordinate anchor points in different star domains within the Shattered Starry Sea, Feature 3, Dominion Position, Holds Dominion over the Ruins Market, Upgrade Requirement, 100 points of 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy, Market Transaction total of 5,000. 128,750 out of 50,000, points of 4th rank Floating Lands Origin Energy. Scanning the attribute panel up and down multiple times, Sankei finally locked his gaze firmly on the Feature 3, Dominion Position. His heart rate accelerated, and his breathing deepened. At this moment, Sankei's excitement was clearly written on his face. From this attribute panel, it was evident that the various strange sensations previously felt by his body were no illusion. At this moment, the mighty power filling his body was indeed the power of domination, a force that only the dominators of living beings could possess. If previously as the ruins market master, he seemed more like a figurehead rather than truly useful, then under the empowerment of this brand new Dominion Position feature, his entire being seemed to undergo a thorough sublimation. From then on, Sankei would perfectly embody the mysterious yet powerful image of the ruins market lord conceived by all alien races in the Starry Sea, no longer needing to rely on his subordinates enslaved species to maintain his own deterrence. Chapter 721 Reflecting on this, a sudden shift in his thoughts occurred and a mighty power surged forth from within him. Then the entire Zhutian ruins market firmament began to materialize infinite power of laws. These forces of law intertwined and converged, rapidly forming a colossal figure of law above Sankei. The moment this giant law apparition coalesced, the whole ruins market secret realm trembled. The oppressive might of a 7th-rank dominator pervaded the secret realm, and within the profound double pupils of the law projection, the interlacing shadows of the double pupils crafted a pair of eyes of order, overseeing the entire market space, and also scrutinizing the boundless void sea beyond. Sankei's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he roared wildly in his heart. With the empowerment of this power of domination, he actually had illusion of omnipotence. The flame giants, which had previously seemed so formidable in his eyes, now appeared so trivial. This feeling lasted quite a while, but Sankei ultimately steadied himself and returned. With a shift of his intent, the colossal figure of law above his head swiftly dissipated, as he actively retracted the power. This power of domination was indeed captivating and unprecedentedly strong, but he did not lose himself to it. After an initial brief indulgence, he quickly regained his focus. Mighty power is good, but it's just a pie in the sky. Once outside the market, one will immediately be reduced to their original form. Moreover, due to the vast difference between his current level of life and that of a dominator, even if he could control this power of domination within the market and freely manipulate any perfected origin law, it could not enhance his own law comprehension by the slightest bit. With this in mind, Sonkai shook his head, no longer indulging in the power of domination. Of course, he still needed to quickly become more familiar with this astonishing mighty power in the future. He had to at least be able to skillfully wield it, ensuring he could stand unchallenged in future ruins market transactions against any potential external spying eyes. Just like the recent probe by a rank 5 member of the Kingshan tribe, if it were to happen now, he could have wiped out the opponent through a spatial channel with a flip of his hand, instead of just barely managing to sever an arm after empowering the flame giant. However, these matters were not for now, there were more significant things at hand. Aside from the newly emerged Dominion position feature, there were other changes in the 4th rank ruins market that he needed to inspect. For instance, the second feature spatial anchor point, which after advancing to the 4th rank resulted in 1 more anchor point, bringing the total to 3. This means, in addition to the 2 anchor points he planned to leave within the Dragon Spine continent and the interior of the Immortal Realm continent fragment, he would now have a 3rd available anchor point. Comparatively, this was also extremely good news. Stepping forward, Sonkai proceeded to the deepest part of the market, where stood some of the most vital facilities of the market. Ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform, all attributes cultivation room, spirit mechanism synthesis platform. Without rushing to inspect the properties of each facility, he spent a certain amount of floating lands origin energy to upgrade all 3 to the 4th rank. With this enhancement, the attributes of all 3 facilities saw tremendous improvement. First came the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform. Name: Ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform. Level 40. Effect: after activation, it randomly dispatches 1000 space gates into the shattered starry sea that can be used to enter and exit the ruins market, with the space gates lasting for 24 hours and a cooldown time of 720 hours. Upgrade requirements: ruins market level 41, 100 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy. After reaching the 4th rank, this most critical facility of the ruins market saw its attributes skyrocket. The number of stargates it could deploy at once quintupled the amount from the 3rd rank, and the level of creatures entering the ruins market also advanced to the 4th rank level. This meant that in future, each ruins market transaction would see an explosive increase in the quantity of alien species entering the market, as well as a boost in the quality of the transactions. Moreover, the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform, after reaching the 4th rank, gained an additional hidden feature. When deploying space gates subsequently, it would slightly increase the chances of dispatching gates to intermediate-level floating lands, undoubtedly further enhancing the quality of the customers in the market. Next, the All Attributes Cultivation Room. Name: All Attributes Cultivation Room. Level 40. Effect: beings of 4th rank and below training in the cultivation room have their training speed increased by 2000%. When practicing spectral energy, their training speed is increased by 4000%. Upgrade requirement: Ruins City level 41, 100 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy. Sonkai's level 40, All Attributes Cultivation Room, had now amplified the training of spectral energy by 40-fold, meaning compared with common folk, 1 year of his training inside this room was equivalent to them toiling away for 40 years in the outside world. Clearly, the effect was astoundingly impressive. Sonkai was very satisfied. His guidance technique was now nearing the peak of level 37 and, boosted by the All Attributes Cultivation Room, it wouldn't be long before he broke through to level 38. Next up was the Spirit Mechanism Synthesis Platform. After being enhanced to 4th rank, this component could now synthesize up to rank 5 floating lands origin energy, though it could only synthesize 100 strands each month. Given time, Sonkai likely wouldn't be short of rank 5 level floating lands origin energy anymore. Additionally, its speed at synthesizing 4th rank floating lands origin energy was even more astonishing. 1,000 strands per month, amounting to 12,000 strands a year. Afterwards, Sonkai could completely engage in trade with 4th rank floating lands origin energy, which even in the eyes of a 4th rank Zero warship captain, held decent purchasing power. Finally, there was the configuration of the Spectral Energy Protective Array, which Sonkai also enhanced to 4th rank. Name: Spectral Energy Protective Array. Level 40. Effect: self-absorbing void energy to form a hemispherical protective light screen. Defense: 10 million. Shield value: 1.5 billion out of 1.5 billion. Buffer after overload: 20 minutes. Note: comes from the hands of a mighty figure of the Immortal Realm civilization from the Starry Sea. Upgrade requirement: Ruins City level 41, 100 points of 4th rank floating lens origin energy, compared to same rank, Immortal Realm 5 elements celestial energy shield, component. The properties of this 4th rank, spectral energy protective array, were clearly superior by quite a margin. Just take the shield value, which was nearly 4 times the difference. Satisfied, Sonkai closed the attribute panel in front of him and turned his gaze to the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform, to the side. Considering the previous advancements of the Ruins Market and his parents' flagship, the market hadn't opened for trade for nearly 2 years. Now, having successfully advanced to 4th rank, and with greatly improved attributes, he naturally wanted to start the first 4th rank Ruins Market trade as soon as possible. However, he quickly suppressed the urge and made his way towards the outside, heading for the inn. He remembered clearly that with the Ruins Market's advancement to 4th rank, the inn had grown from 3 floors during the rank 3 to 4. And according to the pattern of past promotions, since the 4th floor had been added to the inn, it clearly indicated the appearance of a new consignment token. Before he got to the inn, Sonkai's attention was drawn to the empty shops on both sides of the central street. With the market's promotion to 4th rank, nearly 1,000 new shops had appeared. Going inside one, he found that they were all Ruins Market listing shops. After counting carefully, there were now as many as 1,000 listing shops in the market. What did this imply? It meant that the consignment tokens had increased directly from 1,000 to 10,000, and once all these tokens were distributed, the variety of goods in the market would surge again, greatly enhancing the diversity of goods in the market. Arriving in front of the inn, Sonkai quickly went up to the 4th floor. As expected, this newly emerged 4th floor of the inn differed little from the 2nd and 3rd floors. The only difference might be that while the 2nd and 3rd floors each had 10 rooms, this 4th floor had only 5. Without lingering, he went straight to the only open first room. As he opened the door, Sonkai's gaze immediately landed on the token floating in the middle of the room. The token shimmered with golden light. Chapter 722, Ruins Market Projection Rank. What kind of token will it be this time? From afar, as soon as Sonkai glimpsed the token, he instinctively conjured numerous guesses. Bronze token, Ruins Market guest token, silver token, Ruins Market walking rank. What would this gold token be? With intense anticipation and curiosity, Sonkai stepped into the room. Soon, his right hand touched the gold token, and the next second, loads of information emerged out of nowhere in his mind. Name, Ruins Market projection rank, belongs to Zhutian Ruins Market, Sonkai, usage count, 1 out of 1, cooldown time, 50 years, effect, no matter where one is located, one can activate the token. After receiving the response and permission from the Ruins Market Lord, the token will act as an anchor and proactively pull down the projection of the Ruins Market Lord to provide protection to the activator or proactively attack hostiles within the area of the projection. Effect 2. The creature obtaining this projection token, irrespective of where in the Shattered Starry Sea they are, can activate the token. Upon activation, the token will transport the activator to a designated projection room with the authority to stay voluntarily. They can return at will or be expelled by the Ruins Market Master. If expelled, the activator and the token are transported back to their original location before entering the Ruins Market, and during times when Ruins Market transactions are not operational, the token holder cannot leave the projection room. Introduction: a product derived from the Zhutian Ruins Market, endowed with inconceivable powers. Note: only the Zhutian Ruins Market Lord can set the token issuance rules. Note 2: the Lord of the Zhutian Ruins Market has the right to withdraw the token at any time. Note 3: the Ruins Market Lord can actively sacrifice a silver legendary oddity to immediately restore the usage count of a token that is in cooldown. After reading the attributes, Sonkai was initially stunned, followed by an overwhelming joy. He had just mentioned how the brand new feature Dominion position didn't have much use outside the Ruins Market. Now, the appearance of this Ruins Market projection rank perfectly addressed that issue. When present within the Ruins Market, he possessed genuine Dominion power, and this also meant that the projection formed using the Ruins Market projection rank would similarly possess Dominion power. With this, the Dominion power, which could only be controlled within the market, can now be utilized outside through this projection token. One could say that this token could serve as another ace up the sleeve for the Kangkyun, and indeed, it was a king-level trump card. Although for the projection token to be effective, he himself had to be within the Zhutian Ruins Market. However, let's not forget that with the recent promotion of the market, a new spatial anchor point became available, and subsequently, he could totally set this spatial anchor point on Kangkyun. In this way, even if the warship were in light-speed cruise, he could easily enter and exit the Ruins Market without worrying about related exit issues. Having resolved this issue, other problems were readily solved. For instance, Should the Kangekyō face a formidable enemy and find itself completely unable to resist, he could hand over the control of the warship to the Dome Sky Wisdom Brain, enter the Ruins Market himself, and then have the enslaved species left on the Kangekyō activate this Ruins Market projection rank. At that point, couldn't he just attack the enemy directly with the Dominion projection? The more Sonkai thought about it, the more feasible he found this method, and he was simultaneously excited about the addition of this king-level trump card on the Kangekyō. However, this ecstasy did not last long as Sonkai quickly thought of something else. The cooldown time of this Ruins Market projection rank was a lengthy 50 years. Though it could be restored by sacrificing a silver legendary oddity, what exactly was a silver legendary oddity? It was a strange object with a cap limit of up to 7th rank. Even in the hands of those great dominator creatures, it was a primary, incredibly rare strange object. 50 years and a silver legendary oddity, both factors dictated that this Ruins Market projection rank could only be treated as the ultimate trump card, and definitely not to be used casually. Understanding this, his joy remained, albeit not as euphoric as before. His gaze refocused on the Ruins Market projection rank in his hand. After pondering for a while, Sonkai waved his hand and added 2 new annotations on this projection rank. Note 4. 1 silver oddity grants one-time usage rights to this token. Note 5. After exchanging this token, the exchanger has only 50 years of control over this token. If not used within 50 years, the token will be retrieved without returning any strange object. The reason for adding these 2 annotations was to prevent the problem of not using it after exchanging. After all, there are only 5 of these Ruins Market projection ranks. If the exchanged alien species never use it, wouldn't Sonkai only receive 5 silver oddities? No. It should be 4, or even 3, since his parents might need to keep 1. And later for Shenran, Sonkai would also need to keep 1 on hand. Additionally, this token could also be used for some major movements within his family, like the ancestors assaulting the rank 6 or even plotting the 7th rank. If a dominator with combat power could make a move, the success rate would absolutely increase, perhaps even pushing the Dinghai Song family into the ranks of the Immortal Clan. Thinking of this, Sonkai felt somewhat conflicted. Eventually, he decided to alter notes 4 and 5. Note 4, 2 silver oddities grant one-time usage rights to this token. Note 5, after exchanging this token, the exchanger has only 50 years of control over this token. If not used within 50 years, the token will be retrieved and only 1 silver oddity will be returned. Chapter 723, Ruins Market Projection Rank. 2 Able to exchange a silver legendary oddity for this Ruins Market Projection Rank. The Starry Sea alien species who are capable are extremely rare, and this means only a very small number with significant backgrounds can afford to engage in it. To these Starry Sea alien species, the difference between 1 and 2 silver oddities may not be significant. But for Sonkai, the difference was enormous. If he were to use 2 silver legendary oddities as the price for exchange, then even if he sacrificed 1 to restore its use count, he could still earn 1 each time, and even use the earned silver oddity to charge the projection rank in crucial moments. This would also slightly compensate for the shortage of Ruins Market projection ranks, even if only 1 or 2 projection ranks were available for those Starry Sea alien species in the future, they wouldn't have to wait a lengthy 50 years. After calming his mind, Sonkai first took the initial Ruins Market projection rank in hand, naturally prioritizing the Kangekyō's own trump card. However, he wasn't in a rush to leave. Although he wasn't planning to give away this first projection rank, it didn't mean he didn't have a second one. Previously, when the Kingshin tribe purchased all the strange items, a significant amount of 4th rank floating lands origin energy was traded. Additionally, over the decades, the Ruins Market occasionally also traded in some 4th rank floating lands origin energy. This had allowed the Ruins Market to freshly advance to 4th rank, and the transaction volume in that category had already overflowed significantly. He could now further enhance the Ruins Market by 2 levels. LV 40 to level 41 required 54,000 4th rank floating lands origin energy. LV 41 to level 42 required 60,000 4th rank floating lands origin energy. The previously accumulated amount of over 120,000 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy sufficed, so Sonkai directly enhanced the Ruins Market to level 42. At the very moment the Ruins Market advanced to level 42, the second Ruins Market projection room on the 4th floor of the inn was also unlocked. Quickly, Sonkai took the second Ruins Market projection rank and headed down the inn, towards the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform within the Ruins Market. Having thoroughly checked all changes in the Ruins Market and holding another Ruins Market projection rank that could serve as the finale in the upcoming auction, he was naturally eager to initiate the first Ruins Market trade after advancing to 4th rank. But before officially activating the configuration of the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform, Sonkai made a trip to the main gate of the Ruins Market first. At the main gate of the Ruins Market, on the Ruins Market trading rules screen, he meticulously listed the information about the Ruins Market projection rank at the very forefront of the Ruins Market guest token, Ruins Market walking rank, Ruins Market consignment token. This had two advantages. First, it allowed the Starry Sea alien species entering through the space portals to know about the Ruins Market projection rank straight away. If these alien species had powerful backers, they would certainly take note of this projection rank, allowing them to prepare high-rank oddities in advance. Second, it also let those seniors who already possessed guest rank, walking rank, know about this Ruins Market projection rank. If they were interested, they could also use their own or other aliens, walking rank, to inform the powerhouses behind them. As far as Sonkai knew, several frequent visitors to the Ruins Market had this kind of background. North Sea Royal Court behind Gan, Luofu Sword Sect behind Shuping, the powers behind the rank 3 half-rodent people, Triant Royal Court behind the Trian Trace. Of course, just having this background didn't guarantee their interest in the Ruins Market projection rank. That wasn't something Sonkai could decide. After sorting this out, Sonkai successively enhanced the All Attributes Cultivation Room Spectral Energy Protective Array, and Ultra-Long-Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform, to level 42. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A violent vibrating sound arose as the Ultra-Long-Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform, which had been dormant for nearly 2 years, was reactivated. Subsequently, a full 1,040 points of light soared skywards. As they were successively deployed to unknown parts of the Starry Sea, a corresponding number of space portals quickly materialized outside the grand gates of the Ruins Market. Differently from the rank 3 period due to the quantity of space gates, there was no need to wait. Soon, a space gate was triggered, and some odd creatures with cautious expressions entered the Ruins Market. Regarding this, Sonkai, who was located at the innermost part of the Ruins Market, looked on with a calm expression, silently observing these various alien races from a godlike perspective. To those ordinary alien races, he naturally paid no attention. Up until now, the Ruins Market had opened for trade hundreds of times, and he had seen too many peculiar alien races. Now, only those with considerable potential could catch his attention as the Ruins Market Lord. As soon as the alien races entered, noise quickly arose from the nearby inn. As expected, it was Luke. The market had not opened for trade for nearly 2 years, which had made Luke extremely anxious. In its view, each Ruins Market trade meant a substantial amount of money. As usual, Luke was the first to rush to the mineral resource shop with his portable folding space box. However, this time was different, as the amount of terrastone it needed had increased from the previous 2 million to 4 million. After completing the transaction, Luke wore a proud smile on his face, proudly thinking to himself, after decades of accumulation, the great Viscount Thor's mansion has further expanded its trading channels. In the future, there will only be more terrastone, and the great Luke will one day lead the Viscount's mansion to the peak of the empire. Roaring internally, Luke instinctively made a trip to the Ruins Market entrance, his crafty triangular eyes quickly scanning the Ruins Market trading rule screen. This was something he did every time the Ruins Market traded, as the Ruins Market Lord occasionally introduced new items, such as the new Ruins Market token. Though he did not redeem the Ruins Market walking command previously, it didn't mean he and the Viscount's mansion behind him had no interest in these magical Ruins Market tokens. However, this casual glance stunned Luke, and a gleam of indescribable brightness appeared in its eyes. Ruins Market projection rank, initiated by the Ruins Market Lord. Clearly, the projection rank excited Luke, almost to the point of madness. All regular customers of the market knew about the mysterious Ruins Market Lord and his terrifying authority, a dominator rank presence. If they could secure a projection from such a being as a trump card, Luke believed that the Viscount's mansion behind him would do everything possible to redeem this Ruins Market projection rank. However, the light in its eyes quickly dimmed. The restrictions of either 2 silver legendary oddities or a 50-year usage right were too great, at least for the Viscount's mansion behind him. Though the Thor Viscount's mansion had a long heritage and some foundational strength, it had declined for thousands of years, making it too difficult to produce 2 silver legendary oddities at once. Nevertheless, Luke resolutely continued to scan towards Sonkai, who had already appeared dressed in a Blue Blood clan disguise. Either way, it had to return to the Viscount's mansion to consult the decisions of the ancient ancestors. "What's up?" Seeing Goblin Luke running towards him with a clear purpose, Sonkai asked knowingly. Luke quickly replied, his usual stingy and comical demeanor gone, replaced by solemnity. "I would like to borrow the Ruins Market walking command in your hand, and this purple relic is for the borrowing fee." Saying this, it took out a purple relic from its body without hesitation and directly tossed it to Sonkai. Initially, Sonkai had no intention of refusing, as the more people who wanted the ruins market projection rank, the better it would be for him financially. Moreover, they were discussing silver legendary oddities, extremely rare items. Here, take it. After receiving the ruins market walking command, Luke quickly ran towards the inn. Like Luke, there were more than one person in the ruins market at this moment. Chapter 724, The Stirring of the North Sea Royal Court. In the Endless Sea territory, ruled by the Deep Sea Nagas, lies the North Sea Royal Court. Today, Deegan's stride was hurried, his face unmistakably tense. Seeing him like this, the royal court guards did not interfere much. His status had been extraordinary for years. In the Grand Hall of the North Sea Royal Court, the current queen furrowed her brows slightly. Deegan, my son, this isn't like you. Normally, Deegan would have explained, but today was different, as the matter concerned the ruins market projection rank, which was of great importance. Mother, the Zhutian ruins market has launched a brand new token. Huh? The North Sea Naga Queen gave a light acknowledgement at the head of the Grand Hall, signaling her awareness, albeit mixed with a touch of indifference. After all, Deegan had previously detailed 3 types of ruins market tokens, and in her view, only the ruins market walking rank held some value. Hence, she naturally did not care much about this newly launched token. Of course, considering her son's unusual behavior, she still harbored some curiosity, waiting for Deegan's further explanation. Deegan didn't dawdle and stated directly, this newly launched token is called Ruins Market Projection Rank. It can actively summon the projection of the mysterious Lord of the Ruins Market to act, but the cost is substantial. 2 silver oddities are required for a single opportunity to invoke. The North Sea Queen's composure was clearly not something Deegan could match. She did not show much reaction after hearing the detailed function of the Ruins Market Projection Rank. Of course, this was just on the surface. In reality, her heart was already in turmoil. She understood her son's implication. The gathering of the 4 major Naga royal courts was imminent, and the North Sea Royal Court was currently weak. The subsequent gathering would undoubtedly face suppression from the other 3 royal courts. Relying solely on her ordinary rank 6 strength would hardly withstand the potential difficulties that might arise. Moreover, it was said that the main topic of this gathering concerned another Deep Sea royal family, the Black Line Whale tribe, which was somewhat stronger than the Deep Sea Nagas and rumored to be on the verge of officially waging war against them. In such a case, even if the other 3 royal courts did not directly take action against the North Sea Royal Court, the subsequent confrontation with the Black Line Whale tribe would inevitably push the North Sea Royal Court to the forefront, using their blood to initially deplete the strength of the Black Line Whale tribe first. Over the years, the ultimate goal of the other 3 royal courts repeatedly offering aid to the North Sea Royal Court was exactly this. Compared to it, the North Sea Royal Court's core members' previous strategies had mostly been catastrophic, yet now the appearance of this Ruins Market Projection Rank seemed to provide Deegan with a better solution. If they could invoke the protection of the Zhutian Ruins Market Lord at a critical moment, the North Sea Royal Court could not only preserve itself but possibly even advance further. The North Sea Queen, sitting at the head of the Grand Hall, did not rush to reply, her eyes also filled with conflict. After a long while, she finally said, "Go back to the market and inquire carefully about this Ruins Market Projection Rank, whether it will continue to be issued or if this is the only one." Hearing this, Deegan immediately understood his mother's concerns. As a lineage that had produced 2 true kings and was on the brink of entering the Deep Sea Royal family, the North Sea Royal Court couldn't possibly lack a solid foundation. That Mirage Transformation Pearl of Mirage Dragon was merely the last silver legendary oddity in the Royal Court's secret vault, but this did not mean there were no other silver legendary oddities. On the contrary, there were quite a few. However, these silver legendary oddities were carried by several core members of the Royal Court as their personal weapons. As far as Deegan knew, his mother possessed 3 silver oddities, which were the heritage objects passed down from generation to generation of North Sea kings. Without these, how could she maintain her position as the North Sea Queen with just ordinary rank 6 strength? How could she suppress the more than 20 other rank 6 sea tribes in the vast North Sea territory? Moreover, each of the few rank 6 deep sea Nagas within the royal court also had 1 or 2 silver oddities, and altogether, counting only those he knew of, the North Sea Royal Court had over 5 silver oddities to offer. However, it was clear that this number was not significant. Using 2 silver oddities to exchange for the Ruins Market Projection Rank would absolutely be a major sacrifice for them. Hence, this exchange needed to be executed with the utmost caution. After all, the gathering of the 4 royal courts was still decades away, and it was uncertain when the actual combat with the Black Line Whale tribe would commence. Once the Ruins Market Projection Rank was exchanged, it could only be retained for 50 years. If exchanged too early and the token was retracted before the critical moment, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? In Heavenly Zhutian Ruins Market, many from the alien race had come to the oddity exchange shop to inquire about the situation regarding Ruins Market projection rank, particularly interested in the quantity availability of future issuances. Song Kai understood that this was triggered by the 50-year validity he had set. However, there was no remedy. The limited number of Ruins Market projection rank tokens was a serious issue. In order to maximize his own benefits, he had to impose this restriction. Chapter 725, The Stirring of the North Sea Royal Court. Too many alien races inquired about the Ruins Market projection rank, but none actually came forward with 2 silver oddities for exchange. This was also related to the time limit he had set. Compared to that, the benefits brought about by the advancement of the Ruins Market and the increase in the rank limit for alien races entering it were far more significant. In just a few hours, the number of 4th-rank Starry Sea alien species entering and leaving the Ruins Market was no less than 20. Among these 4th-rank aliens, 5 each exchanged for 1 Ruins Market guest token, 2 exchanged for Ruins Market walking rank, and several others at the Bloodline Baptism altar side exchanged 1 orange component each for an intermediate Bloodline Baptism. These exchanges alone provided Sonkai with 5 purple relics and 5 orange components. However, what Sonkai was currently focusing on was not these things. His gaze converged on the stall of a 4th-rank alien that had just been set up. This 4th-rank alien had 2 horns growing on its head and a sturdy body, seemingly a high bloodline minotaur. Thick blood energy pervaded its body, a distinctive trait of a creature that followed the law of power. These were still not the main points. Sonkai quickly walked up to the 4th-rank minotaur's stall and, pointing to the crystal stone on the stall that radiated red light, asked, "How do you trade for this intermediate crystal of the law of light attribute?" The reason he went straight to the point was that he clearly caught the intentions of 2 nearby 4th-rank aliens. It was obvious that he was not the only one interested in this intermediate crystal of the law of light attribute. The 4th-rank minotaur didn't even raise its head, replying in a muffled voice, only exchanging for resources that enhance the body and increase blood energy. Upon hearing this, the 2 nearby 4th-rank aliens immediately showed looks of difficulty. The Starry Sea was vast, and the floating land was innumerable, hence resources capable of enhancing the body and increasing blood energy naturally weren't scarce, but they all understood that since this minotaur was a 4th-rank species, it naturally wouldn't want those low-rank resources at least, they would need to be of intermediate rank. With such a rank, resources that enhance the body and increase blood energy were always scarce, so how could they be easily brought out? As for this, Sonkai's expression didn't change much. He pondered for a moment and soon took out a vibrant red peach from his storage capsule. The red peach was naturally from the verdant blood peach tree he had just obtained from the spiritual medicine garden not long ago. After a round of accelerated time from the secret realm, the verdant blood peaches that only took 9,000 years to bear fruit were already ripe. Sonkai currently had 11 remaining in his hand, and he gave 1 through the Ruins Market walking rank to Wang Zhen, which could effectively help Wang Zhen to break through to the 4th rank and become a true 4th-rank torch captain. This is a verdant blood peach, which works excellently for a 4th-rank being in enhancing one's blood energy. The 4th-rank minotaur wasn't ignorant about precious items, and as soon as Sonkai produced the verdant blood peach, its blood energy pulsed vigorously. However, merely 1, of course, wasn't enough to exchange for a red epic oddity. 1 is not enough. Sonkai, with a mind like a scale, did not dawdle and took out 9 more verdant blood peaches from the storage capsule. For this intermediate crystal of the light attribute law, he was determined to obtain it. His reason was simple. He had specifically asked the family head and the prime ancestor about questions related to the laws of time, space, and light attribute, obtaining detailed answers from the 2 family leaders. According to them, the time-space law was fine, but even a single attribute was already difficult to pursue, not to mention comprehending both simultaneously. Even among the prodigies that emerged over tens of thousands of years from the torch humanities for great super-empires, few were said to be able to cultivate both time and space. The law of light was different. Not only was there a complete inheritance within the clan, but he also had the aid of the light of law tree in his possession, which made it easier to comprehend than the time law. On this basis, Sonkai had already made a decision. With the help of the double pupils, he would primarily cultivate the space law while supplementing it with the law of light, and as for the time law, that would depend on whether there would be opportunities in the future. Since he had decided to comprehend both space and light attributes, he naturally had to do everything possible to obtain this crystal of the light attribute law. Under the prerequisite that he majored in the space law, it was destined that the time he could spend on comprehending the law of light wouldn't be much, and he would need additional help even more so. Looking at the 10 by-blood pan peaches laid out in front of him, the 4th-rank bull-headed humanoid still seemed somewhat hesitant, Although the item was of not insignificant aid to him, its value was clearly not comparable to a red epic treasure. Seeing this, Song Kai spoke up again. I'll add another 100 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy. If you still think that's not enough, then forget it. These 100 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy just happen to be the key to the bull-headed humanoids loosening up. Agreed. Quickly, in exchange for 10 by blood pan peaches and 100 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy, Song Kai successfully acquired an intermediate crystal of the Law of Light attribute. Stowing this intermediate law crystal into his storage capsule, Song Kai was in high spirits. With this intermediate crystal of the Law of Light attribute, all the preparations for his upcoming seclusion were now complete. Indeed, once this ruins markets trading session was over, Song Kai planned to enter a closed-door cultivation for a period of time, which included fully utilizing his double pupils to comprehend the space law and the Law of Light, as well as cultivating the guidance technique. The Great Pioneering War would arrive in a little over 40 years, and by then, it was a must for Song Kai to advance to the 4th rank, an obligatory task he had set for himself because the Great Pioneering War was no joke. Facing a high-level Starry Sea civilization, the slightest carelessness could lead to accidents. And advancing to the 4th rank would effectively prevent such accidents from occurring. For this seclusion, Song Kai estimated it would last no less than 10 years. He wanted to take this opportunity to boost his comprehension of both the space law and the Law of Light as much as possible, so as to save a significant amount of time later on when advancing to the 4th rank. As for subsequent trades in the ruins market, that wasn't a problem. Once he advanced to the 4th rank in the ruins market, and after he took control of the power of domination within the market, he could easily create a law avatar to oversee all affairs of the ruins market. Of course, the premise was that his true body could not leave the ruins market. This was also simple. He would just place the site for his seclusion directly in the all attributes cultivation room. This way, he wouldn't be disturbed by others, and also able to maintain the existence of that law avatar. Time passed, and the ultimate outcome did not change much. Although many alien species inquired about the ruins market projection rank, it had not been exchanged before the end of this ruins market's transactions. Song Kai was not surprised by this. After all, the exchange price was 2 silver legendary oddities. It wasn't something as common as cabbage. If it could be exchanged so easily, that would truly be strange. However, in the ensuing 10+ hours, Song Kai had one unexpected gain. Somehow, a 4th rank individual from a seated position unexpectedly brought out dozens of dark energy crystals at once, including 15 intermediate ones and 2 high-level ones. These were key ingredients in the chapter of Shadow Dissension for coalescing projection metals of its components. Song Kai spent quite a few points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy to purchase all the intermediate and high-level dark energy crystals. This would later support over 10 projections of the chapter of Shadow Dissension components. Soon, this ruins market trading session officially ended. After tallying up his gains from this transaction, Song Kai made a trip back to the Dragon Spine continent. He was going to be in seclusion for a quite long time, and naturally, he had to inform his family. After all the elders at home were informed, he then re-entered the ruins market. Before beginning his seclusion, he first created a law avatar, which would continue to open the ruins market for trading as usual. It also held the majority control over the ruins market secret realm. Assigning the ruins market to it, Song Kai could leave it in charge and enter seclusion with peace of mind. Within the all attributes cultivation room, Song Kai sat cross-legged. Numerous divine thought threads burst forth from his mind, plunging into the intermediate crystal of the Law of Light attribute in his hand. Before continuing to comprehend the space law, he needed to gain a basic understanding of the Law of Light first, only then could he use the fruit of the Law of Light. Chapter 726, 20 years. First and foremost, it must be emphasized that the All Attributes Cultivation Room also contains various hidden traces of the Ruins Market Secret Realm laws, including traces of the Light Attribute Origin Law and Space Attribute Origin Law. At this moment, Song Kai was sitting cross-legged in front of a trace of the Light Attribute Origin Law, using divine thought threads to comprehend the crystal of the Law of Light attribute in his hand, while his fully stimulated double pupils were also fixed on this law trace, making his best effort to continuously decipher the Law of Light origin contained within this law trace. Thus, it is understandable that Song Kai's comprehension speed was considerable. Merely 7 days later, when Song Kai emerged from his state of comprehension, points of the Law of Light were already circulating in his left eye. 7 days, and he had achieved elementary mastery of the Law of Light. Holding an intermediate crystal of law for the attribute, compared to his initial comprehension of the space law in the Dragon Spine secret realm, this time had been shortened by a factor of 5. It is worth noting that the Ruins Market Secret Realm's enhancement of law comprehension still did not compare to the primordial secret realm of the Dragon Spine. Although the comprehension difficulty of the Law of Light was not as high as that of the space law, The significant difference in the speed of law comprehension between the Dragon Spine Secret Realm and the Market Secret Realm made up for it. In other words, the double pupils that Sonkai shared from Zhongyu had truly increased his comprehension speed by 5 times. At first glance, this may not seem like much, but over 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, the cumulative difference would only become more terrifying. At this time, Zhongyu, who had also been brought into the All Attributes cultivation room, let out a few cries, and then, flexing its wings full of silver feathers, lightly landed on Sonkai's left shoulder. Given that the subsequent secluded cultivation had to last for at least 10 years at the start, Zhongyu naturally also had to fully engage in law comprehension, otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Sonkai rubbed the little one's head and took out several law fruits from his body, all of which were light attribute law fruits. Having successfully initiated himself into the Law of Light, Sonkai did not plan to continue spending too much time on comprehending the Law of Light. However, he still needed to use the law fruits because they could raise his comprehension degree of the Law of Light to over 0.3% in the shortest time. After each of them swallowed a fruit of the Law of Light, both man and bird began their silent comprehension once again. With the previous accelerated rounds in the Secret Realm, the Light of Law Tree had produced many law fruits. Sonkai himself could consume a maximum of 5, and the rest were naturally all given to Zhongyu. As time passed, because each consumption of a law fruit required a period of recuperation in between, it took a full 2 years for Sonkai to use up all 5 fruits of the Law of Light. From then on, his comprehension degree of the Law of Light successfully reached 0.31%. Of course, Sonkai did not waste the interim time, he spent it all on cultivating the guidance technique. Coupled with the remaining by blood pan peach, his level of the guidance technique had officially entered level 39. Although it was still some distance from the peak of level 39, Sonkai did not use the newly acquired 12 by blood pan peaches. These things could only be consumed thrice by a single person. Having already used one, he needed to save another for attempting to break through to the 4th rank of the guidance technique, while he planned to use the last one after advancing to the 4th rank. After all, as the guidance technique breaks through the 4th rank, the difficulty of further advancement would only increase. Consuming the last by blood pan peach at the 4th rank would maximize its effects. As for the peak of guidance technique level 39, the remainder of his seclusion was still a long time away. By the time it concluded, perhaps it would naturally be achieved. After comprehending the Law of Light, Sonkai started to focus on comprehending the space law, which meant his time in seclusion was destined to be even longer. In the 3rd year of Sonkai's retreat, Song Zhao and Chen Lixia successively emerged from their cultivation. Both had successfully broken through to the 3rd rank, becoming genuine cruiser captains. When it came to the power of the spiritual, of course, they were far from directly assaulting the divine thought state. Although they had the divine tempering fruits provided by Sonkai and the soul cores and soul stones obtained from the soul spirit floating land, after breaking through to the 3rd rank, their spiritual power just barely reached 8-fold mind utilization, far from the 10-fold mind utilization. To enhance it further would require high-rank divine soul class resources. In the 7th year of Sonkai's retreat, Song Mingzong's cultivation time in the Dragon Spine Secret Realm had also come to an end, and he formally returned to the outer world. In these 10 years, he had comprehended the secret technique of the Dragon Whale state, and his comprehension degree of the Fire Attribute Law had reached 9.2%, almost achieving minor accomplishment. Of course, this was due to the blessing of the primordial secret realm of Dragon Spine. Otherwise, adhering to the typical 10-year law amplitude phase of an ordinary torch warship captain, the law comprehension degree could, at most, be raised to about 2 to 3%. This clearly illustrated the advantages of those torch warship captains backed by powerful forces. This was despite spending a certain amount of time comprehending secret techniques, otherwise, entering minor accomplishment directly would not be too much to say. Following Song Mingzong's emergence, the couples of Song Hai and Song Yang subsequently began their own missions to ascend their warships. Of course, they did not ascend together but rather spaced a year apart. With the assistance of Song Mingzong, now a 4th-rank torch warship captain, all 4 had a good chance of success, with a basic success rate of over 70%. In the meantime, Sonkai took a break from his retreat and brought back 4 4th-rank exotic beasts from the Spirit Beast Secret Realm to help his elders raise their ascension success rate to about 80%. Under such circumstances, the flagships of the 4 individuals naturally ascended to cruisers without any unexpected issues. In the 15th year of Sonkai's retreat, the Song family successfully extracted 60% of the floating land's origin energy cores from the Holy Dragon continent and then unhesitatingly allowed them to be devoured by the origin core of the Dragon Spine continent. With the merging of equal-rank floating lands origin energy cores, the Song family ancestral land of Dragon Spine continent formally entered the pinnacle of a level 5 floating land. Even because it had devoured 60% of 2 level 5 floating lands origin cores in just 20 years, Dragon Spine continent touched the threshold of level 6 floating land immediately after entering the pinnacle of level 5. Perhaps in not too long, it would step into a level 6 starry sea floating land. Once realized, the Dragon Spine continent would become the first level 6 life-form type floating land of the Chengxing Principality. In the 18th year of Songkai's seclusion, with the aid of the tri-solidifying ring component submitted by Songkai, the highest rank 4th rank clan elder from the first direct lineage officially attempted to advance to a battleship. This decision garnered high attention from the ancient ancestors of the Song family. Eventually, the prime ancestor personally took action, hand in hand leading this clan elder from the first direct lineage to the family's only level 6 colonial area. With the help of a fearless ship, the flagship of this clan elder from the first direct lineage finally had a success rate of promotion above 60%. While this success rate wasn't high, the issue lay in the fact that this was an advancement from his Yalu warship to a battleship, where increasing the success rate by even 1% was incredibly challenging. Had it not been for Song Wujiang's personal intervention, the clan elder's final rate of success might not even have reached 30%. However, that was not the key point. The crucial achievement was that this clan elder succeeded in advancing his flagship to a battleship with a 60% success rate. As such, the Song family saw the birth of their 4th battleship. At least, that was what it seemed on the surface. During Songkai's time in seclusion, the entire Song family underwent earth-shattering changes, a trend that didn't stop but rather intensified. In fact, it wasn't just the Song family, but the entire Chengxing Principality, the entire Yao Han Kingdom, and even all the torch human civilizations in the Heavenly Disk Galaxy were trying their utmost to boost their own strength. Everyone wanted to become more powerful before the impending Great Exploratory War, with the goal of seizing greater benefits and achieving meteoric rises in status during the subsequent wars of expansion. Zhutian Ruins Market, All Attributes Cultivation Room. As the door to the cultivation room, shut tight for over 20 years, opened, Songkai, who had been cultivating inside for 20 years, strode out. Although he appeared not much different from 20 years ago, there was something additional in the way he moved. If one observed carefully, they would notice the faint traces of mysterious forces occasionally surfacing around him. Interwoven around his body were the glow of mystery and illusion, and within the depths of his eyes unabashedly manifested 2 origin cores. Not to mention the law of light in his left eye, but the strength of the space law in his right eye had become many times more formidable than it was 20 years earlier. Majestic and sonorous, a dragon whale's chant resonated, and a void dragon whale formed entirely of space law condensed alongside Songkai, subsequently soaring into the sky. The mighty force of space vibration spread across the skies above the ruins market, and the illusory dragon whale's form continued to swell in size. Compared to 20 years ago, the illusory law dragon whale condensed by the secret technique dragon whale state was not only several times more solid but also significantly larger in size. This change naturally had a connection to the spatial law comprehension degree of Songkai himself. These 20 years, or rather 18 years to be precise, Songkai devoted himself to comprehending the law of space, pouring all his energy into comprehension, which led to a staggering improvement in his grasp of the law of space origin. Not to mention other aspects, just his spatial law comprehension degree alone had jumped from 0.48% 18 years prior to 1.50%, an increase of more than threefold. This was even after the final primary space law crystal had lost its effect midway, otherwise, his comprehension degree would be even higher. Merely stating 1.5% might not seem too intuitive, but at this comprehension degree with his current genetic bloodline talent, if Songkai advanced to 4th rank, this degree could surge directly to 31.5%. Plus, with a decade during the law amplitude phase, Songkai might be able to reach intermediate achievement in space law within 10 years of advancing to Zulu warship captain. Achieving such a level would make him a genius among geniuses even across all of torch human civilization. After all, what he was comprehending was the law of space, not some ordinary law. In over 30,000 years of torch civilization, those prodigious captains who, within 10 years of stepping into 4th rank, were able to bring their law comprehension to intermediate achievement were not abundant but also not too rare. However, most were mastering ordinary starry sea laws. Those who tread the path of the more arduous time or space laws were extremely rare. Of course, Songkai was aware that his progress was inextricably linked to the double pupils shared with him by Zhang Yu. Speaking of Zhang Yu, Songkai turned his gaze to the little creature that sat quietly on his shoulder. Compared with Songkai, the law of light that coursed through the little creature was even more intense. Over 20 years, the little creature's comprehension degree of the law of light had reached 1.96% and was soon to step over the threshold of 2%. Apart from that, it was essential to note that, in addition to the law of light, the little creature had also begun to comprehend another law in recent times, the time law. Although the progress was barely watchable, barely scraping through to 0.1%. There was no helping it, for the time law to be comprehended was a notch more difficult than the law of space. As for Sonkai's own law of light, although he hadn't actively sought to understand and decipher it in the following 18 years, with Zongyu's superior analysis ability, it still rose from 0.31% to 0.40%. It wasn't a large increase, but Sonkai was already very satisfied. After all, that 0.09% would become a substantial nearly 2% of the law of light origin comprehension degree after advancing to 4th rank. Having sorted these things in his mind, the illusory dragon whale above also dissipated, replaced by an even more astonishingly wide ruins returning slash, condensed by the secret technique ruins returning slash. Chapter 727, 20 years of terrifying accumulation. Gazing intently at the ruins returning sword radiance in the sky above, Sonkai nodded with satisfaction, and quickly waved his hand to disperse it. As he improved his control over the law of space origin, this secret technique unique to the space aspect obviously became significantly mightier. This was merely his casual summoning. If he were to summon the Kenkaion in its mythical mecha form wielding the divine weaving sword to activate the secret technique, the might of this ruins returning sword radiance would climb another tier. Thinking of this, Sonkai suddenly felt an irresistible urge to log into the Shaking Light Star Tower and comprehend the Shaking Light Chaos Steel again. Under the enhancement of his double pupils, he believed that his comprehension of the Shaking Light Chaos Steel would far surpass his last attempt. If not directly comprehending the fundamental secret technique of the Shaking Light Star, at least he would experience another leap in his comprehension of the law of space origin. After careful consideration, he suppressed the urge in his heart. He had just ended a 20-year seclusion, and comprehending the Shaking Light Chaos Steel now was not an optimal choice. Moderation was necessary. Summoning the law avatar he had formed 20 years ago, Sonkai began to inquire about relevant matters. Once he had remerged with his avatar, Sonkai quickly gained a clear understanding of everything that had transpired over those 20 years and received 3 significant surprises. First, in the 15th year of his seclusion, as the trade volume of the ruins market continued to accumulate, the level of the ruins market itself had risen from level 42 to level 44, adding a 3rd market projection rank. Second, in the 16th year of his seclusion, during a ruins market transaction, a member of a 4th rank alien race presented an item called the Silver Dragon Sphere, a silver legendary oddity, and declared a trade for high-rank floating lands origin energy. Having a certain level of autonomous consciousness, and following the advance instructions of Sonkai, the law avatar allowed the void demon who stayed at the ruins market to produce 1,300 points of rank 5 floating lands origin energy, successfully acquiring the Silver Dragon Spear. This silver oddity, similar to the divine weaving sword, was an attributelless strange object weapon that couldn't be converted into a craft component. However, it could serve as a brand new weapon for the Kenkaion in its mythical mecha form in emergency situations, and could also be used to charge the market projection rank. The reason why it was possible to produce so many points of rank 5 floating lands origin energy was simple. The spiritual mechanism synthesis platform had been upgraded to the 4th rank, providing 100 strands monthly, and the law avatar had not wasted any, initiating a synthesis each month as per Sonkai's instructions. Even excluding the 1,300 strands, Sonkai had still obtained over 20,000 points of rank 5 floating lands origin energy from his law avatar. Seeing this vast amount of rank 5 floating lands origin energy, Sonkai felt his elation increase further. However, despite the abundance of rank 5 floating lands origin energy, there were only over 12,000 titanium crystals available. It seemed like a lot, but each enhancement of rank 5 components could consume hundreds of titanium crystals, meaning these 12,000 titanium crystals would not last for many enhancements. Concerning this, Sonkai was not anxious, remembering that he still had family subsidies from his sequence position, providing 3,000 crystals annually, which amounted to 60,000 crystals over 20 years. Calculating this way, he could fully enhance the Kenkaion. Without delay, he first visited the ruins market, greeted his elder relatives to inform them he had left seclusion, then visited the Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain to collect all his subsidies from the past 20 years. With an abundant inflow of titanium crystals, 4th rank floating lands origin energy, law stones, and other resources, while he felt delighted, Sonkai was also somewhat sentimental. The subsidy from the family sequence position was truly generous, otherwise, he could not imagine how much he would struggle for resources like titanium crystals. But after some thought, He realized it had already been 40 years since he had achieved his sequence, meaning he could only receive 60 more years of family subsidies. Thinking of this, Sonkai felt a headache coming on. The titanium crystals needed for enhancing various components of the Kaikaian would only increase, and Shuping's supply of titanium crystals seemed to have encountered problems, suggesting that the titanium crystal vein behind the Luofu sword sect was nearing depletion. On further reflection, the counterpart had been supplying titanium crystals for 50 years, providing nearly 30,000 crystals to Sonkai. If it was a small-scale titanium crystal vein, it indeed was nearing exhaustion. Must find a way to increase other titanium crystal trade channels. Returning to the ruins market, he summoned the Kaikaian and immediately began a comprehensive enhancement. The first components to be enhanced were the Immortal Realm 5 Elements Celestial Energy Shield and the Neutron Star Core Armor. Immortal Realm 5 Elements Celestial Energy Shield from level 51 upgraded to level 59. Neutron Star Core Armor from level 52 upgraded to level 59. Enhancing these two components together resulted in a gain far surpassing a single component. Next came the Peeping Spirit Eyes, a Red Sky Patrol Radar, which was also enhanced to level 59. After some thought, the second Gold Sanctuary component on Kaikaian, the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine, was also enhanced to the current maximal level of level 59. Just by enhancing these few components, Sonkai had nearly depleted 10,000 titanium crystals. He thought for a moment, then turned and took tens of high-level fully automated intelligent chips from the storage capsule, provided by Elon over time. Quickly, after expending 60 high-level fully automated intelligent chips and 1,230 titanium crystals, the Dome Sky Brain System was enhanced from level 40 to level 50. Dome Sky Brain System level 50, Quality, Silver Grade, Feature 1. Computing efficiency increase of 230%, Feature 2, database capacity increase of 230%, upgrade requirement, 10 points of rank 5 floating lands origin energy, 300,000 spectral energy points, 154 titanium crystals, 1 primary intelligent brain, 54 law stones, chapter 728, accumulation of horror over 20 years. To note, this component requires 4 slots. Fully automated subbrain intelligence mechanism, consumes 500,000 spectral energy points, differentiated from Dome Sky Wisdom Brain into 1,000 sub-intelligent brains, which when integrated into conventional machinery, will transform into special smart mechanism units, fully commanded by Dome Sky Wisdom Brain while also having the capability of autonomous movement and combat, duration 180 minutes, cooldown time 3 years. After reviewing the Dome Sky Brain System, component enhanced to level 50, Sonkai felt both joy and concern. The concern was that his earlier prediction had not been wrong. Beyond level 50, subsequent enhancements of this silver component did indeed require the devouring of primary intelligent brains, which was obviously going to be more troublesome unless he could chance upon a mechanical race civilization in future ruins market transactions. The joy, however, came from the effect of the fully automated subbrain intelligence mechanism feature. After reaching the 5th rank, the maximum number of sub-intelligent brains it could differentiate at one time had reached a count of 1,000. This meant that if Sonkai could later equip 1,000 units of the Hellfire Meshs produced by his family, he would be able to summon 1,000 4th-rank units all at once for a full-on firepower assault at critical moments in the upcoming Grand Expansion Wars. This ace was still quite formidable. After enhancing the Dome Sky Brain System, it was time to enhance the Final Blessing component. This component was also directly enhanced to level 59, with the following effects. Upon activation, it immediately repairs 70%, 35% times 2, of the warship armor, restores 70%, 35% times 2, of the energy shield value, and repairs 38%, 19% times 2, of the warship. The magnitude of the enhancement was not too significant, but it was still decent since the component could be activated twice in succession, making the repair effects quite remarkable. After that, Sonkai successively enhanced nearly all the components on the Kangen to a higher level. Sky-breaking spike, from level 20 upgraded to level 50, Chapter of Shadow Dissension, from level 40 upgraded to level 50, Heart of Behemoth, from level 50 upgraded to level 59, Mother-Child Control Spirit Ring, from level 40 upgraded to level 50, Totem Spirit Column, from level 40 upgraded to level 50, External Cobalt Piercing Bullet Launcher, from level 50 upgraded to level 59, Brainwave Remote Control System, from level 40 upgraded to level 50, Void Escape Orb, from level 40 upgraded to level 50, Plasma Guardian, from level 40 upgraded to level 50, Divine Binding Chains, Imitation, from level 40 upgraded to level 49, Phantom Thruster, from level 40 upgraded to level 50, Abnormal Status Purifier, from level 40 upgraded to level 50, Virus Spore Rejection Membrane, From level 40 upgraded to level 50, Void Membrane. From level 40 upgraded to level 50, Master Servant Contract. From level 40 upgraded to level 50, Proportional Scaling Instrument. From level 40 upgraded to level 50, Electromagnetic Ray Cannon. From level 40 upgraded to level 50, Cold Light Heavenly Frost Cannon. From level 40 upgraded to level 50. Of course, the last 8 components were originally of purple quality, but during these 20 years, the Silver Apple Mother Tree produced another 8 rank 5 silver apples, allowing Sonkai to enhance these 8 components to orange quality, and subsequently to the 5th rank. After this large-scale enhancement, most of Sonkai's rank 5 floating lands origin energy and titanium crystal were consumed. He had planned to continue enhancing, but then he recalled the family's research institute. Last time he left his retreat, he had already heard the news that the Hellfire mech was officially in production, but due to cost issues, family members who wanted to purchase it needed substantial funds. The key point was that Sonkai planned to equip the Kankian with at least 1,000 units, which required a large amount of high-rank floating lands origin energy. As a result, he had to stop the enhancement process. After quickly scanning the warship property panel, Sonkai swiftly left the ruins market and headed straight for the family's research institute. Name: Kankian. Model: Torch-class cruiser spectral warship. Level: Level 32. Extra features: Space lock. Basic components: Red torch warship body. Level 32. Soul extinguishing pupil light cannon. Red. Level 59. Tei quantum sword light cannon platform. Silver. Level 59. Shadow breaker cannon. Orange. Level 50. Crimson fire canopy cannon. Orange. Level 50. Electromagnetic ray cannon. Orange. Level 50. Cold light heavenly frost cannon. Orange. Level 50. Neutron star core armor. Red. Level 59. Antimatter energy evolution engine. Gold. Level 59. Immortal realm 5 elements celestial energy shield. Silver. Level 59. Peeping spirit eyes. Red. Level 59. Spectral cultivation room. Level 32. 12 out of 12. Special components: Perusa Zen seal. Gold. Level 50. At the foot of Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain, the family's research institute. In contrast to the usual calm, today the entrance of the research institute was crowded with a considerable number of clan members, over 90% of which were rank 3 family members, with a few rank 2 scattered among them. These people were here to order the newly produced Hellfire 01 model combat mechas from the family. Although this new model wasn't cheap, it was a genuine 4th rank mecha. Equipping warships with one would certainly increase safety in the upcoming Grand Expansion Wars, and even help to acquire more resources. Most crucial was that the exchange price for the Hellfire mech was only 80 golden merit points. Compared to the same rank enslaved species, which cost 200 to 300 points and also required at least a purple quality 4th rank enslavement component, the price was obviously more acceptable. The need for several ordinary family members to pilot them was hardly a hassle. Sonkai naturally did not have to queue up with ordinary clan members, as high-ranking family personnel had priority. 1,000 units? Are you sure? The Research Institute member responsible for the mech orders raised their voice involuntarily. 1,000 Hellfire 01 mechas was a level of expenditure not even a few of the rank 5 elders in the clan had made. After confirming Sonkai's intention again, the clan member began to record the order. They were aware of Sonkai's family hierarchy status, so they didn't think it was a joke. While recording, they said, 1,000 Hellfire 01 model mechas. The normal price would be 80,000 golden merit points, which, if calculated with floating lands origin energy, would be 40,000 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy, or 1,400 points of rank 5 floating lands origin energy. Your Highness, which method of payment would you prefer? Sonkai thought for a moment, and then took out 2 bundles of floating lands origin energy from his ancestral torch. Chapter 729. The horrific accumulation over 20 years. 12,000 points of 4th rank floating lands origin energy plus 1,000 points of rank 5 floating lands origin energy. It wasn't that Sonkai didn't want to use the 4th rank floating lands origin energy for payment, but for the past 20 years, in order to synthesize the rank 5 floating lands origin energy, there had been absolutely no production of 4th rank floating lands origin energy at the Spirit Mechanism Synthesis platform, and furthermore, a considerable amount had been spent on enhancing various components. The amount of 4th rank floating lands origin energy he could now provide was just that much. Even though he was a member of the family hierarchy, the fact that he could provide such an amount of 4th and rank 5 floating lands origin energy in one go shocked several relatives who came along to customize their Hellfire mechs. The higher the rank of the floating lands origin energy, the rarer it is. This is common knowledge in the Starry Sea. Even now, as the Dragon Spine continent lies at the peak of the 5th level floating land, the annual production of rank 5 floating lands origin energy is limited. To maintain a good development momentum for the floating land itself, not all can be withdrawn. Once distributed to the Song family ancestor and the various clan elders, it becomes even scarcer. 1,000 points of rank 5 floating land's origin energy is the kind of wealth that even an extreme Zulu warship captain would covet. When can I expect to receive these 1,000 mechas? Unconcerned with the gazes of the people around him, Sonkai took the initiative to ask. Half a year, I suppose. The recording clan member was not very certain and only gave a vague answer. Nodding, Sonkai didn't ask any further. After gesturing to a few clan elders, he turned and left. For the next half year, Sonkai immersed himself in the cultivation of the guidance technique and stabilized the rapidly increased law comprehension he possessed. In addition, he also spent a certain amount of time each day on visualization exercises to improve his spiritual force. However, Sonkai soon discovered a problem. As the spiritual force became increasingly stronger, even the slightest improvement had become extremely difficult. Compared to when he first entered the divine thought state, the difficulty had at least increased several-fold. And it wasn't just the spiritual force that was facing this issue, but the law comprehension as well. Once the spatial law comprehension degree reached 1.5%, Sonkai could clearly feel his comprehension speed declining. Sonkai actively sought an answer to this from the family head, and Song Zoan King did provide a clear response. In reality, whether it's comprehending laws or the divine thought state spiritual, these realms are normally only stepped into by 4th rank level living beings. To accomplish these feats at the rank 3 level is something that only an extremely small portion of creatures can achieve. But no matter how prodigious a person might be, it's impossible to completely ignore the fundamental disparities of life. That is to say, all these issues arose due to the fundamental inadequacies of life itself. No creature can possibly claim to comprehend a particular law to 20%, or even 30%, at the rank 3 level. The spiritual force follows the same principle. Maybe some monstrously talented individuals with exceptional comprehension could achieve this, but their bodies would not be able to support it. Only by undergoing another round of life sublimation can this limitation be lifted. Although this was the first time Sonkai was hearing about this limitation, he wasn't surprised. He had noticed that the prodigies among humanity's torch ship captains all shared one characteristic: they did not stay in the rank 3 level for too long, usually only about 70 to 100 years. Considering that at the rank 3 level, each additional 0.01% in origin law comprehended would lead to a 10 to 20-fold amplification upon ascending to the 4th rank, why wouldn't they stay in the rank 3 level as long as possible? With a lifespan of 600 years for a rank 3 torch captain, wouldn't it be reasonable to attempt to ascend at 300 or 400 years old, rather than doing it just around the age of 200 like most prodigy captains do? He hadn't quite understood this before, but now it seemed probable that this was the reason. At the rank 3 level, as the law comprehension degree climbed higher, the difficulty of further enhancement would increase exponentially. Instead of dragging out time in the 3rd rank, advancing to the 4th rank was clearly the better choice. It is only after ascension to the 4th rank that comprehension speed could return to normal. Of course, the higher the law comprehension degree, the greater the difficulty remains immutable, but it would no longer be as exaggerated as during the rank 3 level. After understanding this point, Sonkai carefully considered his own situation. He was now just 80 years old, 40 years since his ascension to the 3rd rank. After another decade or so of fully dedicated comprehension, he would be quite ready to attempt the breakthrough to 4th rank, especially since he needed to ensure that his 10-year law amplitude phase wouldn't be affected by the upcoming Great Expansion War. However, before he could continue to engage deeply in law comprehension, he had to first experience the last, shaking light chaos steel, of his rank 3 period. Chapter 730, Return to the Shaking Light Star Tower. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and as Sonkai fully familiarized himself with the transformations he had undergone over the past 20 years, the family's research institute delivered a total of 1,000 4th-rank Hellfire mechas to Green Moon Manor. Responsible for this delivery was not a torch warship but rather a standard transport starship designed specifically for moving large cargo. These starships frequently extended over 10,000 meters, and although they lacked the matching firepower and ship strength, their transportation capability was undeniable. Once multiple transport ships had unloaded all 1,000 Hellfire 01 mechas, Sonkai's response was remarkably straightforward. He activated the proportional scaling instrument component and scaled each of the Hellfire mechas down to a miniature size. In this way, even though their quantity reached 1,000 units, they didn't occupy much of Kenkian storage space. The confrontation zone between the Torch Humanity Galaxy Cluster and the 8-armed Snake Demon River System Group, Friendly Kingdom segment of the Civilization Great Wall, Shaking Light Star Tower. As light and shadows flickered across the login platform, a new figure soon emerged in the Great Hall of the Star Tower. Waking of insects, you finally showed up. 20 years of silence. Everyone thought something had happened to you. Just after logging into the Star Tower, Song Kai immediately heard the greeting from Mystic Fox, who was also present in the Great Hall. Sorry about that, I've been secluded for the past 20 years, comprehending the space law. By the way, brother Mystic Fox, is there anyone on the second floor right now? Upon hearing this, Mystic Fox instantly understood. Are you looking to comprehend the Chaos Steel for a second time? Yes. Song Kai replied with a nod. Go ahead, there's no one. Each instance of comprehension aided by the Chaos Steel requires consumption of a certain amount of Chaos Chi, and the Chaos Steel must recover for some time afterward. As such, acquiring comprehension opportunities of the Chaos Steel within the Baidu 7 palaces isn't easy, and most of the time it remains unused. Song Kai understood, though his actions surprised Mystic Fox. Rather than heading straight to the second floor of the Star Tower, he first made his way toward the Star Tower Mall. Upon seeing this, Mystic Fox was temporarily surprised but immediately figured it out. In his view, Waking of Insects hadn't logged into the Star Tower once in over 20 years, and it was highly likely that Song Kai had accumulated quite a stash of treasures during that time, something not out of the ordinary. Thinking along these lines, Mystic Fox suddenly froze. Song Kai was pulling out more than 100 starry sea oddities from his ancestral torch, all of which could be converted into ship components, and they were exclusively purple and orange oddities. Over the past 20 years, Zhutian Ruins Market had accumulated an impressive stockpile of starry sea oddities for Song Kai, and the current massive quantity of purple and orange components was proof of it. The first item was the Bloodline Baptism Altar. Every month, several alien races attempted bloodline baptism through it. Following that came the exchange of the Ruins Market Guest Token, and Ruins Market Walking Rank, gradually accumulating over time, leaving Song Kai with a vast collection of starry sea oddities over these 20 years. Moreover, the 1,200 starry sea oddities currently on hand weren't even the entirety of his stockpile. Hundreds more were left in the oddity exchange shop, though they couldn't be converted into ship components. Such oddities would incur significant discounts if exchanged for Star Tower points. While the discount was slightly better than half price, Song Kai still wasn't willing to exchange them as they only yielded 70% of their original value. As for the 1,200 components in his possession, they included 200 orange components and over 1,000 purple components. With his confirmation, the Star Tower intelligence began estimating the value of the entire collection. Purple, Wind Sweep Engine, a fairly standard purple engine, can be exchanged for 4 Star Tower Mall points. Purple, Cursessor Soul Eater Cannon, a standard purple main cannon, can be exchanged for 3 Star Tower Mall points. Orange, Nuclear Fusion Shield, a top-tier orange energy shield, can be exchanged for 55 Star Tower Mall points. Time passed. After nearly 10 minutes, the Star Tower intelligence finally provided the total redeemable points for all the oddities. 12,500 Star Tower Mall points. Total redeemable, 12,500 Mall points. Confirm redemption? Yes. Without hesitation, Song Kai exchanged all the oddities for points. He had thoroughly reviewed these components and deemed them all useless to him. He had also allowed the group to select from the stockpile at cost price earlier, so now there was no hesitation left. Soon, all the oddities had been exchanged with them all, and Song Kai's personal star rank account balance increased by 12,500 points. Looking at the score, Song Kai felt a sense of calm satisfaction. He didn't rush to browse the high-rank components in the Star Tower Mall, nor did he show any inclination to purchase anything. He had already mapped out a detailed plan beforehand. The goal was simple: accumulate points with all his effort and aim to redeem the Yin-Yang Offsetting Annihilation Shield. This Golden Sanctuary quality energy shield was significantly superior to the Immortal Realm 5 Elements Celestial Energy Shield. Coupled with the future upgrade of the Neutron Star Core Armor to silver quality, the Kenkyang's attributes would soar to unprecedented heights. However, the Golden Energy Shield required 30,000 points for redemption, still an arduous journey ahead. After handling matters concerning the Star Tower Mall points, Song Kai didn't hesitate any longer and headed straight for the second floor of the Star Tower. Meanwhile, in the Shaking Light Star Rank chat group, Mystic Fox, number 26, Hot News Waking of Insects is heading for his second comprehension of the Chaos Steel. As Mystic Fox sent out the message, it instantly triggered reactions from multiple dormant members. Yulong, number 17, grab the popcorn. I bet Waking of Insects will definitely master our Shaking Light Star appearance, secret technique. Chapter 731, Revisiting the Shaking Light Star Tower. To Lan Kang, number 16 inches, you're being optimistic, aren't you? The difficulty of second comprehension is not generally large. Red Fox, number 22 inches, I also feel it's difficult. There might be some possibility after reaching 4th rank, but waking of insects is still at 3rd rank, right? Mystic Fox, number 26 inches, yes. Sonkai was naturally unaware of the discussions in the star rank group chat. At this moment, he had already seated himself in front of the shaking light chaos steel. Even though it was not his first comprehension, Sonkai's heart was still filled with shock. Compared to the ordinary secret technique heritage steels, this chaos steel was infinitely more valuable, capable of inscribing special secret techniques within it and bearing a multitude of law and Tao. Just this point alone made it incomparable to any secret technique heritage steel. Taking a deep breath, and under Sonkai's skillful control, a shadow of double pupils began to emerge in his calm eyes, with mysterious energies of space and light circulating respectively in his right and left eyes. Obviously, Sonkai had brought the power of double pupils to its extreme. Boom. His seated body was completely enveloped by the chaos chi. As Sonkai's gaze fell, the moment his eyes contacted the body of the shaking light chaos steel, a thunderous roar exploded in his mind, followed by an endless stream of pure law comprehension rushing into his brain, decoded by the double pupils. At this moment, Sonkai was like a dry sponge, whereas the infinite law comprehension was like a vast ocean of water, so close yet seemingly so far, yearning to be soaked up with all its might. To cross the chasm that resembled a heavenly moat in between, only the divine thought threads transformed by the divine thought state spiritual could do so. Under the formidable spiritual that could use 21 uses with one mind, a large number of divine thought threads were condensed, then turned into pipes extending towards the watery expanse, drawing water into the sponge that was Sonkai. It was visible that amidst the desperate drawing of the divine thought threads, the water mixed with numerous other laws was also drawn in. However, under the powerful discernment of the double pupils, those unnecessary law comprehensions were directly ignored, leaving behind a large amount of law of space origin and a small degree of comprehension of the law of light. And so, time passed on relentlessly. After an indeterminable duration, a rune steel floating in the ocean beyond the chasm was suddenly captured by one of the divine thought threads, and before Sonkai could think further, his pair of double pupils completely transformed. If there were outsiders present at this moment, they would see the intense radiance in Sonkai's eyes, not just any radiance, but the brilliant light of the stars. Deep within the spiritual, in an unknown place. Standing amid the boundless starry sky, puzzled, Sonkai raised his gaze only to catch sight of that dazzling pinnacle star suspended above his head. Shaking light star. These 3 words almost instinctively spilled out of his mouth. Though he had never seen the real shaking light star, Sonkai had previously witnessed Corpse Dog summon the projection of shaking light star, almost identical to the majestic star above him, except the star here was exceedingly larger in diameter and emitted an aura that was incomparably terrifying. Thoughts racing, a sudden comprehension welled up within his heart, and Sonkai knew that it was all the comprehension of the shaking light star approach secret technique. As time progressed, in just a blink of an eye, Sonkai successfully mastered the entry level of the shaking light star approach secret technique, his proficiency surpassing that of members who spent a century comprehending this secret technique. Meanwhile, as Sonkai gazed upward with his double pupils, he could feel his comprehension degree of the law of light growing rapidly, and crucially, as this continued gaze persisted, the analytical power of the double pupils reached its peak, which led to the emergence of a new secret technique comprehension in his mind. Vaguely, Sonkai learned some information about this new secret technique. Celestial Fall. Just as he was about to learn all the information about it, Sonkai voluntarily severed the connection with this secret technique. Including this newly comprehended shaking light star approach, he had now mastered 3 different secret techniques while still at 3rd rank. Although assisted by the double pupils, this was still the most taxing choice, as any further comprehension would affect the progress of law comprehension. Furthermore, because Sonkai prioritized space law, at rank 3 it was almost impossible for him to spend much time on the law of light. Now was the time to take advantage of the opportunity provided by the shaking light star to boost his comprehension of the law of light as much as possible. If he went on to comprehend the second secret technique now, the enhancement of the law of light would come to an end, which was something Sonkai naturally did not wish for. He dispelled all the residual information about the second secret technique lingering in his mind, and his eyes fixated on the dazzling shaking light star above. The brilliance of this vast star was gradually dimming and would soon vanish completely. He had to take this opportunity to comprehend as much as possible. Time passed without him knowing how long it had been when the shaking light star finally disappeared. At that moment, Sonkai fully awoke from his comprehension of the shaking light chaos steel. A strong sense of loss surged within him, but Sonkai had no time to dwell on it, as his full attention was drawn to the gains he had made from this session of comprehending the chaos steel. Other than comprehending the secret technique shaking light star descent, his spatial law comprehension degree had increased appreciably, as had his comprehension of the law of light. Before comprehending the shaking light chaos steel, his spatial law comprehension degree was 1.5%, and his comprehension degree of the law of light was 0.4%. Now, his spatial law comprehension degree had reached 1.6%, and the law of light was at 0.45%. And this was just temporary. With further digestion, it wouldn't be difficult to raise each law by an additional 0.01% to 0.02%. Compared to his first comprehension, the effect was far beyond his expectations, the largest reason being the power of double pupils, but it also had to do with Song Kai's accomplishments in the spatial law. Last time he had come for comprehension, his spatial law comprehension degree was barely at 0.48, but now it was 1.5%. The difference might seem small, but there is a vast gap in the fundamental understanding of the spatial law. To give a simple example, it's like learning a subject for the first time. If Song Kai's first attempt at comprehension was compared to someone completely unfamiliar with the subject, then this time, Song Kai was like someone who had received basic education. Naturally, the latter would find it easier and quicker to learn. Just as Song Kai came down the stairs, ready to have a chat with Mystic Fox who had been waiting for him, he realized that his comprehension session had not lasted 1 or 2 hours, but a full half-day, a testament to his improved mastery in the spatial law. However, before he could utter a word, urgent warning sounds came from outside the Star Tower. Mystic Fox, who had been a member of the Star Tower for nearly 200 years, knew what this meant, and he said hastily, "The defense fleet is calling for assistance. The 8-armed snake demon fleet is here again." With that, Mystic Fox rushed towards the exterior of the Star Tower, and Song Kai quickly called all the members in the Star Rank chat group. Waking of Insects 32 inches, all members, the defense fleet has just sent out a distress signal. The 8-armed snake demon fleet is invading again. His message had barely been sent when Mystic Fox, who had already dashed out of the Star Tower, followed up saying, "Mystic Fox 26 inches, damn, the situation is somewhat out of control. That heavenly serpent mothership has used some method, and now a large number of 8-armed snake demons have boarded the walls. Everyone, log in quickly. Corpse Dog 3 inches, right away. Yulong 17 inches, I have time this round, coming." In an instant, the chat was filled with a dozen responses. Song Kai hesitated for just a moment, then immediately cancelled the login. When the elders of the Star Tower talked about logging in, they certainly didn't mean the kind of projection login, which, aside from allowing one to comprehend the chaos steel, couldn't summon the torch warships to face the enemy. What everyone referred to was the physical login. Although he had always been cautious and unwilling to take risks, the urgent situation meant he could no longer worry about that now. Chapter 732, Tei Quantum Sword Array. Once a section of the civilization Great Wall fell, Song Kai didn't know what would happen next, as he had never personally experienced it. But he knew it wouldn't be anything good. The aftermath would surely cause significant losses, even if not to the civilization Great Wall mythic artifact itself. The Frandy kingdom behind the wall wouldn't be spared either. In the face of such a noble cause for the civilization race, any normal torch ship captain would make the same choice. Moreover, there was another reason. Though the members of the Shaking Light Star Tower were on good terms, truly integrating into this family and fighting side by side were necessary. After logging off, Song Kai didn't hesitate too much and reactivated the Shaking Light 32 order in his hand, but this time, unlike before, he logged in with his real body. Star Tower Great Hall. At the moment Song Kai's real body appeared, a faint smile emerged on the faces of all the members standing in the hall. Although they quickly faded away, they were genuinely there. In the center of the crowd, Corpse Dog, a rank 6 ultimate fearless captain, quickly began making arrangements. "So, all rank 5 members will follow me to target those high rank 8-armed snake demons later, the rest of you just take action locally. Yulong, pay extra attention to Waking of Insects." "No problem." Received. As they burst out of the Star Tower Great Hall's doors, the expressions of all the Star Tower members darkened severely. The situation was far worse than Mystic Fox had previously described. Countless 8-armed snake demons stood atop the Great Wall, built from eternal stone bricks, with blood, severed limbs, and warship debris strewn about. Collisions between flesh and warships triggered numerous energy blasts, and it was already impossible to tell if the gunfire landed on the bodies of the 8-armed snake demons or on the city walls of the Great Wall, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers and was already in utter chaos. Looking towards the pitch-black space opposite the civilization Great Wall, the main cannons of millions of Sky Serpent warships were roaring, and the law light screen above the Great Wall was now dim and lightless, on the verge of shattering. Above the wall, over 300,000 Frandy Kingdom warships were also pouring out gunfire, desperately trying to prevent the Sky Snake fleet from getting close. Fleet Command Channel, The supreme commander of the Frandy imperial family's gaze constantly shifted between the wall below and the swarms of Sky Serpent warships in the distance, visibly seeing that the fleet previously sent to suppress the 8-armed snake demons was in absolute disarray. Bruno, lead your fleet to support the ones below, we cannot let them breach the Great Wall. Soon after, more than 50,000 warships in the swarm descended together, beginning to fire on the tens of thousands of 8-armed snake demons below. Captain, the heavy Earth ship can't hold much longer. The damage to the warship's armor has already surpassed 60%. From one of the battlefields on the wall, an azure black cruiser sent out an urgent message, seeking assistance from the captain above. Shortly after the message was relayed, a terrifying 8-armed snake demon, towering over 1,500 meters tall, once again ferociously swung its orange-quality long knife. The nearly kilometer-long knife edge landed on the cruiser's azure black armor, followed by a burst of explosive sound, which inflicted even more severe damage to the already heavily damaged warship. Warning, the warship is under attack, armor damage 85%, hull integrity 68%, please arrange for repairs immediately. Hearing this urgent notification, the face of the azure black cruiser's captain turned extremely pale. He abandoned the idea of continuing to resist directly against the rank 3 8-armed snake demon and quickly maneuvered the warship to move towards the back of the city wall. Logically speaking, at this moment, it would be safest to continue raising the warship's altitude to escape the attack range of the rank 3 8-armed snake demon, but doing so would allow the monster to charge directly towards the far end of the Great Wall, something absolutely impermissible in their mission. Because behind the Great Wall was a section of the wall's core, and once breached by the 8-armed snake demon, the segment of the Great Wall would completely collapse, at which point the entire Frandy kingdom would be exposed to the 8-armed snake demon civilization. And for every 8-armed snake demon they could stop, one less bit of pressure would be on the Great Wall's core. Finally, just before the charging rank 3 8-armed snake demon was about to catch up with the azure black cruiser, another cruiser of the same class descended from the sky above, positioning itself between the azure black cruiser and the 8-armed snake demon. Captain, be careful, just buy me more than 10 minutes. Go for it. In the main control room of the warship, Marco Ferreri called out to his crew before intently fixing his gaze on the towering figure ahead wielding the long knife. Marco Ferreri knew his own affairs well. His flagship was never known for its defense among the torch warships, and the warship armor it carried was only of orange quality, which had only been enhanced to the 4th rank. Should it be directly cleaved by that terrifying long knife, the consequences were unthinkable. Therefore, his response was simple: delay as much as possible. Boom. The cannons roared, and a unique crystal ice chain shot out from his warship, finally binding the over 1,500-meter-tall rank 3 8-armed snake demon tightly. To all hands, open fire with full force. In the team's group chat, Marco Ferreri's voice rang out first. The next second, 7 warships in the skies, either of 2nd or 3rd rank, opened fire simultaneously, and double-digit laser beams hit the 8-armed snake demon below, immediately adding several terrifying wounds to the rank 3 8-armed snake demon's body. Yet before the team could rejoice, the 8-armed snake demon bound by the special crystal chain suddenly erupted. A large amount of blood vapor began evaporating around its body, eventually condensing into a nearly 10,000-meter-long terrifying 8-armed specter around it. Chapter 733, Tei Quantum Sword Array, Snake Demon Dharma Body, damn it, run. The moment this phantom coalesced, not only Marco Ferreri and his squad, but all the torch ship captains within 100,000 meters radius were engulfed in terror. The Snake Demon Dharma Body was an innate divine ability exclusive to the 8-armed Snake Demon clan, incredibly mighty, usually allowing an 8-armed snake demon to burst forth with several times its combat power. Once encountered, the best option was to avoid it. This was the experience summed up by every torch ship captain who had lingered in the frontier for many years, otherwise, it meant certain death. However, it was clearly too late. At the instant the Snake Demon Dharma Body appeared, the surrounding torch warships were already within its energy radiation range. The Snake Demon Dharma Body's gigantic pupils suddenly emitted multiple petrification beams, and its 8 arms slapped out in succession. Bolstered by the combat power of a veteran rank 3 8-armed snake demon multiplied several times, it was easy to imagine that all rank 2 escort ships within the Dharma Body's radiation range were blasted from behind by its arms, including the previously mentioned Azure Black Cruiser. Lock, no. Marco Ferreri roared as he watched the Azure Black Cruiser get blown apart by an arm of the Dharma Body. Locke had been his soldier for over 10 years, following him since his 2nd rank, forming a close bond. You're going to pay. Roaring, Marco Ferreri activated the 2 main cannons attack feature on his warship. At that moment, the rank 3 8-armed snake demon in front suddenly turned its gaze towards him. Its vertical pupils flickered with a gray light, as petrification beams wrapped in a multitude of law of earth swept across. Under these petrification beams, Marco Ferreri's flagship was instantly immobilized in space. Even the two main cannons at the bow, which were in the midst of charging, were entirely enveloped in a layer of greenish-white stone, turning to petrification. Without any hesitation, after using the petrification beam to control Marco Ferreri's flagship, the snake demon Dharma body's arms up above fiercely smacked down, along with a long sword in the hands of the rank 3 8-armed snake demon. Just then, a streak of crimson light pierced through from the direction of the shaking light star tower, causing the nearly 10,000-meter snake demon Dharma body to collapse at one point, and after shattering the Dharma body's phantom, the light beam immediately hit the rank 3 8-armed snake demon's body. Just like that, until its head rolled off the body, the puzzled look on the 8-armed snake demon's face still hadn't dissipated. Marco Ferreri turned his eyes towards the distance, only to see a cruiser cloaked under a 5-colored light shield quietly turning away. The previous strike was clearly just an effortless action on their part. Amidst his astonishment, Marco Ferreri's peripheral vision swept past the towering star tower behind the cruiser, and he quickly came to a realization. He had always known he wasn't a genius. Even after 100 years in the Kingdom Fleet, he had only achieved the rank of a small squad leader, but after decades of mixing in at the frontier, he did have some basic judgment. Compared to himself, those torch ship captains emerging from the shaking light star tower were the real freaks of nature. Even amongst the 4 great super empires of torch humanity, they stood out brilliantly. Sonkai was completely unaware that his casual strike had brought so much shock to the others. He only knew that the Star Tower members were striving to prevent the 8-armed snake demons from surging towards the rear of the Great Wall. He didn't know what was behind the Great Wall, but he did know what he had to do. Engines roaring. The powerful thrust provided by the Golden Sanctuary engine allowed him to pilot the Kaikaian nimbly across the sky, supporting all sides above the city walls. His primary target was the 8-armed snake demons of the rank 3 level, for these rank demons could be slain the fastest by him, impacting the battlefield to the greatest extent. The firepower of the level 59 soul-extinguishing pupil light cannon and Tei quantum sword light cannon platform could let him easily extinguish a rank 3 8-armed snake demon with a single shot, even those activating the snake demon Dharma body. As Kaikaian weaved its way, it also took damage. Please note, the warship has taken physical attack, the energy shield has not been effective. Warship armor damaged by 12%, please repair quickly. Please note, warship armor damaged by 14%, please repair quickly. Affected by the neutron star core pulse feature, warship armor repaired by 5%, current damage at 9%. Supported by the level 59 neutron star core pulse feature, every 10 seconds, the warship armor would regenerate by 5%, which overall posed no significant threat to Kaikaian. At this time, a request for support came through the Shaking Light Star Rank chat group. Coordinates XXXX area, more than 10 4th rank level 8-armed snake demons are joining forces to strike. They must not be allowed to proceed to the core of the Great Wall. Request support. I can't, I'm tied up here. I am too. Hang in there, coming soon. In the main control room of the Undying Phoenix ship, Zulu warship, the man's face showed a look of urgency. Under the joint attack of 10 4th rank 8-armed snake demons, the Undying Phoenix ship has warship armor had suffered severe damage. To ensure safety, activation of the warship armor's defense feature was necessary, but once activated, it would no longer be able to stop the advance of the 4th rank 8-armed snake demons. At that moment, the man glanced at the Shaking Light Star rank in his hand. Uncle Scorching Sun, control the warship to retreat. Waking of insects? The man's eyes narrowed, seeing that it was Sonkai who had sent the response in the group chat. He instinctively had some doubts. However, he was not one to dawdle. To become a captain member of the Shaking Light Star Tower, who wouldn't have some unique encounters? Rather than hesitating, he chose to trust this time. In the distance, Sonkai had not allowed the Kaikaian to get too close. That was 12 4th rank 8-armed snake demons, some of which had already activated their snake demon Dharma bodies, presenting a high level of danger. New guy, it's all on you now. Caressing the component of the Tei quantum sword light cannon platform, Sonkai's eyes shimmered, and the next second, his gaze suddenly turned icy as he directly activated the Tei quantum sword array feature. Buzz buzz buzz. Energy swiftly converged. Above the 5-colored cruiser, sword shadows over 10,000 meters in length gathered. 1-3. Until at last, a full 36 10,000-meter sword shadows combined to form a constellation. Normally, it would take 25 seconds for these 36 combined giant sword shadows to fully solidify, but clearly there wasn't time to wait that long now. With the Undying Phoenix ship, Zulu warship's retreat, the 12 4th rank 8-armed snake demons were making a beeline, not to mention 25 seconds. In just 10 seconds they would be able to break into the rear of the Great Wall. Zen Seal, Inner speed, activate. Sonkai activated the speed feature of the Purusa seal, and immediately, the 36 10,000-meter sword shadows above solidified instantly. Then, with a thunderous roar from the Tei Quantum Sword Light Cannon platform, the 36 10,000-meter giant swords howled forth. Amid dozens of terrifying explosive sounds, streaks of spatial distortion visible to the naked eye followed, piercing through several dozen kilometers in a blink, and struck directly above the heads of the 12 fourth-rank 8-armed snake demons. Quick, scatter and defend. The 12 8-armed snake demons, having sensed the danger in advance, roared furiously as huge snake demon dharma bodies emerged behind them. At the same time, each of them activated various strange objects from the Space series. As fourth-rank members of the 8-armed snake demon clan, they naturally had substantial resources, each holding space oddities used for flash escape. These were the life-saving measures they had prepared for themselves. Dream on if you think you can flash escape. The man on the Undying Phoenix ship, Zulu warship, who had already retreated a good distance, snorted coldly. Space locking disk, activate. Following the activation of a red color quality spatial blockade class component on the Undying Phoenix ship, space oddities in the hands of all fourth-rank 8-armed snake demons were essentially rendered ineffective, with only one snake demon holding a red color flash escape strange object managing to sidestep over 200,000 meters. Before the shocked cries of the group of 8-armed snake demons could escape, the 36 giant sword shadows had already struck. Boom boom boom. Violent sword light continued to radiate in all directions, the exceedingly sharp air cutting terrifying marks into even the nearby objects. Even the fourth-rank 8-armed snake demon that had escaped over 200,000 meters found its trailing snake demon dharma aspect dimmed by the astonishing cuts of the sword light. Chapter 734, Dominators Descend, Void Black Snake and Annihilation Starship Captain Hiss, this is the ability of a rank 3 member of the Shaking Light Star Tower? Without looking at that 1,300-meter hull, who would believe that this attack is deployed from a cruiser? Our captain always emphasized that the members of the Shaking Light Star Tower and us commoners are not from the same world, telling us not to compare ourselves with them. I didn't want to believe it then, but now it seems he was damn right. The destructive power of the 36 10,000-meter giant sword projections left a profound impression in the hearts of countless members of the Frandy Kingdom fleet. This might become a boastful tale for them after their retirement, but in the eyes of Sonkai and the high-ranked torch ship captains, it was far from enough. The 36 Tei quantum sword lights were indeed astonishing, directly killing 2 fourth-rank 8-armed snake demons and also inflicting substantial injuries on other fourth-rank 8-armed snake demons. But it still wasn't enough, it merely slowed the advance of the 8-armed snake demons. For this outcome, Sonkai didn't show much surprise, feeling it was within expectations. The Tei quantum sword light cannon platform component is undoubtedly a top-tier main cannon. But the inherent rank of the Kankyung itself was a limitation. Besides, the snake demon dharma bodies triggered by the fourth-rank 8-armed snake demons themselves were no mere show, coupled with their transcendent physiques, managing to directly annihilate 2 fourth-rank 8-armed snake demons was commendable. Moreover, this strike, though not a turnaround effort, had provided sufficient time for the scorching sun and allowed support from other fourth-rank Shaking Light Star Tower members. With the support from Star Tower members, the remaining 10 fourth-rank 8-armed snake demons couldn't break through to the rear of the Great Wall in a short time, and that was enough. Although the battlefield here had stabilized, Sonkai was not optimistic. Generally, torch humanity was still at a disadvantage. In the distance, a fearless ship in mecha form wielding a golden spear was battling 3 rank 6 8-armed snake demons. Even with the enhancement from the Gold Sanctuary spear, the 100,000-meter mech giant transformed from the Corpse Dog's flagship was still at a disadvantage. The 3 8-armed snake demons all activated their snake demon dharma bodies, and their vertical pupils occasionally shot out petrification beams. Under such circumstances, even though the Corpse Dog's flagship carried 2 control immune components, they were still not completely effective. As time passed, the tide of battle was clear. Just as Sonkai was considering whether to try using features such as Time Stop, Tei Quantum Sword Light, Soul Extinguishing Pupil Light, to assist Uncle Corpse Dog, an anomaly suddenly occurred in the sky above the long wall to the side. A pitch-black crack unexpectedly appeared in a void that had been stabilized under the reinforcement of the colorful myth civilization Great Wall, and to his astonishment, a colossal black claw, each talon stretching 10,000 meters, struggled to emerge from this crack which colorful lights were about to reseal. Tear. A flash of extreme fear darted through Sonkai's heart. He could acutely feel the might emanating from this unknown giant claw was countless times stronger than that of the ultimate dreadnought of Uncle Corpse Dog. This. Before he could exclaim in his heart, the 100,000-meter mech giant transformed from Uncle Corpse Dog's flagship above had already made its move. I was wondering how these 8-armed snake demons got up here. Turns out you, this half-step 7th rank void snake, have stepped into the dominator rank. But beneath your feet is Torch Humanity's civilization Great Wall, not your Zen High Emperor City. Trying the same old tricks? Swift and fierce. Although the words from Corpse Dog's mouth seemed casual, his eyes within the mech were already gravely serious. Although over the years he had fought this void snake multiple times, back then it was merely a half-step 7th rank and, although it could suppress him, did nothing else. Now, however, it was different. This entity had taken that most crucial step into the dominator rank, and once it managed to send the second batch of 8-armed snake demons over, the entire defense line would inevitably collapse. With that thought, Corpse Dog's eyes shone with unyielding determination. As his will shifted, a beam of starlight suddenly burst forth from within the shaking light star tower below. After summoning a beam of starlight for reinforcement, he instantly invoked the secret technique Starlight Descent. Above his head in the sky, beyond the reach of the civilization Great Wall, a rift in the void also emerged, small though it may be, tendrils of starlight already seeping through it. However, with ample preparation, the 3 rank 6 8-armed snake demons gave no chance to Corpse Dog. They simultaneously activated another innate ability of theirs, Devouring Heavenly Snake. Behind the 3, their tens of thousands of meters high snake demon dharma bodies began to dramatically transform, soon revealing a colossal serpent phantom intertwining between the 8 arms of the snake demon dharma bodies, as if they were one entity. As the 3 colossal serpent phantoms quickly coalesced, their gaping mouths formed in the dimension opener unleashed an exaggerated arc, swiftly diving forward to bite the mech giant. Under the assault of this heavenly serpent phantom, Corpse Dog struggled to continue summoning the shaking light star projection, and the faint starlight projection that had momentarily constrained the void snake's black claw quickly dimmed, immediately allowing the colossal black claw emerging from the void unrestricted and continuously tearing at the rift. In a daze, Sonkai's double pupils caught sight of the massive entity behind that dimensional rift, a creature over 10,000 kilometers long, black as night with 4 limbs akin to a dragon. On its massive body, Sonkai glimpsed numerous perfection-tier space laws. Moreover, Sonkai also spotted another forepaw of the creature clutching a sphere entirely made from perfection void laws, harboring tens of thousands of 8-armed snake demons within. Obviously, that was the second batch of 8-armed snake demons it intended to dispatch onto the walls of the civilization Great Wall. And it seemed, from its posture, almost successful. Seeing this scene, the spectral energy within Sonkai surged, and he instinctively wanted to activate the Starry Sea Ruin market rank within his ancestral aperture. At this moment, the only solution he could think of was to activate the Ruin's market projection rank, allowing his own Dominator projection to intervene and see if it could stop everything. Before he could follow up, an indifferent voice quietly entered his ears. It was not just Sonkai who heard this voice, but also the hundreds of thousands of torch ship captains on the Great Wall, and even the millions of 8-armed snake demons, all heard this indifferent voice at that moment. With the majesty of a Dominator personally intervening, Black Snake, you've crossed the line. As soon as the voice faded, a mech armor projection, tens of thousands of kilometers tall, appeared above the shaking light star tower. It merely lowered its head to glance at the void crack above the Great Wall. Then, all living beings present only saw the stars shining brightly, still unaware of what exactly had happened, when a roar that resonated through the entire starry sky emanated from the crack in the void above the wall. Devouring Thief. As the roar faded, the starlight quietly dissipated. Turning around, the group of torch ship captains looked around and were startled to find that all the 4th rank and above 8-armed snake demons on the Great Wall had vanished without a trace, leaving only those of the 2nd and 3rd rank. It didn't take much thought to guess that the owner of the Dark Giant Claw had been frightened away by the Annihilation mech armor projection from Shaking Light Star Tower, and had only time to take away the 4th rank and above 8-armed snake demons, while the rest were abandoned. Without those high-rank 8-armed snake demons, the remaining 2nd and rank 3 ones naturally had no strength to resist the subsequent fleet's cleanup. Within less than an hour, the hundreds of thousands of 8-armed snake demons had been completely cleaned up. Of course, the subsequent cleanup work naturally did not require the trouble of all Star Tower members, and every member returned to the Star Tower the first chance they got. Regarding the Annihilation mech armor projection that had just appeared, not just Sonkai, but also several members who had joined the Starry Sea in the recent centuries were very intrigued. They instinctively guessed, was that possibly our Star Master of the Star Tower? Mid-conversation, something unexpected happened. Scorching Sun took the initiative to bring over the remains of 2 4th rank 8-armed snake demons that Sonkai had previously killed. Sonkai was quite pleased by this, although he was not short of 4th rank biological origin blood. The bodies of these 2 4th rank beings were still quite valuable. Also, it seemed they had a few Starry Sea oddities on them. Back inside the tower, Corpse Dog, who seemed aware of what the others wanted to ask, already had his warships called back. He shook his head. The person just now was not our current star master of the Shaking Light Star Tower but the number 2 devouring thief ranked before me. Hearing this, everyone's interest increased further. They had originally thought that only the Star Master from their Star Tower belonged to the 7th rank level of power, but it turned out there were 2. Watching Sonkai and a few others' curious gaze, Uncle Corpse Dog and a few of the highest-ranking members at his side exchanged looks, then sighed. It's a bit complicated to talk about that person's matter, you'll naturally find out in the future. These cryptic words filled everyone with questions, but since the most senior members were unwilling to elaborate, nobody continued to inquire, clearly understanding that it was not that they did not want to tell them, but that there were hidden circumstances involved. While thinking this, Corpse Dog spoke again. By the way, the combat achievements of everyone were notable this time, especially waking of insects. Your sword array has proven indeed mighty. The corresponding points will be automatically credited to your star rank accounts. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's disband for now. Until most of the members had left, Sonkai was still thinking about that devouring thief. An Annihilation Starship Captain, a Dominator rank being in the Shattered Starry Sea, what kind of reason would there be that made it difficult even to mention? Near the end of his lifespan? That was the first possibility that came to Sonkai's mind. But he felt that it was unlikely, as far as he knew, beings like Annihilation Starship Captains could live for over 100,000 years. Could it really be such a coincidence that just as he joined the Shaking Light Star Tower, they were nearing the end of their lifespan? While he was pondering, he suddenly heard Scorching Sun Brother's voice by his ear. Waking of Insects Brother, how about it, do you still want those neutron star remnants? I asked you a few years ago, but you never replied. A gleam appeared in Sonkai's eyes, then he explained, of course, I want them. For the past 20 years, I've been in seclusion comprehending the law, sorry. No worries, as long as you want them. Let me check when they are available and get back to you, but it should be in the next few days. Make sure you schedule it. That's fine, I just accrued 10 days of real body login time, but brother, you have to give me some details, that. Before he could finish, Scorching Sun quickly said, don't worry, when I handle things, it's guaranteed. Seeing the nonchalant manner, Sonkai didn't dare to say more. Chapter 735, The Upcoming Journey to the Yaohan Kingdom. Here is the carefully translated and formatted text, adhering to your specific instructions. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Over the course of those 7 days, Sonkai systematically reviewed and absorbed all the insights he had gained from the Shaking Light Chaos Steel. The final result was that his space law comprehension, originally at 1.6%, had increased to 1.61%. The law of light also rose from 0.45% to 0.47%. Overall, the effect was quite remarkable. Afterward, he hurried out of seclusion. The summons didn't come from Scorching Sun, rather, it was initiated on the family head side. The Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain, within the clan Ancestral Hall. Sonkai stood respectfully below the Grand Hall, accompanied by Songzi and Song. In addition to them, there was another individual whose presence greatly surprised Sonkai. This unexpected person was none other than the 6th sequence of the current family generation, Song Yan. The reason for his surprise stemmed from the fact that ever since becoming part of the family sequence, Sonkai had never met any of the other sequence members apart from himself. He had made numerous inquiries, but even the ordinary 4th rank clan elders seemed equally oblivious to the whereabouts of the sequence members. Meanwhile, those who truly held the answers, such as the family head or the rank 5 ancestors, would simply respond with mysterious smiles and refuse to divulge anything. Thus, the sudden appearance of this 5th sequence filled Sonkai with deep curiosity. Before he could dwell further on his thoughts, the weathered voice resonating from the bronze chairs surrounding the hall interrupted once again. So that's the situation. The question now is, for this final negotiation before the expansion war, who should our Song family send? The hall fell silent upon hearing this. Neither the juniors positioned below the Grand Hall nor the many clan elders present, whether in their physical forms or through projections, uttered a word. It couldn't be helped. Based on what had been previously discussed, this negotiation required a journey to the Stark family's ancestral land in the Yaohan Kingdom. The challenges of probing and negotiating with various factions there would be formidable, and determining exactly who to send needed careful deliberation by the rank 5 ancestors in the clan. After a long period of silence, a sharp female voice broke the stillness. Since no one is speaking up, then I'll go. I reckon the Stark family wouldn't dare to outright turn against our Song family at this critical time. The speaker was Ruzo of the Earth Vein. Known for her fiery temper, she couldn't hold back upon seeing everyone acting as though they had lost their determination. However, sitting beside her, Song Shiuan simply cast her a brief glance before shaking his head decisively. You're not suited for this. Heading to the Stark family essentially means participating in further discussions about concrete plans for joint actions. There's no room for error. Forget it. I'll make the journey myself. But his proposal was swiftly countered by Song Xingru. You're currently at a critical juncture in adjusting your state. Traveling to the Yao Han Kingdom now would likely interfere with the promotion of immovable Minking. Song Xiuan shook his head dismissively. It's not that exaggerated. The promotion of Dragon Spine Continent still requires more time. A quick trip should suffice. Through thorough discussions, a decision was finally made. The Prime Ancestor himself would lead the delegation. Once the leader was confirmed, attention shifted to Song Kai and the other 3 juniors. Song Xiuan lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on the 4 of them. Well then, do any of you wish to accompany me to the Yao Han Kingdom for some first-hand experience? No one was forced. The decision was left to Song Kai and the other 3. Song was the first to respond. Having already made arrangements with Annie to explore an alien star domain together, he swiftly declined with a shake of his head. Surprisingly, the 6th sequence, Song Yan, also shook his head. No speculation was necessary as he explained proactively, Ancestor, we've recently discovered a high-rank resource point, and manpower is currently lacking. I'm here to obtain the newly developed Hellfire 01 mecha for deployment. I won't be joining the trip to the Yao Han Kingdom. Instead, I believe Old Seventh should go. As he spoke, he turned to Song Kai with a smile. The Old Seventh he referred to was